Actually, I want to let you know I joined the program. You guys should be very proud of 200,000 on the monkey cap. And so I'm not going to put my man number. If you haven't had a chance, join his spaces, community overflows. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12:30 to 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. There's a lot of alpha delivered there, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Did you come down yet?
Yes, uh,
How should I believe you?
what?
You don't sound like you come back. You sound like you're still in the sky, son.
I'm okay though. I'm okay.
All right, how's that truck running?
It's awesome.
All
Fucking
right.
awesome.
All right. Have you worked in the back seat yet?
Yeah.
There you go. All right, have you towed anything yet?
Yep.
All right, and you're basically most owners of trucks. That's good. All right, if you were going to tow something, what would you tow?
Uh, you can call it a car.
Okay, what about a boat?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Who are you with?
My sister. Okay.
Oh, your little sister? Wait, that was your
My
niece,
big
your big sister. Okay, hold on. Last night you were babysitting or something. Now you have your sister with you?
no. Yeah.
All right, what's your sister's name? That's okay. You don't have to give it. We'll just say sister. All right, so your sister is older.
Yeah.
All right, you have a good friendship with her. You guys, you guys in your best
Oh.
behavior. All right. Does she ride around in your truck with you?
Yeah. Sometimes.
All right. What did she get for graduating from high school? Did she get a truck?
She got.
What did she get?
She got a Ford Edge.
All right, that works. If she were going to tow something, what would she tow? There you go. That's what I like to hear. All right. So what are you guys doing tonight?
Just smoking weed.
That's tight.
That's about it.
That's tight. Does she have a better relationship with grandma than you do?
Probably.
All right, that's good. Tell her to be on her best behavior and keep you out of trouble, okay? Excellent. Did you show her so did you show excellent, good job. Did you show her story yet?
What?
Did you show her story yet?
Oh yeah. She was on it like.
Dog, she's amazing. A girl after my own heart. Ask her what she made. What did she make?
She made nothing.
All
She literally just downloaded it, bro, and
right, well she wasn't on it all night.
she was just staring at her screen.
All right, that sounds interesting. All right, so what did you make that's cool?
Hey, fuck, smoking a cigarette.
Oh, did you finally get it to work? Good on you. All right. What's that? Okay. So are you like on basically a work stoppage until more animals come in or something? Okay. So you don't go back to work till you know when? You don't know when? Okay, what's the last thing you lassoed? All right. How big? Yo, how big was it?
It was like what, 15.
All right. Have you been doing that professionally?
Oh
All right. Have you been riding horses?
yeah. Yep.
All right. How's that been? Have you fallen off one recently? Okay, does that hurt like a mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you smoking out of a vape, out of a bong, or like a joint?
Okay, so that's uh, like
Oh, that's tight. All right. Very well. So you guys are just chilling?
yeah.
All right. Very well. How's TikTok been to you? Have you made 41 cents yet? 42 cents? You have 42 cents yet?
Yeah, every day.
Oh, you're at 41 cents?
No, 45 now.
Are you serious? Did your Sora video get 5 cents for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a. Are you serious? That made you 5 cents? Because I don't believe you. I think you're bullshitting. Are you for real? All right. Well, you owe me a nickel.
I'll grab the nickels and how about that?
Okay, I appreciate that one. All right. Did you tell your sister my joke?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You don't even remember. You didn't even know why it was funny.
Oh, wait, was it under fucking, I can't remember.
Okay, you ready? I'm gonna tell it to you again, and then you tell her. Okay.
Okay,
What's
okay.
the What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Okay. You want me to say?
But,
You want me to say it again? What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? So say it.
different.
Say what I just said. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Not just what. Say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Say it, what's the difference?
No, you say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Okay, what is the difference between a big pea and bonzo bean?
Not whatever the fuck. We're gonna say it again clearly. What is the difference
Oh my
between?
god.
Hey, big dog, big dog, big dog, big dog, calm down. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Alright, what is the
I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
oh my god. That's so good.
Say the answer.
I never had none of my face.
You can't even say the word. How are they supposed to laugh? Thanks, baby. Hey, Connor, you need some new friends.
Okay, hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay, you're never coming back. That's fine. I don't believe you. I believe it when I see
I just gotta take a shit, okay?
it. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't quick enough for you to take a shit. All right, all right. All right, well, you can't tell a joke for shit. You're good. All right, big guy. Well, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm about to talk in the Twitter street, so you can listen to me. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will soon. I shoot like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the data that overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me extremely influential. And once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, and family all independently wealthy if you're not already. And I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at creating not-for-profits, charities, and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm the biggest influencer on the internet. I'm not live on one social media stream. I'm not live on two. I'm live simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you look at my post, you'll see a link to all of those YouTube streams. I dare you to look at them. You've never seen somebody with so many live streams at one time. I also have my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. It would take me years to go through all of my content. I also have a link to my Discord there, discord.me/rabbi. If you wish, I'm live 24 hours a day in my Discord for you to be able to discuss anything you wish. Additionally, I want you to know that I am someone who is an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shore program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, if you're a killer, you need to be in my Discord. Everything that I will tell you is free. I am here to be a mentor. I'm here to be a coach. I'm here to be your friend. I want to make you more money. And I have a proven strategy to be able to do so. I have a proven track record of success. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share. Yo, what up, baby? I can hear you. Certainly. Well, like 100%. Yeah, by trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. I have a teaching background. I have successfully launched major apps on the App Store and Google Play, downloads of millions of people in major markets throughout the world, including Los Angeles. I have marketed on essentially every type of medium that there is, including television, radio, online, vertical, billboard, you name it, I've marketed there. Additionally, I have had major six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I am really giving my talents and knowledge away. I want people to be more successful. I don't currently have a project of my own, though I'm sponsored by a project that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Technical. It has a long name, but it's worth $100 million. And the ticker's Bitcoin, and we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells in rural Nigeria for the betterment of the people there. And I'd like to not only continue to help those types of projects, then I want to help the people of the world, particularly those in Nigeria. So if you want to know what I do, if you don't mind, I'll share it with you. Would you like to hear? Absolutely. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to make you the best social media marketer on the internet. Here's how we're going to do that. You send me a direct message or join my Discord. What I do is I send you a list of all the social media that is available to you for free. All the things that I say, everything I say is free. You never have to pay anything. There are no catches. So you may be someone who has a Twitter account or a Telegram account or a Discord account, or maybe all three, and that's great. But you don't have all of the social media, chances are. So what am I talking about? You need a YouTube account, an Instagram account, a Facebook account, an Imager account, a Reddit account, a Rumble account, a Twitch account. There are about 25 different free platforms that are major opportunities for you to be able to put to use as social media. So what you do, you're going to create a link to your account. You're going to create the 25 largest social media platform profile. Once you create those accounts, you're going to link them to your link tree. Then what we're going to do is we're going to populate those together with content using something known as Sora 2, which is an open AI product. It is taking over the United States and it's going to take over the world. It produces excellent videos that are about 10 seconds each that will tell you everything that you need to know about a certain person on social media. So we're going to create about 10 or a dozen of those videos and populate all of your social media with that so that your accounts aren't just skeleton accounts, you have content. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to make memes. Now you may say, Rabbi, I know how to make memes. That's great. I want your creativity. But I bet you aren't using your social media in those memes, meaning you're not tagging them with your handle or you're not putting your link tree. So we're going to put your link tree in there. We're going to put your handles in there so that people know who the creative genius is behind these different memes. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that these memes are on your social media, and we are going to populate your social media and your profile, and we're going to optimize your profile picture and profile for the best opportunities and hashtags that are available in crypto and NFT and Web3 in general. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to clip spaces. So hosts like this one, if you weren't aware, they love when you clip their spaces. When there's a really important moment, there's output, people are laughing, somebody tells something funny, when there's an entertaining part of the space. So you clip it, you'll tag the hosts, you'll tag the speakers who are involved in that, and then you're going to use hashtags to be able to create a great post. And that post is going to get you on the radar of the host and the other people who are generally influential in social media. Then what we're going to do together is we're going to get your elevator speech together. We're going to put together at least three of these: a 30-second elevator speech, a 60-second elevator speech, and a 3-minute elevator speech. Depending on the environment, depending on the space, some hosts give you more time than others. So you want to be able to get out your message in a clear and concise manner, depending on the forum. Now, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people shield themselves, and many times it sounds like this: GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. How are you guys today? I want you to know I'm XYZ and I'm in Web3 and I'm the best person in Web3. You want to work with me in Web3? Shoot me a DM if you want to give me a job. Many people shield themselves like that, and that's great. At least they're putting themselves out there in their training. But I want to make you better. I want you to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, I'm XYZ and I'm the best social media marketer in Web3, and here's why. All of the other reply guys and sealers and ringers are just going to comment GM on your post. They are going to like your post. They're going to repost your post on Twitter, and that's it. That's just the beginning from what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to create excellent replies to you. I'm going to ensure that your content is not just reposted on my Twitter, but I'm going to make sure that it's on my YouTube, the #2 website in the world, Facebook, the #3 website in the world. I'm going to make sure when people Google you, the #1 website in the world, you show up #1 because of the strength of our SEO, of our search engine optimization and search engine marketing. I'm going to make sure that when someone looks you up on TikTok, your post show. I'm going to make sure that when people look you up on Reddit, your post show. I'm going to make sure that you are highly ranked on Rumble and on Kick and on all of the streaming platforms. I'm going to make sure that you are #1 not just on Twitter, but on Blue Sky and Mastodon and Truth Social and all of the Twitter alternatives. Anywhere it is possible to rank #1 in social media, I'm going to make sure your brand is there. And what is that going to do for you? I'm going to repost you on 30 of my different social media accounts, which means 30 times more direct messages to you. It means 30 times more people are going to be buying your coin. It means 30 times more people are going to be giving you impressions and 30 times more people buying your NFTs. When you partner with me, you partner with an entire marketing team with the social media reach that I have. And the best part is I charge exactly what my competition does. So you can go with the regular reply guys and just get a little of this, a little of that on Twitter, or you can be #1 on all the social medias. My DMs are open. I'm excited to work with you. That's what you want to say. That's the passion that you want to have. And in addition to you having these social media accounts, you only have to create them once. You're going to get organic followers. You're going to get organic likes. And on top of that, it will make it very difficult for people to be able to impersonate you on the other platforms because you will have your name. No one will be able to steal your name. For those reasons, I think that if you're interested, you should send me a DM. I'll send you the list of social media that you need to create, and we can work together. Go ahead.
Really nice. You know, what are you
I don't really want anything. In fact, I don't want anything. I like people to be more successful. I get a great joy out of that. I like teaching people. I have a teaching background and I have a lot of skills, so I get joy out of teaching people. I like to see people succeed, but again, I don't want your money. Please don't offer me anything. All I want from you at the end of the day is to be proud of your work and to know that you're a better marketer than before we first met. Absolutely. And as you know, I'm available. Excellent. I'm available 24 hours a day. The Discord links in my profile if you haven't had a chance to join. If you don't have Discord, I totally understand. Feel free to send me a direct message, and I'll send you the list of social media that you need. And you can get started. It takes about 1 or 2 days for you to create all the social media and to link it in your link tree. But once it is, you have a very, very powerful role in social media. And all of your competition is going to be left in the dust because you're going to be the best social media uh, promoter on Web3, especially on Twitter Spaces. We have the opportunity to work together for free, and you can ask any of the people who work with me. I never charge them anything. I don't want to charge them anything. They have more confidence in what they say. They're able to promote themselves better. They're able to promote their customers better. I get great joy out of that. Certainly. Well, we just started this not too long ago, and it takes people a while to create all the 30 accounts or so. But if you search the name Prince Israel on Twitter, you'll find someone who's pretty far along in the process. If you search the name uh, Giant underscore Judge, that's another person who needs help. And we're really at the start of this. So I can tell you from my own experience, I have more social media than any person on earth, so I have a lot of experience. And over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 5,000 Bluesky accounts, and 10,000 Kick accounts. So I certainly know the process quite well, and I've seen a lot of social media in my time. And if you give us maybe a month or so, you're going to see the 30 or so people we have who are trying to create their accounts all over the internet. Uh, Usually, one of them is at one of my spaces. It just so happens to be pretty late when you guys are tonight, and they aren't here. But if you ask around, hey, do you know Rabbi? They're going to be, oh yeah, I know him. He helped me create my link tree. He helped me create my pitch, and I'm getting marketed. So that's what I can tell you. I just ask around. I'm pretty well known in the Nigerian community. Excellent, and I just want to extend my appreciation to Steven and be personal to be able to share. I don't mean to take up your whole space, but again, if you're interested, everything that I tell you is free. I'm going to charge you anything. All of the social media that you're going to support, you're going to set up, that's all free. Just send me a DM and I'll get the ball moving. I can list what you need to, for what you need to create accounts. No, not at all. In fact, if you consider no, not at all. In fact, if you consider yourself a social media marketer, that's the minimum that you need to have. That's what social media marketers in the United States have. If you want to work at an agency, that's what they're going to look at. They're going to want to see your social media. And if you just give me a moment, I'll read them to you so that you know that these aren't just vague ones. These are popular. So, of course, the link tree, we want you to have a Gmail account. So there's some people that email you. X, formerly Twitter, you have X accounts. YouTube, Telegram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat, Snapchat, Pinterest, LinkedIn, Reddit, Quora, Threads, Discord, Twitch, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr, Clubhouse, Rumble, Truth Social, Blue Sky, Kick, Imager, ChatGPT, and Sora. Those are the basic things. All of you already have about at least a quarter of those to half of them already. You just may not realize it, and we just have to help you with the other half. And then you're a full-scale marketer. If you consider yourself a Web3 promoter, Web3 marketer, you need to know that your competition is creating these types of accounts, and you should be as well. This is really important. You want to be able to say to your client that I posted your content on all of my social media. And it's very important, especially in the age of AI, where AI is growing all of these social media accounts to be able to populate with accurate and important information about whatever the project is that you are promoting. And it's fine if you don't want to get all of these, that's totally fine. But just know that somebody's going to steal your name, and then you're going to be upset in the future when you can't have all of your names be the same. You have to have some of them be different. It's worth your effort to get them all created down. You never have to create them again. Once they're created, it's not like I say you have to do this once a month or once a year. One time you have to do this. So for those reasons, I do not think it is an overwhelming amount at all. This is what agencies in the United States expect, and globally, this is becoming more common. Yeah, this is a great question. So, firstly, you're going to have the opportunity to get business on all of the platforms. So not just Twitter, like you were previously. You're going to have people that reach out to you on YouTube and on Reddit and on Discord and on Instagram and on TikTok. And they're going to say to you, hey, I see that you are promoting a project. I have a project I'd like you to promote. Or I have a project that I'd like you to be a part of. So the kind of jobs you get from here are moderators, community leaders, things like certainly spaces hosts and social Web3 marketers. You certainly could be a social media manager from here. You can be a brand ambassador. All of those positions that you may see in people's profiles, even graphic designers and project managers, all of these skills are going to be included in this sign up process and creation of these accounts, and you can use them for anything. So you could say, I don't want to be a Web3 marketer, I'm going to be a graphic designer. Okay, that's great. You need to have all of these accounts because people are going to want to see your art on all of these different social media platforms. It's important. And also, you have to understand Google and AI and DuckDuckGo and all of the other social media engines and AI engines scrape all of these social media platforms for content. And that's how they learn about it. So you want them to have accurate information about you and about your project. And you're not only going to be able to be a social media marketer, but really what you're going to be is at the core brand ambassador in the future for people, and then perhaps even a dev for certain projects. They're going to say, I saw that you were able to promote this project. I want to bring you my project. I want to make sure that you have a piece of the pie. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be able to make money on our project, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whatever it may be. You're going to be networked much better than you are currently with just the Twitter. Hi, Mr. Quinn. I'll be there in a second. My pleasure, Mr. Quinn. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Again, if you're interested, send me a DM or get back to you right away. If you follow me, I'll promote you right back to that connection. And most of all, come to my Discord 24 hours a day. You can talk to me about any of the professional issues that you have, or if you just need a friend, I'm here for you. Thank you for the opportunity. All righty, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
I'm sorry. Before, when my granddaddy told me about that, I had to do this little college fair. And I did it bed, and he said, oh, Lord, I don't know. So, I his cane, they have to go to the window, and I said, go sit down. So, he was so get up to the man. Oh, I said, are you ready? So now you want to sit here for 2 minutes? He said, yeah. I said, okay, good. They gave me enough time to take my thing off. I need to do. I just put him in the bed. We was not, I told my son we was not going to do that tonight. We had to get up, but I was asleep. I was going to hold up for me going to sleep. I get him in that little tiny space over there in that window, over there in that wall, between his bed and that wall. It's a small space. Oh, you got to get out. I was get him up about that trouble. I was going to go, no, not tonight. No, let's do this. I had to run to go get her. I told him to stay right there. He gets came. And I had to go put him in that stool right there by him. And I'm glad. I had to take her there and everything. So that's what I was dealing with. Just like, so.
No worries. Is he okay?
Yeah, I'm ready now. So I don't wait to maybe before I went to the bathroom. That gave me a time to take a bath. We ain't doing no time to get along. All right. How you doing that?
It was really good. Thank God. Just had the opportunity to come all my people in here. And we're approaching 2,500 people in here. And it was just like, I don't know, 2 months ago or so, we just hit 2,000, which is really great. More and more people are joining. And we've got for Nigeria, so that's good. And those people are really nice who I've met on Twitter. And um, I'm doing my best to help them. And and just promoting myself, doing what I can. And people are really positive about what I say. Nice show, Mr. Those two are pesky. So that's good. Give this to me. Oh, Mr. Aquarius, look how difficult this one is. Just get one of them. I mean, that's about all I can do. I swear, not good. Thank you. Get it. Well, Mr. Aquarius, you even kissed it. It went to the right. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt, Mr. Aquarius. You're going to get a strike right now. I feel it. Get it. I was right. I was right. Nice job. I agree. Oh, Mr. Chris, how didn't you get that one in the back? That was incredible. You got this. No doubt. That's perfect. Miss Aquarius, look at you. You are. You're gonna be tough to beat in this game, man. Oh, you might be unbeatable. I need to get. Give it to me.
Come on, you gotta strike it.
Okay, that was a big one. That was a big one. Yeah, but I needed a big score. That was that was not easy. That was not easy, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Now it's your turn. You just won, but you just gotta win again.
Like this.
Yes, ma'am. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. You gotta get that. No doubt. No doubt. They shouldn't even make you do it because you're so automatic. Come on. I've got the same one that you got. Thank you, man. Get it. Go, 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 go. It's halfway off. Okay, easy two. You got this. I shouldn't have said it's easy because those are actually two tough ones. You're right. All right. Now this is not easy. This is Aquarius. My finger slipped. There you go. I'm watching you. It's right. All right. You got this now. You've got a tough four to get here. You're gonna get them. Got him. Oh, blue on that one. Give it to me. Oh, come on. Miss Aquarius. Give me this one. They shouldn't even make me throw it. That's automatic. Get it. Get it. Okay, this is a tough split. At least get two. The goal is two. Hey, you got one. You got one. That's could have been worse. Oh, no doubt. Okay, this is actually not an easy split. Give it to me. How did I get those two but not the one? No way. No way. No way. Ooh, this is an interesting setup. Get it, girl. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, and she did. Folks, if you're watching at home, you should know she got one of the toughest five splits I've ever seen. That was amazing. Get it again. Miss Aquarius with the lead. Give it to me. Uh oh. Uh oh. I need to get all these. Get it. No. Miss Aquarius with the W. I win, you win. You win, I win. Excellent job. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal. Good job. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
I'm ready. I'm feeling
Sweet
God
dreams, God willing.
computer. Well, so it's basically Photoshop, but I draw it an actual drawing app. So I'm using it's just so much smoother. It's got a bunch of different brushes. It's smart because it's an open source app. It's free. And I'm free apps. I think that's decentralized. That's the future. Yeah, so I took one tonight. What's the most? Done. Yeah. It's insane. Everybody for commenting though. That's yeah, I'm going. I changed my workload today. Took that 101. Yeah, I work with cars. I can do it all. So I was up like that. I went on my old tool set. Yeah, bro. Like when I was 15, I was changing my girlfriend's brakes and put brakes on the shit. On everything, but rebuilt them himself. That's all. Yeah, it's higher. Like we, yeah, that's stuff. Dude, I got a small engine, so yeah, yeah, I can do both. Everything simple. My buddy did loads for a while. A lot of top ends. They didn't have much power. For boats. And what? I guess nice. I'm using Photoshop. I used to Adobe. I used to use Rabbi. Back in when I was in high school, I mean, this was about 15 years on and off. I was making logos for the teams and like money. Oh, these guys too. But goes back to have a mouse to draw on, or I mean a pen. It was literally with a mouse and editing skills. So. The jumbo, you can't just get just like you've got to make characters. Streets, but like I'm obviously part of like a rave festival, like it's self-expression and whatever, and like I have I supported him for a while. Yeah, we just solidified the lineup and it's I made the on my Instagram. I mentioned that shit is gonna be fucking poppin'. And he's here. He's just sleeping right now. He had a long day. Yeah, I heard him talking. I heard. Yeah. Tell me. He's kind of. I have my work. Yeah. No, the microwave.
Your winner, please. Are you ready to lose? Well, how was your day?
Not too bad. Hey, Rabbi.
Where, baby?
Where you use AI to increase your chances of.
Yeah, I'm sure there.
I mean, so I want to go on creating data results. It's very unlikely that it's going to be the same.
That's dude, that's what's known as the gambler's fallacy. There's the exact same, in a fair lottery, there's the exact same chance that the next choice will be a previous choice as there is a non-previous choice.
Okay. The chances of it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are a lot lower than like 6, 9, 12, 15, 22.
That's a gambler's fallacy again. It's the exact same odds.
Right?
Yes, ask me out right now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just like all in a row. The chances of that happening.
Dude, in a row? That's a different story. But just mixed up, it's the exact same odds.
You know the chances of it being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Fucking like 12 billion.
Dude, did you hear about that guy in Australia who won, I think, like some amount of money and then won it again? When the news came and interviewed him, dude, it's really famous. I've seen like 1,000 times.
Oh, yeah, I've been at
Yeah. In another dimension, dude, in another dimension, that's you. Whatever.
Successful famous people. So there's multiple dimensions.
Let me just cook. Because I already wanted to put it on. I wasn't done. I think like
There's
look at the
multiple-
visor.
Multiple
And so that's it's beautiful. I love it. I'm gonna cook more.
What up, baby?
There's a dimension where you might
This could be crazy.
Weird, dog. She's on my lap right now.
where
Really what it is.
Yep. It's known as your dreams.
I wanted to put
What?
it back because
Right, it's known as your dreams.
in the tree, you know, you're down there in the Bay Area, there's lots of trees.
Here's the thing, right?
Trees, so you gotta have
Not bad. It's like I have no idea how much they are.
Okay. Dude, have you joined the Big Steppers Discord? Okay, because you his girlfriend's a massive whore. So she just sucks dick during the week or something? That's tight.
And he doesn't know where the money's coming from. It's strange, but that's good.
You said that's funny. It's sad.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I'd rather give the money than have that type of relationship where you have no idea and you find out later.
Right.
Like, so devastating.
Right. I know up front that you're a huge bore. Like record breaking for it. I'd rather know that than the alternative.
Everyone,
Yes, sir.
you gotta have money for it.
100%. That bitch is gonna get anally fucked on 25 different angles.
Like,
Yeah, baby.
everybody else has another question.
Go ahead. Not really. No, I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I love being on stream. There's like nothing in the world that brings me more joy than being able to share my life with people. I mean, what'd you say?
Say if this dream was, say if this dream was next 10, 15, 20 years, are you gonna be happy? Are you gonna be happy with the bank?
Well, I'll be happy with the I'll be happy with the power of the thing. Sir, are you gonna shut the fuck up and let me answer the question? Okay, good. I'll be happy with the power the thing gives me.
You already have that privacy. Time. Well, no, if you went outside, but you already have that privacy. Like, how you gonna handle it? When no privacy, you can't go anywhere.
Well,
Everyone's gonna, and if you do go anywhere, everyone's gonna know where you are.
well, I do go outside, and people don't know who I am. But even when I live stream primarily outside, people didn't know who I was. So that's not like a major issue for me. The fact that I could probably disguise myself and then live amongst the people, that's not hard. There are stories of presidential children who sneak away from the Secret Service and go on dates and go hang out with their friends and stuff, and celebrities who wear disguises. So I'll be able to do all of that. It's not hard. And I'll be able to make a huge difference in the world. So I see it as a win win. Um, yeah, I mean, it could be done. Pretty more difficult though. Uh, but you're like an indigenous person born like in a jungle. Nobody knows who the fuck you are, and you could pretend to be your brother or sister or whatever. No, you're already within the king's clutches, man. You're in a commonwealth country. They've known about you since before you were born.
not my favorite.
No, what's your favorite song?
About me joint, talking about
Millie is a no.
That's not the name. It's Milli Vanilli.
Right, Millie.
Nelly?
Yeah, the one by Millie.
Dog, have you seen that video? Dog, Nelly's Dilemma with Kelly Rowland. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, were they using the X?
Ye-
Just talking about
Right, that's my favorite part. It's like, bitch, he's never gonna get your message. You're using a spreadsheet program. And she's all pissed off at him. You've seen that from a meme, haven't you?
Yeah,
Right. You like that song that much?
no. Yeah, that's a good song.
That's your favorite fucking song? You just like the background that goes, ow, ow, ow. Nelly, I love you, ow, I do. Need you, bubba, no matter what I do. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my crew, you know I'm crazy without you. No matter what I do, I'm crazy about you. You know I'm crazy without you. You know you like Nelly? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you were fucking silent?
Yeah,
Okay, what was it?
they made that song.
Zoo, do you like Nelly? Do you like Nelly?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay, what's your favorite Nelly song aside from Dilemma?
Uh,
There are only two appropriate answers. Go.
fuck. I don't know.
Country Grammar or Hot in Here.
Not just a friend.
That works. That works really well. That's a good song. It's a very good song. And then he also did this song. He did like a remix of Cruise. Baby, you a song. You make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
Like, yeah, that's
Yeah, what song did you say of Nelly?
that's
I know. What song did you say of Nelly before Drop It Like It's Hot? Ride with Me? What was it?
just
Just a Dream. That's a good one. I think he has a
one
song.
that I'm thinking of, but
I think he has a song Ride with Me.
yeah,
What about
No,
what?
Nelly doesn't Nelly doesn't have it's
Yeah, he does. There was a time when Nelly was the biggest rapper in the world. Yeah, he is. American rapper Nelly.
he's an artist.
He's called a rapper. He's a rapper, singer, and actor.
His song for it.
No, got it. He has 5 children. He's from Toulouse. That was a song. He had Sweat and Soup. Party People, Step on My J's. Oh, he had Air Force Ones. That was a big song. He had Just a Dream. He had, he did like country rap.
Rabbi.
What up, baby? He had Nellyville. He had Country Grammar. Country Grammar was such a big song. Bum, bum, bum. Hot shit, hot shit. I'm going down, down, baby. Go street in the range with a street sweeper, baby. Huh? Never to let it go. Shimmy, shimmy, talking blood. Listen to it now. Ride it on the take a blood. Listen to me now. You can find me in St. Louis rolling on thugs, rapping on thugs. Fuck, market, fucking buck. Bring mother, going some caps and hugs. Mean mug and shows that you are the related, enough scratch just to navigate it. Fully decorated and chrome and it's candy painted. As I'm painted, wild hated. I'm back St. Louis to Memphis, from Texas back up to Indiana, Chi-Town, KC, Motown to Alabama, LA, New York, Vegas, logos, the hot Atlanta, Louisiana, getting paid on this country grammar, smoking going down, down, baby. No street in the rain. No sweet, sweet, baby. Come ready to let it go. Shimmy, shimmy, tell the world listen to it now. Light it up and take a bunch. Listen to me now. How'd you like that one, Zoot? He had Batter Up.
Yeah.
He had St. Louis.
I'll go back.
He hold on. He had Hot in Her, Dilemma, Air Force Ones, Pimp Juice. Dog, he had Pimp Juice. He had Pimp Juice. What motherfucker had Pimp Juice?
And that's just not possible. Yeah, it's not possible in a world where the network is dispersed throughout the something to your question. I know there's a GitHub or something like that, and people take stuff out of that and put the meta image into that, so that then they can something like that, right? Not kind of. It's definitely not 100%. It's definitely inscribed on if you own the token address to the address that has the image inscribed on it, you are without a dispute the owner of it. I mean, sure, anybody else can go and copy it and use it on the internet, download it as a JPEG. You owning the token means that you actually own the rights. Like you actually are the owner of that. So somebody else goes
Here it is. Like lettuce is.
So climax is what makes it funny.
ton of moves in a stand up show. It's a great host. Yeah, also two shades. Shades of green. Yeah, shades of green. I've never really watched other people on the show. Grace is funny. I think he jumped the shark in a way. Yeah. He talks about I can't say how much I miss like the makeup. But even then, I have respect for Brian. Just like super joke. Like to go and do it all the time until we get it's like so amazing. Well, man, shit touched the people here. Is there I don't know. Like comics. All right, well, let's go. So, someone over by range probably talking about scouts out of kids pulling out their cots and out there. Yes. That's the great thing about shopping. Your statements are clearly you've been molested, you've taken and that's almost like yeah, because it's like in that moment where you're you feel bad. Someone like Sugar, he clearly just doesn't understand how to process something. So he's like, it's like you're like, oh, laugh how stupid. It's almost like he cares, but he just doesn't get it. It's like focusing on one thing and forgot that it's about a, you know what I mean? Like he hears like getting sucked and he's like, oh, it's funny. Here's like a way that he could. It's like, oh. Big A. And then there's the comments where people are like, what he did this and he did that. So I feel like there's some sort of so I'm not giving him a pass for his actions. And these sure did. and you don't, you're going to bond. So, for instance, if you say, no, that's very easy. That's dog. Middle? No. Middle? It's, you have to work hard. You just sort of what you say. It's that. And, you know, you kind of got you when it comes to windows, person. Yeah. It's not even, you see, I drink eggs because those are some of the sauces. So I started doing something, you know, sort of like movie stuff and art. And then I started doing spaces and that's when I started getting into it. I was like, what the heck is this? And people just kept calling me CT, you know, CTX. I heard them say that. I heard them say that. I was listening in. While I was listening in. It's actually really interesting. Yeah. I like it. It's got a massive market cap. And another reason I'm so bullish on XR is they have, like when Trump was in the Genius Act, I know that for sure. Like, money people. They are making the absolute highest. They're you need to have to really do something like for the future. They go into store using
In the cold winter of 2003, tensions were growing between tent mates at the Colorado military outpost. The ensuing battle was responsible for Lieutenant Dan writes home to his family about the mounting tensions.
My dearest mother, how I miss you. You remind me of home. Brendan's been eating my rations again. I think it's an accident. Barking continues. I strive to be the noble man you raised me to be. I fear that complication is inevitable. Your loving son. P.S. Give my sister a kiss from me.
Meanwhile, a messenger also delivered news from Brendan to his family.
What up, Jay? Roommate's still a he eat his food. See where that goes. Oh yeah. And I told his mom to fuck off. Comic shop.
Then, one cold, fateful night, tensions came to a head. Brendan blamed Dan for the work of vandals and declared battle. first maneuver was to remove his shirt, followed quickly by an artillery volley of saliva.
I mean, you
He hesitated to take a defensive posture, and by the time Brendan's charge reached, little could be done. Gadoosh from the last door. The battle was over, and fired a gun. To make matters worse, Brendan went on to spin the narrative in his favor, slandering Dan's good name, sending Dan on a wounded retreat home. Though he may never know, thousands have been defending his honor for years, drawing attention to Brendan's many misdeeds. Still to come in the redacted war.
Blue window wall. Dramatically. I need. Yeah, you know. You can really, you can use all the data. You can. There's infinite ways to succeed at something. I know it was. Yeah, usually I'm the biggest pod, and Elon Musk. I won. You were.
he's coming in this weekend. His shows and he's going down there and we'll see. I believe a few I just got you. You guys are not locked in. You need to reclaim that space so we can get more people in here. Don't wait. Look, are you? Okay, so the people that actually posted their friends in your family are going to admit just Jake and Grant, Satoshi, Wayne, and again, don't be shy. So you know what? It's okay. It's okay. You wish to speak. We did just bring up gender market research. Gender market research. And where's yours?
Time. Absolutely. Weird because I try to find the meaning on the actual YouTube. I think it's been taken off. I think I really clicked so I'm taking this the final conservative. I think the actual original has been taken from the Bible, which is hard to really see this is true. So I was going to give about there's a clip here from combat show that just happened I think a couple of hours ago when obviously pre-one and doing the thing with the right Campbell. Excellent show on combat. Really fun banter between the guys and people on this show as there, right? And can you guess what's up? Guy combat show. Can you guess what's the credits from? Can you guess some of the reference? The funny thing is that I tried to find this clip in the original video, and I think it's been taken off easy. Also, I think so. I should on YouTube, and I'm able to chat. If you edit the live chat replay won't be available. But that will as a replay. Check the chat. Check the chat. But this is funny. UK, this is our final entry. Let's hear from them. What? No, you can't park this truck over there. We talked about it. Are you doing how's it going? How you doing? To ask, GM's when you start to get this thing is so really into the I work for is it y'all's fault Bellator? So do you think PFL smart cage is impressive? Yes. Chairs, including that legitimately was one of the best exhibitions I've ever seen at the high level. The start is even the greatest. Look at this. Look at the start. This is absolutely brilliant.
What? No. We've told him that multiple times. He's loving us.
Are you doing bits?
How's it going, CEO?
You could have.
And toss with the rugby word hello.
What do you think of
And toss. Well, you don't want to dress. And we'll do my own. Okay, come on. I can't tell. But I can't tell. No, and then tell. I can't tell.
I mentioned that Daddy got
Look at this. That's lettuce.
Growing and PM is starting to flow. It was meant to be the springboard for Callan's career. Come back after being stuck in purgatory. Surface. One cold hard fact once and for all. The allegations is just, and that's it. No. Joe Rogan and Brendan Shaw still just not there to pump up your comedy. Embarrassing enough, then getting pretending to these things. So I'm going to take the details. Trust me, this final time, now they rushed to it all started with podcast.
podcast. About that? Podcast. You know, yeah. Big podcast. Big podcast. You know that? I've done it for many years. I haven't talked to her. She's been busy. I know her assistant reached out, and I had to do actually be a Zoom. She does it, which is you have somebody comes on the internet and then and I was like surprised. It was probably like make sure your camera is all and now I somebody's got your Facebook on my God. And he's like, hey, like, screen share so I can help you. Screen share with the guy, and he's trying to configure. And then I'm clicking everything. I go, wait, so when are we doing it? This Friday. And I go,
When her people reached out. They said, those only God works. You can learn much from what I'm telling you. Jump in and as you go, everything. realized after about 20 minutes, cold, he and then he was schedule. There's this two more
I was like, where are you from? I have this fever. What's that?
honestly have happened especially after he dropped his appointment from the failure. The last 8 months. So rising and got him back doing what he loves. Early setting and the solo appearance on GRE promoted. Sadly, those that all that elephant mediocre but the rates of stuff that lines
I tried my hardest. I was in class every. I got whatever reason. I didn't. I'm not Ryan. I think I'm really good at comedy. Yeah, I'm just not as good. Maybe maybe smarter in this other. That's fine. Because of I did hard. You're gonna. Yeah. All good. Do not. Let them love, because otherwise you'll look at that to me. I think all of this is chaos. They can't be a straight bullet. My kids, they're way worse. I know. I am. You want to open up? You pay a price. I think that. These things are these throat. You don't understand. Are the fact? You mean like special? Everyone says it's special. You guys should. I went through like I was like I didn't I want to repeat chaos. I a lot of people say anything regarding gentlemen. I do not have to deal especially with have this idea and it's just not. I watched it. Here, and I was like, yeah. I'd see. So I went to Orange County, and I was like, hang. And then it's just like no one because had love for you and it's keep that in mind when you would love to cash your state checks in. To my friends who fly private. Selling out arena types, selling out Cowboy Stadium or something, successful. Good comedian and no one's Brian Callen in stage. Happen. How am I 60 years old? Still figuring shit out. Feelings of pretending the spotlight has a dim. He's putting on a break. Resigned to the fact that it's all over. The last so this is like a Shakespearean tragedy.
Yeah, Will Chamberlain sitting on these motherfuckers.
But secretly, more than anyone, these funny. They were bringing adjacent roads. Comics go to their egos full of testosterone, and these are the sacred story by absorbing feeling a prequel, and this latest generation is scammed by poetic. It was so bad that there isn't a timeline succeeded. It's the mirror and saying, "Hey, Brian, funny, fuckers. This isn't what I was thinking." Most of you will almost entirely storage. But as Rogan puts it, with no audience. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels if you want to keep up with the comedy Civil War. It's a longer form video. Watching guys.
No, dog.
Just so everybody knows, I'm like that's correct. Because all carbon monoxide is right here, right now. I'm getting high. Amazing things about 5 house. Rented me well. To
help with my mortgage. So much stronger than mine. Like this. She did hold it. Shit podcast. Alan gets closer. Show up and quitting the past the low energy. To Brendan's life. Save. And
Yo, how are you? Taking in and taking names. Every day's a holiday. What's good? Word, dog. How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, okay, thanks. 100%. All right, big dog. Let's do it. And then over the son. Nothing for game to play. All right. What do you like to play? What about Grand Theft Auto 5? How the fuck don't you have Grand Theft Auto, son? Yes, you are. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 being delayed? No, no, no. Question asked, what are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed? Doug didn't even know Grand Theft Auto 6 got delayed. That's right, my man. So it got delayed from May 26, 2026 to November 19th, 2026. What are your thoughts? Fuck that shit is the correct answer. Word, dog. All right. So what's on your agenda for this weekend? Aside from slaying and dick like it's going out of style. You're gonna get double a weekend? Congratulations, yeah, for being too sexy. Too tasty like white? Where were you working? Okay. That's the largest poultry producer in the United States. They practically own the state of Arkansas. Word, dog. Hey, yeah. Word, dog. That's nothing surprising. Them and Walmart own that fucking state. Word, dog. Okay. So Tyson Foods. That's a tough place to work, isn't it? Were you the animals? Were you with the animals? While they were still alive? Or no? Yeah, it's like illegal
come to me.
It's illegal to use it for film them. You know that?
Sign a contract.
Isn't that so wild?
Like, if you sign a contract that says you cannot film videos that you are and they like,
Word, dog, and I think you criminal. Shit. And I don't think that's cool because how do you get whistleblowers number one and number two? Well, that's like a violation of your right. And three, what are you doing that's so fucking secret?
there's the big answer right there.
Word, dog. But here's what happened.
I'm pretty sure they used stuff that they're not supposed to use to basically gas chickens.
They
Or
gas
use
them, and then they
to gas
fucking
or something. They use
elect,
something else they're not supposed to use.
they electrocute them so all those fucking feathers come off.
That's what it is. And what it is.
Word, dog. And
It's that big ass machine they got in there. That's it.
they don't want those videos to get out because it causes millions of dollars in bad PR. Whenever one of those videos gets out on anybody in the animal industry, and I think that's important. All right. If I ever have a farm, it's gonna be live streamed 24/7. Those fucking chickens are gonna be basking in the sun till the day they die of natural causes, and then they'll fucking live.
No.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to know. Fat, flat.
So what do you? This is what you record.
Oh, this isn't like this.
You make enough money.
I
Obviously.
have gained some financial independence through apps that I launched on the App Store and Google Play. So I'm an app entrepreneur. So you
I don't like homes.
you don't even have the money to get it off the ground. So expensive nowadays. Word, dog. All right. You ready to hear what I do? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life treatment show, real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase concept is king, and we're making it true today. I'm changing the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. The reason why is in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. And with that influence, and once I go viral, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity of generational wealth. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound to you? Excellent. Word, dog. I stream my life not only for world peace, but I want to help end world hunger through new technology, such as agriculture, drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program and most important, desalination technology, where we comfort water onto land and make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
Sounds nice.
Word, dog.
Like, yeah, I like that.
I'm a futurist. I like to think about things that unite us as a people, as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA. Thus, I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, super intelligent. Space elevators, space tourism, things like terraforming other planets. I like to talk about interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Neuralink and sand machines and invisibility cloaks and extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful deep extinction took place in the year 2020 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, announced colossal bioscience. They made it their goal to do the next 3 years of 2028 to reintroduce the bullet man within the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth reached Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting to be able to capture live on my stream. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about age 80 years old. If you want, with your consent, I'd like for you to be able to live longer using life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, growth hormone stuff, chronic strategy, things like cold shock therapy, red light therapy, conversion therapy, testosterone replacement therapy to get you to be age 100, 120. And at about age 120, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body started to break down. What's the next plan? This again with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize the technology known as mind-blooded technology. That's where we scan and bring in the computer that can scan our MRI with your consent for every aspect of the central nervous system, the peripheral nervous system. Earlier downloaded an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is we have an opportunity of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Love that.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah, dog.
When they get the fucking video game, play them on your mind,
Yeah, baby.
I'll die there.
That's Neuralink. That's already happening. There's a man named Nolan Astro who plays the game Civilization with his mind.
Like aspirin.
Yeah, he was the first Neuralink patient. It's like it's NOLAASBURG. That's not exactly right close. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker can't. So I'm giving you 95% of the way.
Let's see.
Look it up. Nolan NOLAN space ASB.
Nolan Arbaugh.
Okay.
Arbaugh?
Yeah,
And that's one of the last thing.
yeah, exactly. It's not for me. Nolan Arbro. Okay, there you go. Nolan Arbro.
Arbaugh. Yeah.
There you go. I got you 95% of the way there, baby. Nolan Arbro. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name. He's better than you are in video games. How does that make you feel? That motherfucker can't use his. There you go. He can't use his arms nor his legs. But you don't want a Neuralink implant. You want one of the skull caps so that you don't need to have anything put into your body. And the skull caps work just as well. More, dog. All right. So you want to be on the Neuralink list. Shout out to Nolan Arbro. Apologies to you, G, for always saying your name incorrectly. And shout out to my man here, BS, who had the balls to look your name up. It's been a long time since I've seen him. He interviewed him. But, yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago, he was the first Neuralink patient, and now there are at least half a dozen of them. And so far, so good. So that's good. Like none of them had None of them have died, to my knowledge. Oh,
All of these things that have been pretty well. Doesn't look anybody up or
so that's an
else
issue.
up with technology.
That's an issue. So basically, from the interviews I've seen with Nolan, he has said that like they put it in him, but they don't have a way to update it really well right now. And so he wants the second version of it or whatever that is, but they haven't done that yet. They haven't like taken one out and put a new one in and make sure it works. And so he might be exactly. So he might be stuck with volume one or version one, like for life, or hopefully. And he said, like, hopefully they've talked to him about this. They'll be able to figure out how to remove version one and put in version two. But that's why I'm of the belief. That's why I am of the belief. Don't put anything in, because I see how technology shit works, and it gets wet, and it's got a bad battery, and the battery becomes a spicy pillow and explodes. I don't need any of that inside me. Give me the skull cap. I'm, I'm cool with just the cap.
With, like you're driving down the road and then you get a fucking hard drive that's corrupted and now you keep pressing the brakes.
Word, dog. Somebody gets fancy and waves a magnet by my head, and then all of a sudden I just drop like a fly. I don't want that. Word, dog. Okay, so you like games. Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Oh, it sucks, but it's great. It just sucks. Basically, oh, I'm going viral on it, baby. It just sucks. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. But yeah, you can use that to become successful. I'm in one right now. You're able to speak to like 1,000 people at once. That's really hard to do, just randomly. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't hijack somebody's YouTube stream and start talking. So this gives you the opportunity to do that. And I've been promoting myself. The thing is, you have to be very, very, very patient to get into these big spaces. Sometimes you might wait 4 or 5 hours and not even get called up to talk. But then, if there's ever one of these serendipitous moments where you're paying attention and they call you up, you get to shield for like a minute. And whenever I shield for a minute, I get so many motherfucking people here at once. It's too many to talk to. And then I get a ton of DMs, and I get a ton of people who follow me. So it's a very effective way to be able to promote yourself. Way more effective than any other way online. Just by far. Like I've been live streaming online for more than 4 years, doing everything I can to promote myself. And there isn't anything that works as well as just good for me.
I remember seeing you on YouTube about 5 or 6 years ago.
Well, that wasn't me because I wasn't streaming my like 5 or 6 years ago, but 4 years ago I was. There you go. That could be 100%. Oh yeah.
Everybody's like, this is gotta be fake. Like, yeah, this is definitely real. No, I didn't leave a comment. I just seen it.
That's all right. If you left a comment, if you would have left a comment, I would have never read it. So no big deal. Well, because I have so many fucking streams. I have 20 different streams going at once. Nobody's got time to read comments on 20 different streams, especially when half of them are "go fuck yourself." Nobody has time to read that shit. Weird, dog. And they could make it so much better on YouTube if they just had a sound. Like if just the computer made a sound when somebody typed to you, but they don't have that. And you have to use third-party apps, and the third-party apps absolutely suck dick. A lot of times they don't work, and so it's just becomes a very frustrating situation where You could have somebody type into you, and you don't find out they're typing 12 hours later. It's like such a simple thing for these platforms to just say, if somebody sends a message, just make a sound. Good song. That's all you have to do. But they don't do that. And the third party apps that do make sounds and do read you the chats and shit like that, they only work 50% of the time, maybe, and not always. They get disconnected. They have integration issues. It becomes frustrating. So, what I tell everybody when they read my stream, it just says, "Come to my Discord to talk to me." And I get people who do that. They're like, "Hey, I saw you streaming. I started commenting to you, and I read the title, and it said your Discord link, and so I just came in here and checked it out. I can't believe you're a real person." And I say to them, "Of course I'm a fucking real person. Nobody would make an AI with this bullshit." And then they're like, "Oh my word, I watch you every fucking day." I had a girl come in here last week. She's like, oh my god." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "I'm gonna cry." I'm like, "Why are you gonna cry?" She's like, "I can't believe I'm talking to you. I watch you every day on YouTube. I just like to not be alone, and I just put on your streams, and it's like I have somebody else there." And I was like, "And it took you this long to come in and introduce yourself?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "All right, well, you can tell I'm a real person, and you're more than welcome to come in here whenever you want." So I do get some fans, and pardon me. Yeah, it's like 100%. I get other people. Some of the people who are in here right now, they just like to sleep with other people just to know they're not alone in the world, and I frankly enjoy it as well. I like to know other people are there. Just we're not alone. We've got friends in this world. Have you ever seen the Truman Show? What the fuck did you do with your life? You haven't seen the Truman Show. It's a movie from 1996. Starring Jim Carrey, and his entire life is on camera, but he doesn't know it. So basically, the story is he is born into a world. He's born, but a corporation adopts him. And the corporation that adopts him is like the first corporate baby. And they use this baby to put cameras all over the house, the crib, and behind his beer, and all kinds of places. And he doesn't know it. And he goes through his entire life, and everybody's like artificially nice to him, and everything about his life is like very uh, corporate and controlled. And everybody in the outside world watches him on camera, and they're like really excited for him to discover that he's like eventually maybe going to find out he's on camera and get out to the outside world. He's basically born on a soundstage, like a giant soundstage. And there are clues that he kind of might not, that things might be artificial, like, but they make him like really scared of water, so he never like tries to go outside his area. And he falls in love, and the person who he loves tries to warn him, like, "Hey, I'm an actor, and this is fake, and you need to like try to figure it out." Anyway, it's a really good movie. It's really good, this movie. And so when people say this is a real life TV show, when I say that, that's what it is. It's basically like, my whole life is on camera. Even though I know it's on camera, I don't know that I'm ever really going to be famous. So when I do become famous, we'll go back and watch these and go, "Oh, that was so funny. I didn't even know it's famous stuff." It's baller as fuck.
famous.
I don't know if you ever settle in. Meaning, like, you know, like, right, exactly, right. I think it probably would start feeling real when you start to meet other famous people and they know who you are. You're like, motherfucker, I know you. You're the center for the Lakers, and you're a pitcher for the Dodgers, and you play center field for the Yankees, and they all know who you are. You're like the biggest actress in Hollywood, and you own such and such tech company. And they're all like, yeah, we know who you are. You don't have to like, we know who we are too. You don't have to tell us. We get it. Like, and they just and like wherever you go, everybody's like, they know who you are. They fucking bitches masturbate to you. That's when you know you're fucking famous. Isn't that when you say that that's a pretty big standard. If you've got bitches masturbating to random ass bitches on the street who are just like, I'm after you, you're pretty fucking famous. Word. When it happens. Oh, I know. Definitely. 100%. Knock yourself out, man. Word, girl. Let that sprinkler fly. But yeah, I would definitely, if I were ever a famous person, I would definitely be the kind of famous person who would wear disguises and and go out and just try to be normal and and fuck with people too. I would totally fuck with people. I'd be like the biggest person to fuck with. I would be like, I'd go to Starbucks and I'd be like, hey, can I get an apron and just pretend to work here? And the baristas would be like, yeah, sure, man, I go for it. And then people would come in, random ass strangers, and I'd be like, all right, welcome to Starbucks. How can I help? They'd be like, damn, you look like the rep. I'm like, yeah, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? And they'd be like, you look just like my rep. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? You want a frappuccino? Do you want a mocha? You want a latte? What can I get for you? And be like, man, can I take a picture of you? I'll be like, look, I'm just a barista here at Starbucks. I would make that my whole fucking morning. Then I'd go to Target. I'd be hanging out at Target. People would be like, is that the Rabbi? I'd be like, no, I get that all the time. I am a Target customer service agent. I just go in with khaki pants and a red shirt. And you look like a rabbi.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. I would do that all fucking day. I'd make that like the first part of my week. Every fucking. I would just go to random ass places and just be famous. I've seen people do this before, like on Candid Camera or those Jamie Kennedy experiment kind of shows, and it's so fucking funny to me when they're like, "Who did I see or who did I hear about?" Uh, oh, I know, Aaron Rodgers. I heard about one of these. So he's a quarterback for the Steelers. He was a quarterback for the Jets, and prior to that, he was a quarterback for the Packers. And he was on one of these shows or something like that. I read about it on social media, and he was just like, I think they had him working at some customer service job, and somebody comes up to him and they're like, "Are you Aaron Rodgers?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, I get that all the time." And the girl's like, "The team you play for is like my favorite team. You look exactly like him." He's like, "Yeah, I get that all the time. It's, how can I help you?" I would do that shit all the time. I would be all about that shit. I would think that is the funniest fucking shit. And I'd play along with it as long as they want to. Like, they'd be like, "Can I get your autograph just in case?" I'd be like, "Yeah." You want me to sign it with my name or the famous person you think I am? And they'd be like, "Can we get a selfie?" Oh, yeah, totally. That's one thing. I don't know if you probably haven't seen, but like, there are these things on. I'm on social media 24/7, so I see them all over the internet, and they have these people who sign autographs for the WWE, and I always see John Cena doing it. And he can fucking do these autographs. They give him a big fucking stack of these things. Boom, boom, boom. And they remove them for him. He doesn't even move them. He just puts his fucking signature on it, and they do the next one, the next one, the next one. And I feel like my arm would get tired. So what I would do is I would just get like a stack of paper and have it go sideways, and I would just drive by in a car with a marker and just like mark it. I'd be like, "All right, you got my autograph," because I feel a lot of people want to do it in the most efficient way possible. These are the things about what you think when you're maybe I'll go better. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else I would do. I I definitely know I would do this. I would go to places and tip really well. I'd be like the best tipper ever. Like I'm already a very good tipper. I'd be like disgusting. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Um, there's this one oh dude, okay, so there's this show. It's called Nathan for You. Did you ever see it? It was on Comedy Central. Okay, so they it's called Nathan for You. So it was a really interesting show. In one of the episodes, they wanted a lookalike of a celebrity to come in and tip a really big amount. And so, if you remember who Kramer was on Seinfeld, it's Michael Richards. They had a Michael Richards. Yeah, they had like a Michael Richards lookalike or something come in and tip like $1,000 or something like that. Oh, I know what it was. I think it was just to get a business some free publicity. So to get like the news there. So they had a Michael Richards lookalike tip $1,000 or something. And then they called the news and said, "Hey, what a cool thing." And then the news came there and they were like did an interview at the place. And that got them way more than $1,000 in free publicity. It was something like that. I would do that same shit, but I would never do it. I'd be the person. I'd be like, I would take like a month. Everything. I'm trying to think of things that people normally ever tip, don't tip, and I would tip. And even if they don't accept tip, I would tip the pilot of a plane. You don't normally tip that guy. I tip him or her. I would tip like I don't know, police officer. I guess you're not allowed to do that because that's like bribery. But I would tip. I don't know. I would tip everybody. Everybody would be able to do it. So, yeah, I would try to think who I wouldn't. I would tip. I tip the local councilman. I guess they could be an illegal crime too. So you gotta be careful with some of that shit. But I would tip doctors. I would tip your doctors. I would tip doctors. Everything. 100%. I would just be like, bingo. Trying to think what else I would do. I would definitely do the whole wear a disguise and sneak out of places. That would be baller. Oh, I would be really good friends with the paparazzi. I'll tell you that. They could take as many pictures as they wanted me because I live stream my life. They're helping me. So I would be like, take all the pictures you want, and I'd be really cool friends with them. And you can tell what celebrities are cool with the paparazzi. I'd be like, all right, so I'm gonna go to this strip club. You can take pictures of me going in, and then I'm gonna go to this brothel afterward. You can take pictures of me going in and out. Then I might swing by Krispy Kreme late at night. You can take pictures of me there. And I might hit a Baskin Robbins. You can take pictures of me there. And then, I would give them my schedule. What else?
That's I never even thought about that. This
Oh,
works.
word, 100%. What else would I do? I would, how would I use? Uh, I would do the whole thing of going to children's hospitals. I would fucking live at those bitches. I'd be like, I've got a tea. I've got a tea time at 1 p.m. I'm going to go to a children's hospital before then. All the nurses would think I'm the coolest motherfucker ever. I'd be giving out ice cream cones and lollipops, taking pictures of kids who are going to die in 2 weeks. That shit would be cool as fuck to me. Um, just to make it kids' day. I would go to schools. I would just randomly show up at schools and be like, I would talk to the principal or talk to the teacher. Be like, hey, can I just pop in and like make these kids fucking life? And be like, I'll sign all the autographs they want. We can sing songs, play video games. I would actually want to go play, have recess and play football with them and like that kind of shit. That would be fun. And just like, kids would be like, yeah, I can't believe Rabbi came to my fourth grade class. We played catch, and then like we fucking ate ice cream, and we watched. Trying to think what kind of cartoon would be interesting. I don't know. We could do something cool, and then they remember you as like the coolest fucking. That'd be like the coolest fucking school day ever. What else would I do? Definitely help children's hospitals, regular hospitals, definitely. Maybe nursing homes. Just like you gotta think, like if you're a celebrity, like a super big celebrity, nobody's gonna say no to you. Like, hey guys, I want to go call the numbers at bingo. They're not gonna say no to you. They're gonna be like, fuck yeah, you're super famous. Like, give us a bunch of attention, and we will forever be known as the retirement home where the rabbi read bingo numbers. That would be fucking. They love that. I would just love. I would love to do shit like that where it would just be totally a surprise. People living their normal life, and not only do they get a break from their Monday day, but they get a story that they're going to tell their fucking grandkids. That shit would be good.
Yeah, it's nice. Get the material from stories. Great. Great kids. I mean,
100%. Trying to think what else.
I always feel like I was doing a take a risk.
Have you ever thought of? Have you ever thought of live? Have you ever thought of live streaming your life?
Yeah, that's just like
Dog, it's a pain in the ass, but it's amazingly worthwhile. I mean, I met you because of it. I would have never met you, and all the other people I've met. In total, tens of thousands of people I've met or interacted with in the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot. I've been able to. I can't tell you how much I've learned. I learn so much every single day, and I learned a lot when I had a traditional career as well. I'm always a learner, but I just I greatly enjoy it. I know I'm creating like an archive of human development that will be studied in the future. I know it has the potential to make me a lot of money, but I don't really think about that. I do think about that it's going to help society, just like with computers. Like I can show the world, like computers need to be more efficient. Here's where they crash. Here's where batteries fail. Here's where devices need improvement. Like that kind of shit. I love. I'm gonna love to be able to help improve if I can get enough attention to it. Um, yeah, that's definitely. I'm trying to think. I mean, I know there will be drawbacks, perhaps, of being a famous person. Somebody was asking me about this earlier today. I get it. The whole like not being able to go outside without getting mobbed and that kind of shit. I get that. So that part'll suck. But um, I don't know. I'm sure that you can get enough bodyguards to kind of take care of that shit. And celebrities aren't really like I don't know, 30 years ago or something. They would like you'd have paparazzi that would go through your garbage and would like stalk you. Celebrities don't really have that anymore. They basically pay for paparazzi pictures of them, so they get more attention. Just social
I
media.
mean, a public thing, and you just that's your goal. That's how you're gonna make money.
Yeah,
And annoy somebody so much that eventually they just pay you to be not where they want to be.
exactly. That's what they do. Social media basically killed a lot of that because before the people were like clamor for magazine pictures and things, but now celebrities give you those pictures, so kind of cut out the middleman.
That makes sense.
Word dog. I would I would pull a bunch of pranks on people, like not in a mean way, but I'd be like, can I cook as a chef at a restaurant for a day? And they'd be like, yeah, sure, go for it. And I would like I'm not a professional chef, and then maybe I wouldn't make something right, and somebody would complain about it, and they'd come up to me and they'd be like, "Yeah, they didn't think you cooked the steak right." And I'd be like, "Oh, they did." And I'd come out there and I'd be like, "Oh, you don't think I cooked the steak right?" And they'd be like, all embarrassed, and I'd be, like, "I'll try my best next time. Sorry." And they'd be like, like that kind of shit is so funny to me. Like, of course they're not going to do it correctly or something like that. I would love that shit. Or like I would say to somebody the next time somebody asks for the manager, just come get me. And so somebody be like, I don't know, at like a store, and they'd be like, I'm going to speak to your manager. And then I'd come out and I'd be like, yeah, can I help you? And they'd be like, oh my word. And I'd be like, yeah, this person's making minimum wage, you're doing everything that they can, and you're acting like a huge bitch. How about you shut the fuck up and just buy the shit and don't complain, like whatever the fuck it was. I would just do my best to make people realize that they were acting either immaturely or inappropriately. I think that shit would be so funny. And what else would I
This
do?
is all for me. Just
Word. Oh, I would do this. I saw there's a famous picture of where Anthony Bourdain and Barack Obama ate in a Vietnamese restaurant like 15 years ago or so. And it was so famous that nobody's been allowed to sit in the chairs that at this restaurant ever since. They put it in a glass cube, like because that's really famous people to be there. But there are these famous pictures of these Vietnamese people who are just eating, and they don't know who these two guys are. I would do that shit all the time. I'd go to like rural Africa, and no one would know who I was, and I'd be like, "Hey guys, you want to play soccer?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, who's this guy?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just in the neighborhood." And then they find out who I am. That shit would be hilarious. Or to go to like China and just or like Mongolia and somebody's like hut, somebody's yurt, and just be like, "Hey, dog, do you have cable TV?" And they'd be like, "What?" No, I'd be like, "You have Wi-Fi?" Like, "Yeah, we've got that." And I'd be like, "Oh, hey, can I check my email?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I think that shit would be hilarious. Yo, what's up? How are you? Yo, toasty the toast. What's good, son? Toasty the toast. You're gonna be super famous someday. What do you want to say to the world? Toasty the toast. Do you speak English? Toasty the toast. Toasty the toast. Do you like toast? Yo, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, toasty the toast. You're by 18 years old. You need to go, big dog. Take care, big man. I was gonna ask you all about shows. Just so I have to ban. There's gonna be this huge group of people in the future who I banned who are all underage. Like they try to get in this stuff in the future. They'll be doing it. Like, they'll be like, right, exactly. But no, they'll be tight as fuck. They'll be like, yeah, I was 13 years old and I found this fucking server, and then Rabbi got famous, and he, well, they banned me, and then he got famous, and then like they'll be like, yeah, they'll be like this whole, they'll be like a badge of honor. Like, yeah, man, I was banned when I was 13 years old from Rabbi's server. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. So in those cases, I because sometimes Discord asks you to show your ID stuff in some servers, but I'm not gonna do that to people. I'm not, because then you gotta like, then you're dealing with people's personal information. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want your fucking ID. Like, here's how I check if you're 18. If you pass me, that's great. So somebody comes in, I say, how old are you? If they say they're 18, look, I was once a young person. That's the first age that you say, because you're like, oh, maybe I can pass for 18. So that's automatically red flag if you say you're 18. If you say you're 19, okay, then there's a chance. But then I ask you very quickly, okay, quick, what year were you born? And the people who are 18 are like, I was born in 2007. And the people who were not, they're like, I was born in, and they have to do the math, and then I just automatically go, like, John, you're not 18 years old. But the people who know right away, yeah, I was born in 2007, I'm like, were you born at the beginning of the year or the end of the year? I'm like, I was born January 26, 2007. Oh, well, that's a great thing. Okay. So that's kind of how I check on people. Well, I guess some people, I had a girl in here yesterday, and she came in, and she even said this herself. Some people say that she sounds like a young, like a 13-year-old boy or like a 20-year-old girl. And I couldn't really tell at first. And so I'm like, how old are you? And this is she said, I'm 19. How old are you? I'm like, oh, I'm 39. Okay. You got some spunk to you. I'm like, all right, what? I'm just like, oh, I don't really know. Like, okay, well, what do you do? And she's like, I'm in med school. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, most 15-year-olds aren't going to come out and say that they're in med school and they know a lot about it. So I guess I'm willing to believe you. But I'm like, how are you in med school? You're 19, and she was from uh, Iraq. So like, okay, I guess that passes. I do my best though to keep out anybody who's not 18, but it's not it's not a perfect system. It's not a perfect system, but it's better than most people. Most people will let anybody in their circle. I do what I can. Well, I'm sure they'll have something in the future that we could use there. As of right now, I just do what I have to do, and yeah, I mean, there are gonna be ways around it. I know when my friends and I were like under 21, the friends who looked like an older sibling could get into bars. That was like a really hard thing to detect. I'm sure there'll be some kind of biometric reading and stuff, but that still can, be incorrect. If you look like your older sibling, who's to say, yeah, you're gonna prove it? The ID's legitimate. The picture looks like you. So yeah, um, Yeah, 9/11.
I hear somebody in the war.
9/11 really changed the game with that, where they made it like they changed like it used to just be like a misdemeanor with ID, but they changed it and made it the punishment worse and shit. But people still do it, and then they got the ones that scam, all kinds of shit that happens. But I don't know, like the British or in England, you need a digital ID. That'll be here soon enough to get rid of all the riffraff. I think that's something that makes my stream special. Is like this is the wild, wild west of pardon me, the internet. Like, let's say they ban my, I don't know, they ban my Twitter account. God forbid. I can just go create 1,000 more Twitter accounts. Nobody's gonna fucking. The SWAT team's not gonna bust down my door. But in the world of the digital ID in the future, they could fucking make some law that says once you get banned, you're banned, and you can't create another account. And if you do, it's a it's a crime. That's when it's gonna. And that's that day is only a couple of years ago.
Like they still.
Oh yeah, you know it, and I know it. Where you fuck up, you can't recreate an account, and it's just like, well, you fucked up. Sorry, but this is the wild, wild west. So why not utilize it as much as possible? And until that day comes, but then people will look back on this day and be like, "No way! Back then, you could just create as many accounts as you want. They couldn't really stop you from getting out your message. If they ban you on Instagram, just create another Instagram. They ban you on Facebook, create another Facebook. They ban you on YouTube, just create another YouTube. They say that you can, but they're just like, there's no enforcement of that. But in the future, there will be, and they'll make it a crime. And then if you try to get around the system, you have a knock on the door. That's basically what's happening in England right now with the people who have tweets. And these tweets aren't even bad, but they've already arrested hundreds, thousands of people for like tweets from like 2 years ago. And yeah, that's going to come to the United. Thousands of people in the United Kingdom have been arrested on tweets. I mean, and these tweets are like, so, like they're tame. Like in comparison to what people in the United States think, we are tame. And that's coming to the United States. And they'll use the premise of hate speech and shit, even though it's a violation of the First Amendment. You should be able to say all this shit. You should be able to, in my opinion, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want, to whomever you want. That's the First Amendment. And if you want to threaten somebody, go ahead and fucking threaten them. If you want to tell people to go fuck themselves, go tell them to go fuck themselves. You shouldn't be able to put your hands on somebody. That's a different story. But you should be able to say, I'm going to fuck you up. Or you should be able to say, go fuck yourself. Or you should be able to say, I think you're ugly. Or whatever the fuck. That's the First Amendment. There's freedom of speech. That's why we have it. Because when you don't have that, then courts are legislating over the meaning of words and shit like that. And that's not what they're doing. Now, if you come out and you put your hands on somebody, or you punch somebody, or then I have an issue with that. But in terms of saying whatever you want, say whatever the fuck you want. That's how I feel.
I can agree.
There you go. And I should say, you should be able to write whatever you want to. That's somewhat included in that. There's the idea. Well, the thing that really changed this is, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Well, if there is a fire in a crowded theater, of course you should be able to yell fire. So there are some times when yelling fire in a crowded theater is appropriate. And in those times where somebody does it and it's inappropriate, then people will just learn not to trust this person. Society gets to know people and troublemakers, and they'll be like, yeah, there's no fire. This person likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry. Yell like to yell fire all the time. Don't worry about it. That's just kind of how things are. It's already how things are. If you're at, I don't know, sometimes kids do this. They'll be like, you'll be in an event, and somebody will be like, oh, there's a famous celebrity here. you'd be like, I don't think there's a really famous celebrity, or maybe there is. You never know. But you kind of judge those people. But should those people be arrested for what they said if there's no famous celebrity? Fuck no. That's a freedom of speech to be able to say these things. That's just my belief on it. That's how I feel. And what ends up happening is the laws are passed, and then it starts to become illegal to even say things that are like mundane. You can't. So, like for instance, let's say you say, um, "Go fuck yourself, you loser," or something like that. Okay, well, what if they consider loser to be hate speech because that's a bullying term? Well, now you're going to get the book thrown at you because you're using bullying terms. It's like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like, that's not what the First Amendment's about. If it were, then the founding fathers would have said, you can't use hate speech, you can't use threats, you can't use terroristic language. It doesn't say any of that. It says Congress shall make no laws prohibiting the use of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, all that other shit. And that's kind of how I feel. That's why you have a free press. That's why you have the freedom to be able to say what you want. And in the very near future, that's all going away. And it's already going away. Not that they had freedom of speech in England, but where you make, like, the thing that people get a lot of, for which you get in a lot of trouble are memes. They'll post a meme on Twitter and have the police in the house.
Yeah, that's extra.
We're dog, thousands of them.
At least for the meat.
Definitely. I think they passed a law in 2023. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the date that it went, but over 3,000 people have been arrested. And the UK is not that big of a country. So when you think if they do that in the United States, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be in trouble. And I mean, I I feel as if I see the worst shit on the internet in terms of quote unquote hate because I'm in all these discords and I'm on YouTube all the time. And I'm a huge target, and I don't let any of it get through. I know I'm cooler than all of those motherfuckers. So bring it. Say whatever you want to me. I don't go and call the police on you. I get people who say I'm gonna kill you. Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion, man. Pardon me? I get people in communities where like I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you die. Okay, I mean that's cool. I mean the other people like me. This guy's just a dick. I get that. No, I don't. I truly say whatever you want to do. We have a saying from where I am. You may have it from where you are. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt. Words are never. Yeah, exactly. So say whatever the fuck you want to me. I do not care. And the reason why is just because then you start to creep in with these different laws, bullying terms, terroristic terms, and hate terms. Then you turn into a police. Then you can't say very soon you can't say things that you want to say, like we need a new congressperson. That doesn't seem like it's that to say, but they just need to pass a law saying that basically criticism of the Congress people is in line with bullying because the majority of people in your area elected them. It could be seen as a sign of bullying. I mean, does that make necessary sense? No, but it doesn't have to. In this world, they can legislatures can pass things. And I feel like that's why history in the United States, the founding fathers specifically gave us this right, and you should be able to use it. So that's just how I
They
feel.
definitely thought it up pretty. They could.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't. I don't agree with the 3/5 of counting people. 3/5 compromise, where they count African American people as 3/5 of a person. That's not cool. And I didn't like that many of them owned slaves. That's not
that's
cool.
fucking so wild.
No, isn't that fucking one of the wildest ones to me? Is Thomas Jefferson had a baby with his slave Sally something, and when he died, in his will, he specifically did not free them. So his own fucking kids, he kept enslaved. Isn't that fucked up? And he's seen as like this amazing fucking politician and president and all this shit. He doubled the size of the United States with the Louisiana Louisiana Purchase. Pardon me. But yet didn't free his own children in his will. That is fucked up. It is. Isn't that fucked up? His own kids were in. Yeah, dude.
What's wrong with
It's wild.
the white shit?
Oh, that's as dirty as it gets. They're your own fucking kid. You rape your slave and have children with him, and you don't free them. Like, if anybody you think is gonna get free, especially when your dad is like president, is like you'd be like, hey, can you do me a solid? You raped my mom basically, and you're president, and you have the freedom and the power to be able to let me go and give me my freedom. And he chose not to. That is the dirtiest fucking shit. That is. It's like you are a scumbag in the highest order. Firstly, you're cheating on your wife with Sally Heming or something like that, with your slave, and then get her pregnant, and not only are you going to think she's a fully human, but you're going to keep her as slave, and then your kids, your flesh and blood, 50% of them is your DNA, and you're not going to free them when it's done. That is the dirty shit. And right, and we all these. You know, I get just you using that word hate in the future. I bet you won't be able to say that kind of thing. Like that's a perfect example. You could be like, I hate what Thomas Jefferson did in not freeing his own children, and that goes against the speech laws because you can't say you hate. Like in the future, I can easily see that happen. Easily. So that's some bullshit. I'm sure they won't let you say that's some bullshit either. But that's some bullshit.
It's like people that
People don't will.
it's like people that don't like cussing, I like stuff like that.
Right.
It's always good.
100%. And what do you consider cussing? Depends on the household. Some people say crap is a cuss word. Other people crap is appropriate. Some people don't think you should be able to say
I
crud.
don't say
The television stations,
I don't say that.
I would not in your house, but in a lot of houses, a kid will get in trouble for saying crap. If you said to your mother as a child, not you personally, but just saying in general, you're full of crap, you don't think that kid's going to be in trouble? If you say it to your own mother, in 90% of households in the United States, you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, but
saying?
I get it. Can you say pussy willow?
They are full of crap.
Can you say pussy willow? Can you say pussy willow?
Pussy willow? What's that?
It's a type of tree. Can you say pussy cat? The word pussy, you can't say the word pussy in a sexual context in a lot of places.
I would consider pussy a good word.
There you go. So you can't
If
say,
you use it, like, if you're like, going up to somebody and be like, you're
they use the term pussy cat in like Bugs Bunny cartoons. Uh, Tweety Bird says booty tat. When
I
Tweety
feel
Bird,
like that's different.
I know, I get it. It's too subjective. The television stations
Alright.
can't even get it right. Meaning, there are some words you can say on television. George Carlin had a very famous stand-up routine about this, and some that you can't. The term a tit is a kind of bird. You can say tit when referencing the bird, but you can't say it in referencing a breast. The term like ass is a term for a donkey, but you can't generally say it in some parts of society as a bullet. The term bitch, in some aspects, you can't call a person a bitch, but that is the scientific term for a female dog. So it depends.
That's why. And I'll stand on it. I don't care what age the person is. I think every word in this book
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
matter.
That's what I'm saying. You should be able to say whatever you want. Now, the people who hear it can react in whatever way they want, so that's their right too. But anybody should be able to say anything. If you want to say
Like, they can ask me for it.
exactly, if you want to say, if a black person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. And amongst black people, they're not going to get too big of a reaction in some circles. If a white person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. But they're going to be judged by saying it. And that's the right of the people to be able to judge them. That's how society works.
Collective accountability.
Exactly. Exactly. But especially when you start legislating, certain people can't say the word. Okay, well, how dark do you have to be to say it? What if I don't think that most black people are too dark enough to be able to say it? I mean, then you're starting to get into like, how dark are you? You don't want to get into that argument. If you start legislating that way, you just the best more people who are of mixed race. You can't get into that argument. That word is used in their household, and it can mean friend, it can mean person, it can mean a whole bunch of things. And brother, absolutely. And so, who are you to take away the ability for them to be able to use that word? What if someone is albino? So they're like, I'm looking, but of African American DNA. You're gonna take that away from them? Who are you to? Who are you? Who are you? They have black brothers and sisters. Their parents are black. They're black going all the way back to Africa. They should be able to use that word, as should anybody. But the albino person's not going to be judged on that. A random ass white honky kid who uses it, they're going to be judged. They're going to be either seen as very small minded or racist, or, I mean, there are situations where I hear that term being used by white people, and they don't mean it offensively. They mean it like friend or cousin or brother or whatever, and they're just around black people a lot, so they think that they can use it. Their black friends don't really get on them too much, and then they get out in the bigger world and they sound extremely racist, but they don't mean it that way. By any means, it's how it works. And then it's used a lot. It's used a lot in the Latinx community, where it's not used. Sometimes it's used offensively, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just used to be friend or dude. It's just a filler word. And then sometimes it's used in a mean or spiteful or racist way. So I feel that you should be able to use whatever word you want.
Well, use that derogatory manner.
No, you should be able to use it in a derogatory manner. And the people should be able to judge you for using it in a derogatory manner and think you're an asshole and not want to do it. But it shouldn't be illegal. That's a simple as that. People should be able to judge you for your actions and your words, all of that, absolutely. But it should not be illegal. Because when it starts to become illegal, that's when a court's going to come in and say, how dark do you have to be able to say this word? What if you're mixed race? What if you have three grandparents who are black and one white parent, or one white grandparent and three uh, grandparent who's black and two parents? You get what I'm saying? Like there are lots of combinations here, and you don't want to get into it. You don't want to, and you don't want to get into it. That it becomes.
Yeah, now you have to break the whole thing down to the very.
Then it becomes.
Just
There's a Family Guy episode with this. It's completely racist, but they're joking about it, poking fun at it. There's like a thing where to get into New York City, you have to be like a certain color, and there's like super white, white, and if you're any of those, then you're fine. But then when you start getting to the dark tan, darker tan, and like brown, and then black, it's like no. And then they hold the card up next to your skin, and if you're in the approved version, you can go on. But if not, they pull you over to the side and they do all kinds of questioning to you. You don't want to live in that world. Exactly. And that just complicates things. It's fine for society to judge people based on what word someone uses. If someone's using words, they are allowed to basically excommunicate that person. They're able to ignore them. They're able to yell words back at them. But you do not want to get into a world where it becomes illegal to say that. Because then when it's illegal to say that, then it becomes who gets to say it, who doesn't get to say it. How do you dictate who has the right? What skin color are you, or what makeup are you, or whatever it is? What religion are you? Like, you just don't want to get into that world. It becomes too difficult to legislate. And courts have agreed it becomes too hard to legislate that kind of stuff. That's why Congress shall make no law infringing, impeding free speech, basically, whatever. Um, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to gather. Those are all in. Those are all given to us by they're not even really given to us by the founding fathers. They're endowed by our creator is the language of the Constitution. All right, big dog. I'd love to talk with you more. I'm gonna get some sleep. I hope that's all right. All right. Well, then with that, feel free. I'm gonna listen to the podcast and
Switch. Why do you say that? I have to be honest. One of those guys that you know, you can do it. Good swings. This beats out with this swings. Yeah, things work. But that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, he's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing thing with Brandon. It seems like things slip away from him. You mentioned that juvenile ignorance. It's a apologize with all
last week. Being forced to inhale fumes from Muppets beast of a drug and then slugging it out of the body. He's constantly looking for new material and it doesn't seem to land. It's starting to weigh on him. Brian, everything's a business transaction for him.
Look, Marcus, I haven't seen you in a while. More than no, but I think it's a certain age where it's like we ain't making money. We're not doing business. We're learning. We're just hanging around. Just hanging around.
That's how we started comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. The beach of Rothschild must be hard to do with 5 separate families across the way to the shuttle. The allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago think we know that from you really despise as you grew into your 60s. No end inside. And now that Brian was Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist on the racing fighting I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted to move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Britain behind London for him. Just like Theo. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid lie up on slow as a 1,000 target yards until the lights literally go out in the middle of the oh, no way that already happened. But all jokes aside, so funny. Their most recent episode of Free Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. Nobody doesn't want to yes, the show is very gentle. And here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you've ever seen. Here to lecture us on authenticity on the flutter. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the flutter. Alright, table.
Yeah, there's an interesting study that's was exactly what we're talking about. But if people compare the page and they measure their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that's happening in their body, and when they're brought into emotions and like extreme joy, like something about the movement with their grandmother or something with their wife, in the time that kids were born, when they brought them in that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but the spike of energy that was being held. And they asked them about other traumatic experiences or places where they were super overwhelmed. And I think that's when they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the feeling actually is authenticity. Like it actually spikes the feeling because our souls are in truth. Our spirits, our spirit body knows truth and we know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your body lights up. And so truth is more important than positive emotions, just being real.
Especially now, like with AI, you can take over your business. Give me a thing where hell, like on that. We're gonna be able to tell it's AI, the talent, or
admitting that he blatantly lied time on his podcast. He's telling us on that very podcast called My Faith and Bots and we're only just this episode. Absolutely like himself he's mind-blowing. He's got the human element of failure. So then I'm going to say talking about the power of authenticity. One balance his body with passing with it. You can release the mind calculating in real time how many episodes of the fire you have to sit through. And he's chance while others sitting there back of a supplement conversation even broken and free. But to get the Scorpions to know themselves. Listening to this episode of myself is the perfect a kind brand. What's that?
Yep.
Both your side.
Right.
What do we do? In size, like with the Javante, he was all right. Can Javante? I just don't. He has like these very important reasons. There's no science. He just that's not the person that has like. And then
remember the spectacles that come in days where even some I was asking that question, how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question. Right? That's the thing. And he has a strategy of like, the thing that's going to get maximum attention. He's going to go as long as it goes on it and then go switch back and then find another five others. Yeah. Anything is to be
that's what I did. If being legit, just keep doing it. This guy is best friend. So far, everything checks out. See how he's flipping around, desperately trying to agree with Corey about Jake Paul's career trajectory. First, it was, I agree with Dana. Jake stick to fighting people he's on his others. And then after Aldrich's done his favor, I'm sure that he came away from it. Cruiserweight title, just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, fuck. Right, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees. How on the other hand, isn't convinced one of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to all the rewatching Jake Paul's calls, he finally had enough and said, usually after the fights and after it's the way that
like the 66. Three of the times we actually go into meditation to up the breath. And turn out, oftentimes in strength, it's like, we're going to have a big through. But it's not just all four. I think you get knocked down in a lot of different ways. We just saw that. Their mindset is in the because he's got plenty of money. And at a certain point, money doesn't matter as much. What Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually on the path. He's not off the rail. I think it ends with Jake being in a ways of so much work to find like somebody who's really positive. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the intention of Jake's positive energy. And people realize this is also, for anyone you've seen the show, which is great, not have to be and at the end they have a battle, and in the battle it's like the spiritual again, their own Sean mentioned singers start calling in the spirits of elements. Like everything good to get that behind the spirit of mind. And Jake's doing it. At 100, he's got his back, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. Got myself, if I'm honest with you, it's like we're bringing the best spiritual energy out of this reading. Because he's not going to say, his right hand to 7. Alex Pereira does the same. Like, for a long time, but I'm saying it's when he does that thing, when he walks out, it's for real.
Yeah,
It's for real. And he's bringing some deep jungle energy.
did he just say deep jungle energy? Fuck, did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next level. Imagine being friends with people in public, doubling down by claiming his freaking and spiritual emotions, wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at it. And his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake sees good by fighting a guy who was 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight. That wasn't the worst part. Such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Myers was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official warning to anyone who here, not just anyone who's had a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes that after is the best medicine.
Yeah, wait. Yes, so laughter is the most underrated part of it's cultivating energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, it's locked in, and you're under a spell of hilarity. This versus to be nice to see. Yeah, people hate on comics. I always say, like, people mention they spend a lot of time trying to that's we are. We're not, but for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, we do all day instead of like, we're shamans in the world. And the shamans in the world is a big level of positive energy that keeps you safe, that keeps you like focused on what you're learning. Comics are better than holes in stadiums. You know, try to ask a shaman to get over the stadium. You can all stadium in the same energy. And it's the best frequency energy you can possibly imagine. Like comics and laughter shows in a way. And it's like, guys, so much respect. So true. So true.
Brandon was awfully involved during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. But that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a fan of stand-up. However, we get to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to normalize comedy, they're trying to normalize laughter. These guys actually believe that shit coming out of their own mouths. Or are they just so dumb to their grift that it comes naturally to them? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony. While Brendan Schultz sitting there looking like a kid in time. Comedy and time comes speech about comedians that can get everything is how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute seeing the lift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual lifting is the next level. The assassins have been promoting vitamin supplements to keep comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin is first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
There always has a bunch of Jews controlling the world, and it's like, that's the term. And I think that's like, that's right, but it comes from coming out of it. And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews that you can believe for a lot. And certainly, I think there's probably 6 Jews on Jedi. I know. Like, I care more about the good. So, like, fundamentally, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, they have something. There's something that's in the. Like, it's also like. There's this idea that when you're doing it, yeah, we get there's this idea that.
There's no trend that could you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting the conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin get the Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? And then after he said ask him what he thinks it means. Come and give you the opportunity to do something really funny here. Brothers and guests is just further just how desperate these things are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to do yesterday. He's too busy with the news to make a football, send an email, and so for some reason, Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the knowledge to come on the show. So all that's just a region affiliate in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit fans. This guy takes the lifestyle to a whole new level. Levo Brendan is officially entering his spiritual phase. You will only a matter of time before he enters the right way of Christian art. Seriously imagine him sitting on his own after everyone's left him, following his laser in the Bible, trying to explain the substance of the passage. Meanwhile, Brian Callen was recently publicly humiliated. Now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. Some of the consequences of his own actions. I think it's enough today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Q2, as well as my comedy special reviews and much more. If you want to see more cringe in the podcast universe, head over to my coverage channel, Cringe, and subscribe so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you next one.
You know, Rogan said something about last night when he was talking about some people, people for their feelings or they get critical. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. Well, I didn't do it with your not being a superstar. Yeah. It's like, you have to take responsibility where you're at. Take that.
I'm convinced that Brian Callen is controlling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and marks it off as a random thought he had some conversation he was having with somebody else. Just a couple of weeks ago, having loved to shoot a experience young athletes and has chinned all the sports that Brendan attempted over the years, just to show everyone how the cause of death and heart disease when it was, of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. He was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he reads the screen and out his days are numbered. But in the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been really chinned about his alcohol use and serious health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this usual way of picking it up. He has the subtlety of a woman and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's going to do it, and I'll get some people on it. He can take it straight out.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person he has to bring it, and so even with the thing of he is reducing the physical lifestyle choices out of that health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues. So it's making it easy for employees to get the podcast to throw off. Quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out of his own advice that seemingly implied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was those moments where Brian Callen directed his advice, very driven Chin, speaking to his lawyers about just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, which I just launched yesterday when I played the cringe from the internet, just on podcasts. Shout out to all the fans that are already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, Chin, roll it.
After that, they say, "Who's on my side?" They're just like, "Wait, hey, bro, dude, go ahead." So this is do your thing about these guys. Get on that. And they also, but then also like, yeah, dude, I love you. Just be in this area. And people like care about you, or people that actually messages? That's what you're doing. The thing is that I'm keep. I think I've been around long enough. It's had our own issues. And so I think what happens is you get some. There's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. We all have to be our own sort of change. Rogan did something he was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that people for their failings. So they get better. And he said, "You're there where you are because you did this. Don't turn and look at the successful people and complain because they're assholes. What are you doing, man? No. I didn't ask you to do with your not being a superstar. You did it. So why are you trying to do people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them?" And it's exactly right. It's like, that's a responsibility for where you're at, man. Yeah. And that's the thing to say something. Sure, exactly. I don't blame you. I don't. It's like, I'm just saying, I appreciate that. But I'm saying that, it's all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's things that happen, right? But, what are you going to do to get out of it? And, but there's these sorts of people out there, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just on or maybe that attitude is the reason you are happy with.
I seriously don't know with a straight face. I'm literally preaching the whole time. This price that entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more better than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't. Thanks to his star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Barrett is out of control. With the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from his pride and Brendan when it comes to actually challenging responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve their life with them both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like meeting and working your boss randomly brings up and you're now calling them issues in a meeting about the stationary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll leave them with Brendan during the while blaming everyone else for Brendan's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Rogan blurted out that he was talking about an old, salty comedian. And he's talking about Rogan he's crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a taller comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before? But Rogan asked me the other day, on your podcast, Rogan, and I was like, the attention of that stuff. He's aware of weird characters. Like, he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about, like, he cares about, I'm friends with you. My podcast, I was on an Instagram rambling on, like, and I was talking about basically certain national comics shows make millions of dollars. And I wasn't talking. I was under. I decided to just read somebody on Graham was like, Christ. That's how it started. And then, like, I was feeling, I see saying, this guy, we're friends, he's been on my show, he's on his show, and,
like he said, Rogan, he's not your boy, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like,
So don't the comments Rogan created on Maryland, Russia, absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine Dave Chappelle's reaction with me referring to Mark had been talking shit about him. He probably be like, Mark, you know, like the time he's explaining to Chappelle, Schultz is a comedy genius. And who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Cullen, Rogan hasn't been following this and not giving them any attention. Because it looks like Mark Maron's recent listening to his has been keeping up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls to this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams was disturbed by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to pay and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. Business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been on its shiny bald head. Now comedians just calling him out for this effect. Now, that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC. There's no fight. They're just comedians. I promised you earlier, I'd tell you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Brendan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming these finals for being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know? Brendan was actually talking about Brian. It drives me nuts. Please, you know that's how I'm like this. It drives me nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. And that's to challenge anybody. Huge up the talent. I challenge those guys up. If it's a comedy store, wherever they're at, and yet 99% of the comments. It drives me nuts that he's not up to those guys. Better than 99% of them. Outcast him. Not Mount Quincy Brown. He's going to lash out at it. Brian's cool. What's the Brian? Brian's doing a road. I'm trying to sell tickets. So that I'll tell you right now, I don't. Yeah. Oh, do you guys miss it? I actually have some sort of advice for you. You see, the thing is, responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a Rothschild UFC now with shit brains. That's on him. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that his father he career crashing down. By the way, I think the reason why you don't go to those quality clubs anymore is because you're retired to be with your family. Yeah, but social media, she's surgery, she has trouble with her, and she's been in and out of the hospital. Let me explain on my Instagram. Austin and Nashville. Usually do that stuff. It happens, but I think this time I just don't care less about that. I gotta be on back and forth so much. And I just gotta be on that. I missed Tiger's games. I missed my Boston girl. I'm tired. Tired. Years now. I thought I was stopping the pot, but life and stuff like that. I gotta jump. and lashed out at people for doing so. He was entirely responsible for the out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, the solution is to start hanging up to get away from all the leaders. You seriously cannot make this stuff up. So, John, 10 years ago, I did something real edgy. You feel good enough. Say that you are that as a person. Yes. Trade. What do you think, Chad? I'm done. It gives Trump the content. Just to like just which that makes more sense. So episodes there. And then the goal more the content would have it. Nobody wants to do that shit. So have a conversation behind the make a decision at the outset. Nobody gets through the room. So that business decision is fucking not only that, bring that in for it, or choose they have to start a Patreon because you want to put staff sort of control into the podcast of $3. No ad free budget. Nice of guys. Shouldn't really do that. I can't wait to sign me up. Check out the description to my Patreon. So you can uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a big content. I'm still keeping that great each week and right again at me running for us. So check that out if you're interested and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching. Thanks for and this is real ChatGPT power type. He's done at podcasting, at Flyer, right?
ChatGPT having a French. I don't know. It's a translation. If you feed yourself that stuff, they'll watch it, bring the shop show you. Just expect it. So, was he on Ariel when he said that? That's Brian doesn't still have a funniest shit. The guy simply had to stop taking notes. Whenever there's a new situation, it's a podcast or someone's calling him out, or he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the program and make the situation worse than it needs to be, embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This being that UFC fighter, Renato Moicano, is no different. It's the same shit, different day. Starts it, claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it. He does not have a fun. Brendan is about the situation. He decided to take half of the fight and then addressing 2 sentences. Ricardo dropped $1 million. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over his 6 years to episode of the aneurysm. He claims it all. Tell him how much he doesn't care. And he stuck his beef with me while ranting about Luke. Stuck his beef with me. Himself got right down the push back and forth. Brendan shot him down by million and some remember that my videos and you keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week. Make sure to subscribe to both of the channels and and provide to my Patreon once it's at least this does all the usual suspects. For those of you who don't know what's going on, this week also no matter what, you need a company and not does it because it is it does not matter. There's guys that are more famous that are fighting now that are taking their stuff. It does not give up. UFC getting out and spending so easily. So dumb not to take the money. So dumb. It makes no sense. If I was now, you can take this money. Invest it for your children. We have bad match. The guy who's going to stop this guy is something I did. Just one educator. Section 18 which accused the UFC of monopolistic practices to suppress athletes. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement between fighters from December 2010 through 2017, which is why Brendan was and of course Moicano as well. Moicano rejected $200K but because in his verdict, it just didn't feel right. I kept saying that he turned down the settlement money, but I agreed. and I don't know how many years, and they dropped it. So that was not about the monopoly. It was the way for monopoly. And the fact is, I'm not afraid to see them done.
As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided. He's saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly agree that the UC's monopoly, which he disagrees with, and that he was underpaid early on in his career, which apparently he disagrees with. His main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely cared about putting us to the UFC's predatory tactics, which everyone is well aware of, the ones unless he's playing blackjack. But if they really cared about account, they would have settled actually forced the UFC to make changes to the way they do business with fighters. Instead, they forked out $100 million and went back to business as usual. So, like I said, my partner's coming through in the sense that this decade didn't actually change anything. They just made more money. Choosing not to principles so outrageous actually hurt his feelings.
That is you. Good grace. I need to tell you, if you know you're just your managers, coaches tell you not to.
All right. Your friend is a brain buster. Baba, you can just make that stuff up. A brain buster is brain checks out you like 2 times 2 plus 1. And saying they could give fucks. As in, not living. God knows how to say it. Which is his second language. It's easy to understand that you're Brendan. In quite a bit of detail, none of his reason and really believe the unethical to take their money. But the best part was when he called out Brendan for saying he was done with money. This is what now has is it ain't not Brendan's been a whole episode of the show a couple of weeks ago in Moicano saying he doesn't understand business. Saying he doesn't understand what's really going on. But explaining it to him properly, etc. And so while he was talking to Ariel, he had a little message for you.
Whatever I leave with my speech, then I don't expect you to understand what I did and because I don't care. Show and I so that's why I people clear and say, hey, and people that special. That's better than I did. So
And just at his born was absolutely fucking brilliant. What a bloody this is how you do with Brendan. Intelligence without insulting his not entertained. Well, apparently you're happy about this. So you decided to spend half of the last episode of the Fighter in the Kid addressing just how much he doesn't get it. Yet, even after all this time and after photo getting it detailed like he rejected the deal. Britain's completely missed the point and embarrassed himself. Now, I actually completely disagree with Britain's take on all of this. Sure, if you agree that UFC fighters are underpaid, which I definitely do, you should take money. UFC is a billion-dollar company that grows the back of promotion, but also off the back of guys who are willing to take a beating in the octagon. That you've got to get paid too. So there are definitely merits to both sides of the argument. But as usual, Britain ends up getting all these emotions and making the strangest points. It's just bizarre.
Finally, McConnell criticized McConnell. Not taking money. Very upfront. Him not taking money helps. So at the end, I didn't give up. It actually puts more money in my pocket. Some other fighters can probably use it. So back then, if you criticize a fighter, you went pressing. So call out a fighter. I expect the response. If you're just a genuine fan or if we're facing a we're professional, because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, it's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If you're going to start if you're going to go back, you can't wait to respond. Right? Translation thing where they have to figure out way. Your handlers. You can't get back your food. When someone goes it's like what they did. Several days to respond, and all these items, you'd be surprised. First of all, that's not original. That's so weird because you're making a in 12 years. Your team handlers, that's what you got. Right? This is GBD job. He's I see that podcast. He's a fly. Standards, right? Standards. It's original. ChatGPT, again, so I translation. Think of it so God getting paid each so it was seeking with to return to sender. There's no similarity this year. Ringo is forever etched in the imaginations and collective conscious of the internet. Come on, baby. Ruth told you you can do the internet. You're not thinking you're still talking about it. That came from a guy who works than you, but the whole to respond was so logic right there. And even still, even though Ricardo was out of time and past the deadline, Brendan still decided to go through and break it down. That's how much he didn't care about it. Yourself as dumb. I understand I was dumb. I would call myself an idiot. Compared to him, I'm Elon Musk. Wait, I'm talking to you about. He's talking to me about my fans. Me. That means I'm dumb and he's the other. Right? And then he goes, jump shot on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. Dude, that's right. In the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? And this is it's just like, if you come to this do that within 24 hours, I'm not going to play your games. But if you're going to wait, we take how long this to come up with this It has to be good. I tell you, all right, you took your time, you're putting some writer, come in. So it's this. And listen, I like my comment. You know, the kind of money. It was me. You know, that was in the fighters. In my pocket.
Actual fuck is going on. Now you grilling him for saying it's a YouTube show instead of a podcast. Nobody gives a fuck. Everyone knows you get most of your videos on YouTube. The only reason you click audio is because you know that we can't see those numbers. Do you not see how transparent you are when you say that? It just gets better and better. Apparently, we can't only had 24 hours to respond. Otherwise, Twitter's not going to play his game. Very posted your response to his call out 4 fucking days later. Think about what you're actually saying, mate. Even Brian's sitting there trying his best not to create correct you. And who the fuck would hire Brian to go back and forth in an internet beef? This response from Brendan is an absolute disaster. The guy has been not a single point has been made so far, and I've edited this down quite a bit. What else you got?
Here's the thing. If you're going to respond, make fun of me, I don't want to watch my show, my podcast can't do this, blah, blah, blah. To get your message out, so on another show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last 12 years. Get my message out. And guess what? Not to you. You have to call another man who's built a line just to reach me, but I do it from here.
Well, it might have been that he let it go and then Ariel asked him.
If I do up, this is the only thing that's correct.
But he was he on Ariel when he said that? That's the point.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. Right? Doesn't he didn't go on. He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't
Go on there for other people. Right. At that point, Brian Callen said to himself, what are we doing here, babe? Clearly, Brendan's all in his feelings over this. I still don't understand he's going on another 30-minute show. He's a UFC fighter doing an Ariel Helwani show to talk about the settlement and whatever the fuck else. He only hit back at Brendan at the very end of the interview. He's acting like he went on there just to talk shit about him. This is the crazy narcissistic lumber coming out. The way he tried to shut down Brian by doing that just telephone call act was some of the saddest shit I've ever seen a man do.
And then he's trying to like get some right? You know who it is? Right? He's not much of a podcast. You're going to talk shit. And then when you show your money, you turn it down. Come on. You're on the dumb.
All right, that's actually a good point. Ghana calling his podcast Show Me the Money. After he rejected the money, he was ironic. But just to clarify, he was still a double. That one don't count. And I'm not going to lie, I've never ever heard of Ghana's podcast Show Me the Money. So I looked this out. He's only got 39,000 subscribers compared to Sydney's 177,000. Yet they still do around the same numbers. I think Ghana's podcast almost does the same numbers as the fight from the King. That's got over 500,000 subscribers, and it's been going for over a decade. Why would you bring that up? The most frequent guest in history, and because the numbers to account for all the money votes you have. Ghana's podcast is actually performing better than both of yours. Tell us, how is it that you have an 8-hour-old comment on your video 9 minutes after it went live? But that's besides the point. Almost every argument brought up in retaliation didn't even make sense. Not a single that was made in that episode. Just bucket loads of copium on full display for the world to see. And if you're a supporter of comedians coping on podcasts, please subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Stream and Podcast Lives, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you next one.
What's going on in the world? I'd like to touch on some things that have happened. These two marriages on Wednesday. And I said, you know, it's been on steroids for 13 years. I think that back then, they were doing all that stuff.
subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out. Also, you can check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my uncensored exclusive videos covering the usual suspects. As for your link realization, before I even use the word adding take from yesterday's Spider and the episode, when a few of the people that use steroid use and CTE are putting in a risk of premature death. Why this makes it look so stupid from earlier this year. Good. Yeah. I tore my bicep. Did you get fixed? Nah, man. You don't have to get fixed. Is it small tear? Small tear. Yeah, some big. Name some. Or actually, blue venom. They take venom. It's what? Scorpions. We have extra cartilage. I don't know. I don't know. So you put it on your tongue and you put it on your tongue. Every night. How much you say? Double. Is it a side effect? Does it make you go hurt? I don't know. That always made I stumbled upon. Was it? That's not how you say it. That's not actual methylate. Three or four days a day. Yeah, one day. Probably. Combos working. Okay, so instead that was almost being drama. I actually thought that it was to be free to supplement. Robert Callan fact checked him and explained that it's probably mostly water. And that was the perfect display of Britain's endless pursuit for true affection. But in trying to impress Joe because willingness to harm his body in the pursuit of Superman-like performance. You know, so you have the edge of the competition polls. He's in his celebrity leather chair upstairs with the story unit podcast studio, sliding nicotine pouches down the side of the cushion while spitting at the screen and trying to sound out very syllables words. Ask questions later. Just don't ask questions at all. And I know most of the substances they were doing show that they aren't actually anabolic steroids. They're mostly underregulated supplements created by savvy corporations who push them out to influencers like Brandon to promote his podcast that nobody watches. Sorry guys, I'm still recovering from that whole rape situation. Ego triggers. Some drama from years ago that I really haven't probably. We've all seen both Rogan and Brendan discussing their recreational testosterone use and how much they love it. Now, whenever I bring this up, it always ends up in the comments. So, just to be clear, I'm not talking about PRT. Obviously, there's a place for that if you have a deficiency. I'm talking about protein tests so that you can check the gene purely for aesthetic reasons. There's two completely different things. And so, when Ryan Callan brought up asking the footer of the team yesterday, led Brendan Charles down a path of discovery and despair. It surprised me. Yeah, I jumped on the footer and was just two more things. I guess he had an operation, and I heard his trachea collapsed. I don't know. At the end of the day, what's interesting about this is that he's 71, and you can have a compromise in your arterial branch. You can have an aneurysm that you don't pick up. You can pick up on a sonogram if you're good. But overall, your trials can look beautiful, and that just breaks. Yeah, something happens. It's like something on the machinery. And you know, look, man.
surgeries, but also kind of steroids for 13 years. And I think that probably back then they were doing all that stuff that puts a strain on your heart. Yeah, right? Plus you're at it was the people that like get line like get done. Right, that just has to be taken and everyone else. So the fact that you're told that I'm doing it after a bunch of surgeries and in his senior years, we're talking about people who really some injuries, let's talk about all dudes taking it instead. Yeah, we got that one up. I was listening to this episode in the background last night while I was scrolling through Instagram, and as soon as I heard Brendan talking back on a steroid use as a potential cause of death, my ears picked up and I knew exactly where this was going. So I looked at how many of these pro wrestlers have to make it. It's pretty alarming. There's something about that. And it's so man, so a lot of these guys are doing a lot of roids and they're not really what a doctor. I don't know what you're talking about, but they're just so many. There's a lot of drugs, there's a lot of tranquilizers. You don't see tranquilizers. And then there's a lot of stuff like that. I didn't tell you how many WWE guys died. It's great. Dorian Yates was saying that. Dorian Yates saying, I know so many people that I know. Hard in the pain. You're hard in the pain. You're hard in the pain. Yeah, think the burn hard from both ends, and then also the amount of wear and tear on your body doing that sport's insane. They're also giant men. So I think that has something to do with it. Yeah, they're not too many guys who are small who get into WWE. Yeah, and they're so big, but they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of crazy, the big steroids like Tren and stuff. And I think that just works. That works wonders on your heart there.
Boy, Brendan, what the fuck is WE? Bro, it's not even a full word. It's just 3 letters. Come on, man. What are we doing here, B? The only thing worse than the amount of wear and tear professional wrestlers put their bodies through is the amount of coke coming out of Brendan's mouth as he sits there in complete denial that steroid abuse is a contributing factor toward premature death in pro wrestlers. This little copium session from Brendan is as transparent as his wife's thirst trap posts on Instagram. He was scrambling through his empty head, searching for every excuse under the sun, trying to convince himself that steroids don't have side effects. That's right, Brendan, they die young because they go hard on the paint. Nothing to do with all the shit they take to stay jacked with low body fat well into their 40s and 50s. And let's not act like he hasn't been around elite athletes before. How is it possible that he's gotten this far in life, competed in multiple sports at an elite level, and it hasn't once occurred to him that maybe abusing your body is not sustainable? Sounds like that scorpion milk went straight to his head. At this point, though, it was all starting to dawn on him. If pro wrestlers are dying young, then what about NFL players?
Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy stat.
Do me a favor. How many NFL players died before 50? Obviously, there's more guys. There's more
guys in the NFL,
yeah, but
right?
still, no kidding.
Oh my god,
a ton.
A 3,850. Those who qualify as obese were twice as likely to die before age 50 compared to their. Yeah, they were just heavy, right?
22% of all deaths were contributed to heart disease. Again, I think the common factor is NFL players, WWE, they're all big people.
Big. And also NFL guys,
they like Great Dane.
Fat. They get fat as. They just do. Some of the linemen and stuff like that, they just get way, way fat.
Heart disease, the cause of death. Homicide, suicides account for 20% of the deaths.
Wow. 20%? Fuck. That's gotta be chocolate CTE, I guess. Or just what else.
Alright guys, let's get serious for a second here. Brendan has nothing to worry about. He's never played in the NFL, But first it was the juice, and now it's the CTE. That slow realization from Brandon that he's got two major risk factors was actually kinda hard to watch. It was at this point that I actually started feeling sorry for him. This always happens with Bubba. Covering this guy is such an emotional roller coaster. See, guys like Andrew Schultz and Bert Kreischer, they lean into the cringe and use it to maintain relevance. But Brendan's just a straight up dumbass. Like, I genuinely believe that he's never really thought about the side effects of his steroid use and all of the head trauma he's endured over the years.
I think it's interesting that some people
go up, Chin. This is wild. 73.5% of the 517 NFL players' death occurred before the age of 70.
Yeah. Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. That compared to MLB 66.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Rates of NFL and NBL. The NFL players died at an average rate of 59.6. What the dude, that's my age. Damn.
Yeah, but these are big boys.
Big boys.
And you're talking about 30 years of running into people. Also, like, training really hard. Yeah. The wear and tear on your body.
Yeah, it tears your body up. And probably, I think a lot of them just gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that. But then also, the MLB, the average death is 67.
That's shocking too, by the way.
Yeah, because
that's shocking.
Might just mean athletes in general are dying.
I think athletes, yeah, but I think that's got to be chalked up to their size. You know,
maybe.
And I also think that
this is 1979, 2013.
That's crazy,
they weren't huge like they are now.
They're pretty big.
What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
Yeah, that's another good question. Let's see NBA. Damn.
Wow. They're 1 in 5
do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
Also, they're just Great Danes.
Great Danes. They're Great Danes. I would imagine, too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you're taking all the time, painkillers, that's got to have something to do with it.
It's all heart-related.
Yeah. Damn. Shit. That's crazy, man.
I wonder what UFC is.
Believe it or not, that actually made me feel kind of sad. I mean, this guy has a wife and 3 kids, and he's only just realizing that the decisions he's made, and in some instances continues to make, have caused him long-term irreversible damage. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Brendan deserves any of the harmful side effects of his steroid use or the effects of CTE. My point is that he spent years bragging about taking everything under the sun, doubling and tripling the doses, joking about it in front of Rogan to make him laugh and to get his approval, but now at the age of 42, he's finally realizing that he's fucked himself. Like, how embarrassing is that? To just sit there on a podcast, biting your nails as you read off a screen, searching for excuses as to why athletes in sports that are known for steroid abuse are dying early. And it wasn't just me that noticed. Brian Callen could see where Brendan was going with all the questions, telling Chin to bring up the NFL data, and then finally the UFC.
UFC can't be high.
I feel like you are going to live longer.
Dude, I did. So, Ways to Well has this test you can take.
Yeah.
And it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like before they become cancer. So you donate all this blood, they run all of it to see if there's any, and it catches it before it's a problem.
Right.
I just got the call before the show. Your boy's in the clear.
Yeah.
I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went through a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality.
Yeah.
But you've always worked out.
Yeah.
You've always eaten well.
Yeah.
And you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know.
Do you have any, cancer in your family, though?
In my family?
Yeah, aunts, uncles.
My mom had it in her thyroid. All my grandparents had it too.
So it does run your. That's you're very lucky then.
But your family's fairly long-lived, right?
Oh yeah. Grandma was like 98, then was 99. UFC hasn't been around that long, but it can't be better odds than the NFL or NBA. It can't be good.
No. Although
After
they're a little smaller.
Yeah, it just depends.
Right.
But not the light heavyweights and heavyweights. They're size NFL guys.
There's some big
They're
boys.
huge.
Some big boys. Yeah.
And they're cutting weight. So it's even harder on your body. So the lighter weights are cutting weight.
Yeah.
Which is even worse for you.
Yeah, you're taking some shots on the head.
So Jim didn't end up looking up the stats for MMA fighters, so I did a quick Google to see what the numbers were like, and as you'd expect, it wasn't good. I know this isn't a comprehensive analysis, it's just a Google search, but that's exactly what Chin was doing in those clips there. And what do you know, the main cause of premature death in MMA fighters is head trauma. Credit to Rogan though, he's never shied away from this discussion, and he's done a lot over the years to spread awareness for CTE and the damage fighters are doing to their bodies, but also fuck Joe Rogan for promoting PEDs and steroids to a whole generation of men, including Brandon. I know so many guys who are on the gear and justify it by saying, well, Joe Rogan does it and he's fine. We're at the point now where scrawny comedians like Tony Hinchcliffe are taking tests while having shitty diets and smoking cigarettes. And it's not like it's a secret. They all go to the same doctors at Ways to Well. I think Rogan even pays for some of his buddies to go down there and get sorted out. That whole Austin comedy scene has turned into the biggest cash cow for all those doctors who keep pumping them full of shit they don't need. And where did Brian Callen get the idea that Brendan's on a good diet? How many times have we heard him shitting on Brian since they moved to Texas for not eating barbecue the right way? Brian will say he ordered the lean barbecue option with a side of veggies, and Bubba will call him gay. Like, this is what it's come down to. They've completely revived middle school humor while dressing like Gen Z fuckboys, but have the biological clocks of boomers who drink too much. Like I said, guys like Brandon make it real hard to feel sorry for them. Anyway, that's enough ranting for today. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys.
So walk me through this idea again. Oh, dude, you're gonna love this. So you know how the CBD industry is like the Wild West. You never know what you're gonna get. Right. I represent Pure Spectrum. You know exactly what you're gonna get. So I ride into this lawless, like old country town, right? I'm representing Pure Spectrum on the sheriff. I'm on a big burly horse, right? Like a brown horse, and then all the towns, they circle around me. They just all gather around. Circle around because they represent the other CBD locales. They don't want me in there. Okay, they're not real. Oh, they're bad guys. I'm good guys. So they have guns. I'm good guys. They have guns. And they take them out. I hear one go, "Hey, sick cowboy, we don't want you kind around here." I says, "I'm out back now." And he goes, "Get on out of here." And I go, "Because they don't want Pure Spectrum in the market." Why would they? Why would they?
Alright guys, before we get into today's serving of lawsuit lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court yet, and Brendan Schaub is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't even been officially served with the lawsuit, so technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond, deny the claims, or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting in his storage unit studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So, let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brendan Schaub has not been charged with any crimes in relation to this civil complaint. This is a civil business dispute, not a criminal prosecution. We're just unpacking what's in the public court documents. The legal system will handle the rest. Also, I will alternate between the words lawsuit and lawsuit, Texas and Texas throughout this video. No, it's not intentional. It's just the price you pay for watching hours and hours of Brendan Schaub content.
And then they're all around me, and they're like, "Make your move, boy." And then I see one girl come out of the bar. She's like, "Don't hurt him!" And she goes, "Don't hurt him!" And I'm like, "Thanks, sweetie, I'll take it from here." And they draw their guns. I'm like, "Oh, we doing this? Not up in here, y'all." And then I and then they're just all laid out. And they're like, dang, that was sick, man.
All right, guys, buckle in because what I'm about to tell you is so peak Brendan Schaub, so classically Bubba, that even Gringo Puppy is looking like the least embarrassing thing he's ever done. See, while most comedians move to Austin to chase stage time, network within Rogan's inner circle, or just sit in traffic near a Buc-ee's for 6 hours, your boy Brendan's been busy racking up lawsuits like he racks up missed punchlines. And this latest one isn't about the so-called Reddit trolls. It's not about podcast bots. It's not even about his failing podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Schaub is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations so ridiculous, so on brand, that even the Fighter and the Kids subreddit couldn't have dreamed this one up. We're talking tax fraud, wire fraud, civil theft, conspiracy, and brace yourself, you guys are gonna fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with promos for his failing comedy special at the time. That's right, you buy CBD oil to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan Schaub's in your inbox begging you to watch Gringo Puppy. That's not just poor marketing, that's psychological warfare. But let me back it up for those of you new to this Bubba saga, because to really appreciate how epically Brendan fumbled this one, we're going to start from the beginning. Before the lawsuits, before the storage unit studio, and before the Botox.
Chain smells like red. Smell it.
Yeah.
It smells like your cologne, dude.
Yeah, I wear that every year. I could have been that.
How does gold hold
I got
smell?
that for that thing's kind of a good luck charm. My son had his seizures. I got that like this the day when we figured out CBD oil gets rid of them. So I take it out. He was, not anymore, thanks to CBD oil.
Really? What was wrong with
Real
him?
story.
What was causing it?
They don't know. It's epileptic seizures. But benign though. And then there was like all like doctors like, oh, let's put him on some medication, let's do this. And then I went to these forums and the mom's like, do not give him medication. Everything you're doing, try CBD oil. And I have some friends know some people in CBD oil business. So I'm like, I'm going to try that before I try anything else. Tried it, hasn't had one since.
Great.
Dude. And I got that chain when we figured out that the CBD oil fixed it. So.
This story starts with Brendan's newfound love of CBD oil around 6 years ago. He starts asking around and eventually Pure Spectrum CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady Bell, enters the picture. Brady's your typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, sponsoring athletes, trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone, possibly under the influence of one too many on-it supplements, suggests Brendan Schaub as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's track record, fumbled an MMA career, fumbled stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. But they roll the dice anyway, and in late 2018, Brady Bell brings Brendan Schaub into Pure Spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company straight out of his own personal stake. All Bubba has to do is promote the brand, make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention it on his podcasts, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being a business shark. But Brendan didn't just fumble the bag, he lit it on fire, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, and called it content.
I had some stuff going on. I had some joint issues and some other stuff.
CBD up with that.
She told me. She told
I got you.
You brought it, Charlotte's Web.
It's Pure Spectrum. It's the best CBD on the planet.
Is that what's the brand? Pure Spectrum is the name of the brand.
Yeah.
And she told me to ask you for that.
Yeah. Let me talk to one of the owners.
Did you just talk to them?
I'm one of the owners.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you started your own brand. Did you buy into it, or did you form this company with them?
They formed it, and then I came in as a fourth partner.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
So you brought it? You brought it, I'm going to try it out?
I'm going to bring it. I forgot it. But I got the best for you. Okay. We don't live far from each other. I can go get it and come back.
Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's the least I can do.
So here's where it all starts to unravel. And honestly, it wouldn't be a true Brendan Schaub story without some world-class self-sabotage. After getting his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what Brendan does best. Absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit spells it out clear as day. Brendan missed every single required social media post. For those keeping score at home, that's 88 out of 88 missed posts. He skipped promotional events. He failed to honor his contractual obligations. Meanwhile, get this, he still managed to collect over 370 grand in commissions from Pure Spectrum. That's right, Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less promo than Chin does research for The Fighter and the Kid. And honestly, that's impressive in its own way. But like every good Bubba scandal, things get dumber. Because as Gringo Puppy started tanking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. And by creative, I mean desperate. This lawsuit contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a legal filing. On multiple occasions in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Shaw solicited plaintiff to send mass emails using Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help boost poor ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's mailing list because they want CBD products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and Brendan allegedly tries to hijack the database to spam them with ads for Gringo Puppy. Imagine buying CBD to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan's in your inbox saying, "What else you got, Chin?" while begging you to rate his comedy special higher than a Rotten Tomatoes disaster movie. But wait, it gets so much better, because apparently even Showtime and IMDb were so pissed off by Bubba's guerrilla marketing tactics that they allegedly threatened legal action. This is directly from the lawsuit. Defendants' misuse of company assets for personal gain resulted in negative consequences, including threats from Showtime and IMDb for improper promotional activities. After receiving threats from Showtime, Mr. Shaw acted like he didn't know about the promotional campaign, leaving plaintiff with Brendan's dirt on his hands. That is peak Brendan Shaw. Initiate the scam, fumble the execution, blame everyone else, retreat to Joe Rogan's bunker. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comedy that even your own promo strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to impress threaten legal action just to get you to stop. It's almost poetic if poetry had CTE and a Thick Boy logo slapped on it. But we're just getting started. This was only the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Pure Spectrum. The next chapter, the non-compete violation, the $100,000 payoff, and what might be the sloppiest business move since he tried to trademark Tiger Thick whiskey.
My CBD company, they were doing this market. I said, hey, my friends are the funniest comedians in the world. Give me whatever marketing budget you have for the next 2 months. Let me do my thing with my guys. They go, okay. So I hired Chris D'Elia, Santino, Andrew Santino, Fahim, Derek Poston, I love Derek. Yep, Hassan Ahmad, and Brian Callen. Great. I had them come in. I gave them an outline. Oh, and Michael Rapport. And I gave them an outline of what I want to do. And we're just going to freestyle this. You can get paid. And then we're just going to do this. We did 3 commercials.
So after Brendan's failed attempts to boost his comedy career by misusing a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain, things finally came to a head. By late 2020, even Brendan, the undisputed king of denial, couldn't ignore the writing on the wall. The lawsuit claims that after months of skipped promos, failed appearances, and illegal marketing tactics, Brendan finally agrees to part ways with Pure Spectrum, but not before allegedly pocketing nearly $400,000 for doing, quite literally, less than nothing. The terms of the deal were pretty straightforward. Brendan signs a dissolution agreement giving up his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to a 12-month non-compete, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival CBD company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Simple, right? But this is Bubba we're talking about. If there's one thing Brendan loves more than abusing PEDs, it's violating contracts he never fully understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan allegedly turns around and starts publicly promoting Direct Hemp, a competitor of Pure Spectrum, founded by co-defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds behind what allegedly happens next. Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought Brendan into Pure Spectrum, wasn't having it. He sent cease and desist letters, or as Brendan calls them, cease and desist letters reminding Brendan of the non-compete he literally just signed, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up, you know. But true to form, Bubba allegedly ignores everything, keeps promoting direct hemp, and focuses on the only thing he's consistent with, doubling down on the dumbest possible move. It doesn't stop there though, because behind the scenes, things are about to get a lot darker.
And then I get on my horse, and I'm taking slow motion. As I'm on the horse, right, like I'm going, and there's like smoke, and the town's blowing up behind me like this.
Why isn't my horse town going up? Aren't there innocent people there?
No, they ran during the shootout. Because I heard one girl in the saloon go, "Oh, that's a sick-ass cowboy." And I'm like, "You right, sweetie."
I know, but the town's...
The town, and then in slow motion, it's like, and then I'm looking like super smoky, and then even my horse in slow motion goes.
August 2021. According to the lawsuit, Pure Spectrum insiders and investors are plotting a hostile takeover of the company. The plan: push Brady Bell out of his business, take control, and in classic podcast industry fashion, glaze over the details later. But they have one problem. They need Brendan's help to pull it off. Even though he signed away his ownership, they allegedly approached Bubba with a deal. Hey Brendan, we know you technically gave up your stake, but how about you lie on some documents, pretend you still own 9.3% of Pure Spectrum, and help us vote Brady out? We'll throw in $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more than scorpion milk, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claims he took the deal faster than Theo Von distanced himself from the fighter and the kid, signed the false declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely, all for a cool $100K, which in Brandon's world would cover Chin's salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there. You think after pocketing a questionable $100,000 for allegedly faking ownership documents, Brendan Shaw would ride off into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't double up as a car park. But no, when Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping boot Brady Bell from his own company, Brandon kept the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS and Brady Bell simultaneously. I mean, the man's so addicted to fake numbers, he allegedly tried to bot his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just, oops, I forgot to declare a podcast ad. We're talking potential felony-level allegations. Wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has consistently leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evade contractual obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the thick boy business model isn't built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second.
You know, I'm in the business of likability. So when I go on the road, I think too, for younger comics or people get into this, you think that the internet, through all the comments or whatever it is real. It's not real, man. I make a business off likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills. I have 10 endorsement deals. And this isn't a flex, it's just showing you that, you know, I'm more loved than I am liked. You know, I go to a coffee shop, I can't just remember I can't go anywhere without meeting nice people, man. You know, who love what I do. And then also, I sell tickets on the road. That's how else I pay my mortgage. You know, so that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see them and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpay me.
This lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow-motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on concussions. Failed comedy career, blamed it on being too big, strong, and good-looking. Botched podcasts, blame it on Brian Callen, chin, and production staff. Banned from Rogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting comedians from his fists. Now allegedly scamming CBD customers, falsifying tax documents, and panicking when the feds get involved. This lawsuit basically takes all the worst parts of Brendan's public persona, the fragile ego, the self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, and shows that allegedly it wasn't just happening on YouTube. It was happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that same trademarked buffer energy. Deny, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble the bag. But if you thought this was just a civil court drama, think again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Papi look like a career highlight. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed stand-up comedian, storage unit landlord, podcast bot enthusiast, now facing the most on-brand legal meltdown of his career. If even half of these allegations are proven true, we're not just looking at some slap-on-the-wrist YouTube drama. We're talking massive financial penalties, triple damages under Florida's civil theft laws, IRS investigations for filing false tax returns, potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and worst of all, more storage unit podcast episodes while he scrambles to salvage the empire. But let's be honest, we all know how this plays out. Brendan's going to hit the fighter and the kids set next week, acting like nothing's happened. He'll glaze Rogan harder than ever, even though Rogan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka anyone who's been reading the court filings and knows how to pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true Papa fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense worse than he fucked up his copyright lawsuit. You know, the one he thought was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called him out on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second, because even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly sold a 9.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, and I can't stress this enough, he didn't even legally own the stake at that point. He'd already signed it away months earlier in a dissolution agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. The man once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Gringo Papi was going to break Netflix. He thought Rogan would actually let him set foot in the mothership green room. But surely even Brendan Shaw isn't dumb enough to sign legal documents selling part of a company he doesn't own. Surely the people around him, and let's remember, Brendan's constantly reminding us how professional his legal team is. Were they just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations, cash checks for non-existent equity, and thinking, yeah, B, this is how Bezos built Amazon? I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers, his manager? Was there literally no adult supervision? Chin's back there fumbling focus, Callen's busy planning his escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like it's another poorly planned drug giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him glaze himself on his car shows. We've seen him claim he's too strong, big, and good-looking to fail, but allegedly selling phantom ownership in a CBD company while already locked in a non-compete. It almost defies belief. Almost. Because when you zoom out and look at the pattern, the comedy career that fell apart, the Texas move that backfired, the numerous scandals, the alleged tax issues, maybe this isn't as surprising as it sounds. Maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the entire Thick Boy ecosystem is running on autopilot, fueled by bot views, blind confidence, and questionable paperwork. But let me be clear, this is all just speculation. It's my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this case will hinge on whether or not Brendan legally still owned a share in Pure Spectrum CBD. Brendan hasn't filed his defense yet, and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's a rational adult explanation for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own. Maybe he still owned it and the plaintiff has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely possible. But based on history, I wouldn't count on it. This is going to get messy. It's going to be public, and we're all here for it. So if you want to stay up to date on the Bubba downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan ever went into reading his own contracts, allegedly. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And then I look at the camera, and I know there's only one pure CBD in this town, and it's Pure Spectrum partner.
I love it.
You do?
I do it. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum, you know?
What do you think of the mustache? Is it too much?
No?
Hell yeah. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like dull down my parents and how I could fight, so I never like brought that side out. But then it became I was like just a stomping pad. Oh, shotgun cannon, you can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene, like in that environment where I'm at now mentally, it's like I'll f them up. Yeah, that's what. So I took myself out of it. If that makes sense.
Brendan Schaub's back to his old ways again, threatening comedians with physical violence because they hurt his feelings. Ironically, doing exactly that to Bobby Lee was the straw that broke the business shark's back and set off a chain of events that would see him fall from grace and land himself in a puddle of his own piss in Austin, Texas. There is so much going on right now in Bubba's world that you guys might not know about. So just before we get into today's serving of cringe slop from the fighter and the kid, let me tell you what happened this morning. In the middle of the night, I woke up to what I thought was a knock at the door. I rolled out of bed, chucked on my wife's undies, and went down to see what was going on. Outside my front door, laid out neatly on the top step, was a yellow package with the words "Cringe Lord" written in thick black text. Being the naturally curious individual that I am, I scooped it up and brought it into my study, which doubles as my kitchen, and opened the package. Inside were a bunch of legal documents with Brendan Schaub's name written all over them. My initial thought was, finally that fuckface is suing me, and I started to brick up. Now, I don't know if you've ever cracked a fat in women's underwear, but it's possibly one of the most uncomfortable things you could possibly do to yourself. But after I realized that Brendan was being sued by someone else, I grew an extra inch and had to take the damn things off. So I'm standing there in my kitchen, which doubles as a study, completely naked, reading about all these allegations against Brendan Schaub, from tax fraud to wire fraud to conspiracy, and I thought to myself, fuck, it's cold. And so as soon as the sun came up, I got my lawyer on the phone, explained what happened, and now we're in the process of verifying all the documents I received so I can do a full breakdown of exactly what's going on, knowing that everything is correct and accurate. But fuck me dead. Some of the allegations in these documents I was reading about Brendan had me absolutely howling. Most of the events allegedly took place between 2019 and 2022 when Bubba was in full flight, so I've got my fingers crossed that it's all legit and I can share them with you as soon as possible. So stay tuned, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because if this shit is real, then I'll be going deep on this one. Also, quick shout out to all my members over on Patreon. There are still a few spots left in the $5 Founders tier before it gets locked, so make sure you head over there via the link in the description and sign up before it's sold out. My video on Timmy No Breaks will be up very soon, but I just uploaded a video on the worst guest in Kill Tony's history, so go and check that out if you're interested. As for your boy Bubba, life is just getting harder and harder down in Texas. If you've been following my coverage of his epic fail of a move, you'll know that Brian Callen has abandoned him yet again to go on a Mediterranean holiday with his family. So in the very first test of Brendan's move to the comedy capital of the universe, he's failed to get any big guests on to replace Callen while he's living it up on a cruise ship. Instead, we've had Tim Stolen Valor Kennedy on twice, and the first of two appearances from Mike Catherwood. And we all know there's nothing worse than seeing grown men sucking up to Brendan Schaub.
You're not
someone who I don't think like you sit around thinking I would love to hurt someone right now. You're not, but your capacity, and Tim is the same way. And I've rolled and done all combat sports with Tim. It's it's a thing. But your capacity to people up is very high, very high. Tim's is very high. And so there has to be situations, a lot of situations in life where you're like, I don't know what you think you're getting into. But the reason I ask this is because I don't have a very high capacity to hurt Earth. The people of Earth. But the other day, my daughter has male friends, male buddies, and how old is she? She's 11, but the oldest kid was like 8th grade, like 13, 14, like freshman. And then the youngest of the group was probably like in the 9 ballpark. A collection of brothers and their male friends. Yeah. And I like these; they're good kids and all. But I was driving around. We went to the water park, Typhoon, Texas, here in Texas. And we're having a great time and everything. And they start getting lippy. I mean, and in the back of my, they were, but they're little boys. Especially the 14-year-old. They're like, yeah, well, I'll show you what's all you up. And I was like, and I pulled the car over. And I was like, you're having a good time. This is fun. I was like, I wouldn't even break a sweat. Yeah, dude. I would smash all of you in the car. Everyone in this car, all versus me. I would destroy you. Just so we know, let's have some fun here, but let's get that out. Does that happen to you with adults, especially in the comedy world? Because you gotta be like, I know we're having fun here.
Never. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like dull down my parents and how I could fight, so I never like get it out. But then it became, I was like just a stomping bat. Shotgun cannon. You can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene, like in that environment where I'm at now mentally, it's like, oh, yeah. That's what, so I took myself out of it. That makes sense.
What could be worse than two 40-something-year-old has-beens trying to convince everyone how tough they are on a podcast that gets most of their views from paid-for bots? Even the ad reads are getting shorter and shorter. Have you noticed? I keep telling you guys this podcast is on its last legs, and here we have irrefutable evidence that it's almost over. As soon as Podcast 1 starts pulling ads from the thick boy empire, Brendan won't be able to pay Callan to be his friend anymore. Chin will probably keep working for free, and before you know it, it'll be Brendan, the train tracks, the air conditioning unit, and Chin all repeating that same line over and over again. What else you got, Chin? Man, that's rough. But for all the growth that Brendan pretends he's gone through since quitting comedy to focus on being the most embarrassing baseball dad of all time, it seems like he's still harboring an enormous amount of resentment towards the top 250 elite comedy killers who used to pay the shit out of him in green rooms around the country. Instead of ignoring them and moving on like the big man he claims he is, now he's claiming that he'd beat the shit out of them if they ever said a bad word around him ever again. That's why he doesn't move around those circles anymore. It's not because he's not allowed at Rogan's Comedy Club, it's because he's protecting all those comedy assassins from his fists. But it's not just the mothership green room that isn't safe anymore. Even his own kids are in danger.
My son, I'm his dad, so it's all, you know what he's talking about, it's whatever. And he was getting lippy with me, and I was like, oh, dude, I'm yeah. And he's like, no, you won't. I'm like, no, really? Because he was getting a little arrogant, and I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna hit you hard. Whatever you want to do, dude. And I said something. I was like, if you do this, you can do that. He's like, cool, man. And he's like, legit in his mind thought he could fuck me up. And I was like, go, dude. You can throw as hard as you want. I'm gonna be at 10%.
Because that's almost educational for him at that point.
That's all I want. I'm like, let me show you the difference. But then he was like throwing like hard kicks to my leg and stuff. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. And he was like, yeah, what's up, man? I'm like, all right, dude. All right, keep going. And he throws a kick, and I just check it with my knee, and the top of his foot hits my knees, like on the ground, and he's getting up, and he's like, I can tell you he's mad, he wants to cry because he thought he was going to win, and he's still like going hard, and I'm like giving him chokes, I'm like, you good, dude? And just like grabbing him, and we got done, it was a learning experience for him, but I go, buddy, if you fight another 9-year-old like that, you're gonna dominate. Like, take that energy. Anytime if you're getting bullied or whatever,
Even like a tough 9-year-old, like that's devastation, right?
But if you just throw one of those leg kicks on these little it's at the schoolyard, it's game over, dude. Like, just take that and put there. I would tell him, like, as long as you live, you're never going to beat me.
Yeah.
I'm constantly going to stay in shape, so you never beat me.
So in that one interaction with his dad, Brendan's son learned 2 life lessons. My dad has the most fragile ego in the world, and it's okay to beat the shit out of kids in the schoolyard. What are we doing here, B? Next minute, Brendan will be in the principal's office pretending like he doesn't know where his kid got the idea from. Luckily for him, though, it's highly unlikely that the school principal has ever seen an episode of The Fighter and the Kid. I mean, let's be honest here. But how many times have we heard these multi-millionaire podcasters pretending like they had to do it tough on the way up, having to scrape their money together to make the rent each month? We've heard it from Rogan, Burt, Tom, and Schultz. Apparently, the hardest part is having to call up your parents and ask for a couple of grand to get you through the month. According to Bubba, it's those phone calls that make men out of boys.
Are you one of the guys where, not that you came from nothing, but once you have money, which, you're comfortable now, but do you have that constant fear of going back to broke?
No, what I do have, because I did not struggle at all. I wasn't in front.
But you've struggled before.
I was no. 2001 to 2005, I was like, how am I going to make rent this month? And I just refused to, like, I happened 2 or 3 times. I felt like I was swallowing razors. I'd go to my parents' house and be like,
so you don't want
a couple grand because I don't know what to do.
But today, that you don't wake up with cold.
No, I don't feel like that. But what I do feel like is like I think about those times when I would be sitting there watching TV or doing whatever you do to kill time on a day when you don't have work. 24, and my dog's sitting on my lap, and I'm like, fuck, I'm a loser. Like, how am I going to pay my rent? And I was sitting in those moments, and I don't necessarily fear being in that financial position. I fear that feeling. I'm a loser. Yeah. I don't ever want to feel like a loser.
Yeah.
I'm getting
well, no, it's true. I think that's what most, especially guys are in business, that's the biggest fear people lose. But my thing is, my kids experience, like, they're used to this life. Like, my life out here is a movie, dude. Like, I wake up, there's the lake there, like, I'm on the lake every day. And, like, my wife, I told her, I'm like,
your wife's yeah, shit. Also, it's got to make you feel weird. It's got to make you feel like, well, is this real?
Yeah, we're in a simulation. According to Elon Musk. Yeah, my thing is that they have this life where my wife's like, you've called it, man. Like, it's so great out here. It feels like a movie. It feels like we're on vacation every day. Biggest motivation is we can't go back. We can't go back.
Yeah, I can't.
Like, I don't want my kids to be like, have that story when they're in their 20s, like, yeah, we grew up in this dope crib around the lake, and something happened, and
now I'm in a apartment.
Yeah. No, my dad sold all his cars. Like, that's the motivation.
It's not even the amount of money. You're right. It's not the idea of regression. Yes, it seems so scary.
Brendan outlining his own demise right there is a peach's delight. It's clearly been keeping him up at night with those cold sweats he was just talking about. He can't just admit that it's all falling apart around him. Moving to Texas was his last-ditch effort to save the podcast, and we all know how that's going, don't we, Benny? At least he's got a hot wife to stick with him throughout thick and thin. Once the money runs dry, she'll be the first one to get a job and pay the bills. Who wrote that? The reality is, Brendan will blame his team, claim that mistakes were made outside of his control. His dad will bail him out, and he'll be on the first flight back to LA, ready for his next identity theft. If you ask me, I think he'd be better off asking Rogan for a job doing security at the comedy mothership. It'd be funnier than anything happening inside. But if there's one thing we know about Brendan, it's his strong sense of self-awareness. This next clip was bought and paid for by Thick Boy Studios.
I think a lot of people in the internet sphere get very critical about you. Is they'll be like, "There's no self-awareness." And I couldn't disagree. I think no one none of my friends in the entertainment industry, especially in the like digital space, are more self-aware than you are, because you struggle with the idea of like, I'm going to be in the space of like influencer slash comedian slash this and that, where I'm buff and used to fight in cages, and I'm handsome, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be so hard to do that and not. It's so hard to kind of express to people who aren't in this world. There's a reason why a lot of comedians are kind of like nebbishy, like the hoodie and the ill-fitting clothes, and it's like, these big. Because that fits what people understand, and it also makes it easier for people to kind of connect with them on stage. And same with broadcast, same with radio guys. And when someone comes along, and you can say what you want about Dane Cook or these guys or D'Elia, Matt Wright, a lot of it is just like you're swimming uphill when you don't fit that mold. And since day one, when you and Callan were just piecing together the idea of doing a podcast, you're living in I remember you were living in a condo in Marina Del Rey, and you just got your first Beamer like that. You were just getting like your baller car like it, and you're like, yeah, dude, I don't care. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And it's like, it'll be rough. It'll be, because like, look at my jeans, and I'm gonna go. I'm looking at buying this Porsche, and you're like, this is gonna be rough for me. But you were so, you never once were like, I don't even understand why people are talking. You're like, look at my jeans. Look at from day one. Look at my. I get it. You know. I get it. And so anyway, that's the end.
That's the one. The problem this whole time was that Brendan is too fit, too strong, and too good looking to be famous. It's not because he's a massive dumbass with shit for brains and doesn't have a funny bone in his body. It's because he's too talented, so he had to swim uphill his whole life. I remember when Joe Rogan said almost the exact same thing years ago, that people have trouble accepting Brendan Shaw because he's too big, strong, and good looking. Oh, and I almost forgot, he's also too self-aware. It makes sense now why Brendan basically begged Mike to come back for a second recording this week. Looks like he just found Brian Callen's replacement, and so the cycle repeats itself. But with all the dick riding in this episode, it made me think, what happened to Brendan's North Star, Joe Rogan? We haven't heard him even mention Brendan's move to Texas yet. He hasn't given the guys a shout-out, let alone phoned into the podcast to help boost the numbers. Yet, according to Bubba, Rogan's his most loyalist friend in the world.
Dude, my first flight out here looking at houses, this is like, whatever, 4 months ago, I got an argument with two people on the plane about Rogan. What's that? Okay. Here, am I really gonna fight you and Brian and Bert and all the like that the Rogan sphere? You guys can say all you want. There are people that can be like, they're fucking cheap. Rogan's not my boy, but he's always. I knew Rogan. If Joe Rogan walked in right now, because he'd be like, oh, Mike, what's it? He knows me. Before JRE, he used to have to do radio to promote his comedy, as all comics did. And he used to come into Kevin and Bean all the time. He was one of our favorite people. He was amazing. He used to light up the airwaves. He always was cool with me. He gave me and Kevin tickets to go to UFCs. He was cool. I have an experience. What I want to say is, like, I'm not in the Rogan sphere. I'm not hanging out with him later. I'm not going to go to the mothership and do anything. I will tell you, in 2004, Joe Rogan would come in to do the radio show, and you know what he would talk about on and off the air? MMA, conspiracy theories, and wild animals that I've never heard of that are living on some island in Fiji. Can you believe what this guy said? There's a theory about Hitler right now. Oh my God, I just got this new Porsche. All of this you're seeing, this isn't a creation. This isn't a costume. There's just more people watching now.
Yeah, and so I was like, hate him or love him. I will tell you, I saw it with my off the air, on the air. It's completely him. It's just him. It's just completely him. I don't know anybody who off the air without wanting to get his buzz for it was more supportive of up and coming comics.
Nowhere.
That's why, by the way, I don't want to hear it again. I don't want to hear him. This is my. But that's why the Mencius happened. Not because Rogan was mad because he was stealing his. He was furious about Ari and the guys. He was. I've never seen a guy more actually concerned.
Leave the comedy store over it. You know, they sided with Mencius because he's a bigger actor. That wasn't beneficial to Joe at the time. Oh, dude, you're the loyalist person, you know, right besides Lex in my life is Joe. There was a comic who went bad on me I forgave them. I don't give a fuck. It happens. And he was like, you can forgive, but don't forget. And I was like, dude, you can allow him to work your club. He's like, no. Yeah. Like, you don't need to do that, man. He's just a loyal dude.
He is.
Mike's really pitching for a job in this one. The glaze is off the charts. But does anyone know who the comedian Rogan banned from the mothership is? He said it's a dude, so it can't be Annie Letterman. It's obviously not Bobby Lee because Rogan loves Bobby and had him on the podcast last year. I mean, is it Andrew Santino? I honestly have no idea. Let me know in the comments who you think it is, because the only thing funnier than Rogan not letting Brendan into his club is banning someone else who had beef with him. And that whole thing about how Rogan hasn't changed, he's the same guy he's always been, blah, blah, blah. If you showed Joe Rogan from 8 years ago any of his podcasts from the last 12 months, he wouldn't believe his eyes and ears. All of the sheep that Mike just mentioned, Brian, Bert, Brendan, have all become more douchey ever since they got the Rogan bump. I seriously think he's angling for a job with one of them, and he's using Brian's absence to get the chip in with Brendan for when they eventually split up for good. But like I said at the beginning, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because there's a lot happening at the moment and you don't want to miss out on any of my uploads. Shout out to all my members on Patreon. You guys are fucking legends. And I'm sorry to my wife for ruining another pair of her underwear. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Also, I think that those guys, like, I'm a wild boy in a sense. Like, I guess my issues. You don't become a cage fighter because you're normal.
We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again.
Let's go back to bed.
But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
It's 2 weeks. You know what you gotta do? Like, just show up.
That's right.
Like, hey, you can't do that.
Wait, listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. We're going to get Johnny Depp on. Get Johnny Depp.
Leto.
We're going to get Elon Musk on. Elon on. Elon's in Austin.
But yeah, so you missing 2 weeks when we just got here, so that's cool. But
welcome back to the most slow-motion breakup in history. Just when you thought Brendan Shaw couldn't embarrass himself anymore, his move to Texas is proving to be worse than everyone thought. When this all started almost 6 months ago, there were two main narratives going. The first one was moving to Texas is going to be an opportunity for Brendan to start fresh in a new city and rebuild what was once one of the biggest podcasts in the world. The second one was Brendan's move is going to be more of the same, and instead of a slow death in LA, we're going to witness a slow death in Austin. But I could never have predicted how much worse all of this would all turn out. Both narratives were completely wrong because, yet again, Brendan has redefined hitting rock bottom. Seriously, take a look at the new studio. They've gone for a Texas-themed logo background on the wall next to the stairs, and literally at the top of the stairs on the landing, that's where the redact himself sits. And why do they have so many fucking tripods? If the camera locations are fixed, why don't they just build a cheap rig to save space and hide the cables? They could have saved so much space by doing that. Then, of course, you've got the solo redact show set up right behind, which is just more of the same. And across the whole upstairs area, there is not one sound absorption panel in sight, just some useless black rags hanging in the corners that do absolutely nothing for the human voice. So not only does the set and lighting look like a high school visual arts project, it also sounds like dog shit too. But that's not even the worst part. Wait until you see this. Brendan is using the entire lower floor to store all of his cars for the channel Drive Fast All Gas, and wait for it, they're actually in a storage unit. This gives a whole new meaning to what are we doing here, B?
So let me just get this straight. They moved their podcast studio from LA to the middle of nowhere in some Austin storage unit that nobody can find, including Brian Callen, and then they squeezed 2 podcast sets in the smallest area up the top so they could fit a bunch of cars downstairs for a failing car channel that doesn't make any money. This has Brendan, the business shark Shaw, written all over it, but the studio setup is only just the beginning. Literally everyone could see what was about to happen, except for Bubba. Brian moved down there a couple of months before Brendan, and he's absolutely killing it. He's got a regular gig at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, and he's making regular appearances at other comedy clubs and on various podcasts and shows. Now that Brian's cashed up and flying high again, he's ready for a summer vacation. And your boy Brendan isn't happy about it. This was the conversation at the very beginning of the podcast, right after the cringy intro thing.
Yeah, here we are, baby. We're back, bud. We're back. And I want to apologize for leaving again. But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
It's 2 weeks. You're missing 2 weeks.
I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing,
No, because you come back on like a Tuesday.
well, I'll come back on a Wednesday, yeah. I'll be, right? No, but we'll get a podcast in that week. So it'll be 3 shows I miss altogether. 3 shows. A total of 3.
Because you come back on Wednesday, we have to film on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll film on Thursday. But you know what? Hey, look at me. We're filming on Thursday, but guess what? We'll get it in. That'll be our Thursday. We'll do it Thursday morning. And then, so we only miss 3.
Maybe.
We missed 3.
Like next week, so while you're gone on, what they do?
I'm going with the extended family. It's every June. Every June.
It's okay.
Well, it's my whole family though. It's my dad. He's 85.
Cruises?
Well, it's a high-end cruise. We start
Cruises and Teslas, dude. 2 things I hate.
No, but this is a great cruise. It's with the kids. It's great. It's fun.
But yeah, so you're missing 2 weeks when we just got here, so that's cool. But
Airing out your dirty laundry in the intro is a symptom of a dying podcast. Like, who seriously wants to tune into a show while they're working or just chilling at home? Maybe they're in the car, and the first thing they hear is Brendan bitching about Brian taking a family holiday. It's like when there's a couple in your friend group who are constantly arguing and bickering, but no one has the balls to tell them to break up already. After all these years of Brian needing Brendan more than Brendan needing Brian, the tables have finally turned on your boy Bubba, and now he's copying a taste of his own medicine. Just watch the way Brian talks to Brendan now compared to when they were back in LA. He gives absolutely zero fucks what Brendan thinks. He's doing things his own way and doesn't need Brendan's approval anymore. But Brendan's turned into the toxic ex-boyfriend who's trying to convince Brian that he's nothing without him and needs him to be happy.
just need you to kind of.
No, I got us. Listen,
you know, after however long we've been inside, 14 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Back hurts, right? Hey, after 14 years, my back hurts, and so does Chin.
Chin and Brennan have been in this studio, building this place out, putting up lights, renting the place, leasing it, paperwork, all that stuff.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, everything.
And I've been grab ass when you're like,
I've been doing stand up and just, I've been,
oh, you just show up.
You know what I've been about as useful as a cow chewing grass. And what else is new?
My back hurts.
No, your back hurts. I did say thank you. I did text. I really appreciate it.
Yesterday, after all the work,
No, I really
didn't even notice the lights.
I'm such a with that stuff, and I apologize. I know you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I don't need a pat on the back.
Well,
right?
sometimes your best friend should say, "Hey, dude."
I'm used to it by now. But
I don't want to be that guy to you. I don't want to be that person. I want to be your friend who's there to support.
It's all like you just gotta know. It's all good. I don't remember resentment. Me and Chin's back. Me hurt.
So while Brendan and Chin have been breaking each other's backs, Brian's been off chilling with the Austin assassins in the mothership green room. By the way, renting the place, leasing it, and doing paperwork all mean the same thing. And everyone knows that Bubba's not signing anything himself. Brendan's probably been loitering around taking pics and videos for Instagram and getting in Chin's way. But someone needs to pull Brendan aside and explain to him that Brian's been carrying the show ever since they weren't able to book guests anymore. Everything wrong with the show is a direct result of Brendan and Chin's input. And when Brian's the strongest link, you know you've got a problem. Speaking of guests, though, like I said at the beginning, this move to Austin was meant to be an opportunity to bring on some big guests and breathe some life into this podcast. And now that Brian's mixing it with the top 250 again, he's got some plans for the future.
What am I going to do?
You know what you got to do? What? Just show up.
That's right. Like, hey, wait, but
what am I going to do? No, I don't want you touching anything.
I'd be here and I'd be like, do you want to put the, you'd be like,
no, I don't need you.
I know that.
Just show up.
Well, no, go on vacation. Now, listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. We are going to have some great fun.
I've never heard. I've heard of Creek in the Cave. Is Creek in the Cave an actual?
It's a great club. It's a great club.
Oh, it's a club.
Yeah, it's a club.
See, I was thinking of like a small Red Rocks and the
No.
waters.
It's like Vulcan Gas Company. It's like right there. It's that whole section. That's a great club. I love that club. That's cool. Sunset Strip. We got some great comedy clubs. That's cool. Yeah,
that's cool.
So
you got the mothership last night.
Yeah, I did Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez.
Yeah, what is Story Wars?
So Louis J. Gomez.
Is it like a play on like this is not happening?
It's
like,
great. No. Louis J. Gomez came up with this idea.
I have no idea about that. That's not. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
So you tell you submit stories anonymously. All 5 of us submit 3 stories. Yep. And then they'll read the story, and you have to guess who. It's a real story. You have to guess who in the crowd, who in the panel.
Oh, gotcha. So it's not stories from the crowd.
Yeah, no.
It's stories from the panel.
Yes. Okay. And so I'm doing it with Big J. Okerson, who might be the funniest motherfucker.
I always say this.
Like he might be
top 5 doing it, but
Zach Galifianakis and Artie Lang to me were just raw, funny improvise, like being able to improvise. The funniest people
not
ever.
like I picked like 2 big guys.
I would say Big J. Okerson is just from raw talent and ability to be funny. There's nobody funny.
Calling Big J. Okerson a top 5 comedian in the world right now, and even going as far as to say that there's nobody going around better than him at the moment, is absolutely crazy. These guys are so fucking desperate for a guest that they've resorted to glazing average comedians. Next, they'll be saying how amazing Steve-O is to get him in the studio as well. Brendan has burnt so many bridges over the years that it's going to be almost impossible to get a decent guest on the show ever again. And with this whole move over the past few months, all the chatter and the endless promotion from these guys, we haven't heard one word about it from Bubba's North Star, Joe Rogan. We all know how much Rogan loves to gloat when another comedian moves to Austin, yet he's had absolutely zero to say about this in any facet. Come on, B. The writing's literally on the wall. And so after they finished glazing Big J, they moved on to Louis J. Gomez. And if you don't know the history here, stick around because I'll give you a taste straight after this clip.
Louis J. Gomez, you know Louis, his dad was murdered, his mom was a drug addict, he went through some shit. Yeah, everyone knows that. Yeah, I didn't know he is who he is. Yeah. I love that guy, he's great. I did a show, he had a stand-up show at Creek in the Cave Wednesday at Story Wars.
He lives out there?
No, he just comes in. We'll get him on the podcast soon. Has he done this podcast?
Come on.
Yeah, so we gotta get back on.
He's done it, right, Jen? Louis hasn't done it?
No, we gotta get him on.
All the years, we've never had those on?
No, we gotta get him on. Jesus. We gotta get him, we gotta get Big J.
So for those of you who don't know the history, Louis has been one of Brendan's biggest trolls over the years, especially after Gringo Bobby came out and Brendan started getting attention from the internet for being the world's worst comedian.
Can I say not to the keto?
No.
It's not sustainable.
You don't
for
know
a guy like you.
You don't know anything about anything.
I know everything about everything.
That's not true. I'll listen to Brendan Schaub, who drives an Aston Martin. Thanks.
Brendan Schaub is an athlete. Okay, Brendan
He
Schaub
has
is
an Aston Martin.
Let me explain. Brendan Schaub is an ass.
You showed up here on a skateboard.
No, I didn't show up on a skateboard. I'm
Brendan Schaub is the best comedian in the country right now. Look at me. Have you seen his stuff?
Yeah.
He's the best. So I will take advice from him.
Brendan Schaub, let me explain. So he might be. There's a good chance he's the best comedian of our generation. Okay,
Yes.
that's neither here nor there.
Prolific.
This is nothing.
He's our hit.
This has nothing to do with his amazing.
I understand the keto because he's an athlete. I was a swimmer when I was a child, Louis. I was a great swimmer. I'll beat you in a race, and I'll beat him in a race in swimming. I'll kick his ass in swimming.
Brendan Schaub knows nothing about being fat and getting in shape. and I guess the title of it was something along the lines of like Brendan Schaub caught trying to cheat on his wife, right? And there's a video of Brendan Schaub at a restaurant, just a security footage, and he goes up to a girl, allegedly goes up to a girl. You don't know, it's literally security footage. He goes up to a girl. This video, giving his number to this chick, his wife saw it, freaked out, and he was like, this dude, I'm sick of this guy saying, he talks all the time, he probably doesn't say anything, right? His nerve. He watches every video this guy does on it. He's writing jokes. Yes. Go to Schaub. Of course. Okay, you go to Schaub, you think he's writing a workshop, possibly. Okay?
Please edit this out.
They call it a workshop.
My LA friends, we don't have to take this abuse. We don't have to take this abuse in LA. We have mansions and we all drive Maserati. We don't have to take this abuse from these low-level bodega rats.
So but we're not talking about comedy writing. We're talking
about high-level, prolific comedian Brandon Schaub.
Workshop. Give his online course.
There are seriously a bunch of clips like that of Lewis just roasting the shit out of Brendan, same with Tim Dillon, Dave Smith, and Big J. And so after calling out Brendan for so long and inviting him to Skankfest, your boy eventually agreed to do it and went on the panel, only for all of them to kiss each other's asses and play nice. So the fact that Brendan's willing to see past all of that and invite them on his dying podcast just goes to show how desperate they are to get a decent guest on. But forget comedians, these guys are shooting for the stars.
You gotta get Johnny Depp on. Get Johnny Depp.
I know.
Gotta get Elon Musk on. Elon's in Austin. A boy can't dream.
I don't know if we're the platform for it. I mean, I'd be down, obviously, but yeah, maybe. I'll tell you guys, obviously he's a good buddy, but if you listen to Theo Vaughn and J.D. Vance, there's not another host in the world that can do what Theo does with his politician.
It's hilarious.
Buddy. It's hilarious. Bro, you listen to it, and you get to know all the politicians should come on there. Because Theo, you see, feels like me. He dips his toes in there, he kind of knows it, but he's not too into the weeds. So they're general questions that we're all curious about that no one asked them, but it's his way of thinking. Dude, there's an innocence. It's his language. There's no one else. You can find other Brians and Brendans. You can find other, insert whatever podcast what you want. There is not another Theo when these big politicians. He's not nervous. He's doing his thing. There's information there. It's so good. He's so unique. I just talked to him yesterday.
He's such a unique.
Brendan went on that whole ramble about Theo Von just so he could say that he spoke to him yesterday at the end. He's more transparent than his wife's Instagram stories, but the whole Jared Leto thing is wild. Ever since Brian Callen was falsely confused by several women of essaying them a few years back, Brendan has adopted the default position to never believe any allegations that women make ever again. They've openly defended Russell Brand and Jared Leto, and I've even heard Brian trying to defend P. Diddy, but then backtrack when he realized what he just said. Becoming apologists for celebrities with allegations against them is not the path back to doing big numbers and pulling in big ad dollars. And I'll never get sick of hearing Brendan try to leech off Theo Von's success. He has to constantly remind everyone that they're still good buddies, even though Theo ditched Brendan to go out on his own and become one of the biggest podcasts in the world.
Super weird too. Like he randomly texts me. I don't know if he knew I was or something like that. He's like, check it in, man. Blah blah blah. You going through a tough time? And I was like, I just moved Austin, man. I'm trying to find my way. I'm heartbroken about LA. Yeah, man. You should have that. I miss my community member. I'll find it. It's starting to happen. I got to this guy last night, and he moved from LA, and he was like, "Yeah, Texas is maybe my best decision I've ever made." But you should know it's no LA. You're gonna miss. There's no replacing LA. And I was like, "Oh, how long did it take you to get like? How long did it take you to get like, back in your routine and feel
It was 3 years. Of 3 years. I went, oh,
See, I don't feel that way.
I went, hopefully it's faster for me than that. He's like, probably not. It's only 3 years. He's crazy. But just the sweetest guy, dude. Just
Things are not going to plan, and I'm not going to lie here, guys. As much as I think Brendan is his own worst enemy, I can't help but feel bad for the guy. He uproots his whole family while his kids are young to follow Brian to Austin. Rogan hasn't even acknowledged their presence in any facet. Meanwhile, Brian's hit the ground running, selling out shows at the mothership and going on different shows and podcasts. The new studio is in some random storage unit in the middle of nowhere. It looks shit and it sounds shit. Brendan's clearly hating it down there, but he's still pushing through with a brave face, trying to make it happen. Bro, just let it go. Admit you were wrong and go back to LA. You were clearly happier there. This didn't turn out the way you thought it would. Rogan doesn't give a fuck that you're there, and Elon doesn't even know who you are, B. I said this a couple of years ago in one of my videos. Brendan's biggest problem was trying to become a comedian while still trying to have a voice in the MMA community. If he had never tried his hand at stand-up comedy and instead used his podcast profile from JRE and The Fighter and the Kid to open up a gym franchise, I really think he'd be absolutely killing it right now. I really do. If you think about all the drama he's been involved in, almost all of it comes from him trying to be a comedian and struggling for acceptance within the industry. All of that shit with Bobby Lee and Kalila would have never happened. The internet wouldn't have turned him into a meme because of Gringo Barbie. He would have been just another retired MMA fighter who was friends with Joe Rogan and made a name for himself in his own lane. I actually think he could still do it now. Brendan still has some support in the MMA community. He could move back to LA, drop The Fighter and the Kid and the Golden Hour, put all of his energy into producing a professional MMA show, actually watch the fights instead of watching the highlights, fire Chin and get a decent producer who understands basic audio-visual production, maybe a research assistant to give him a cheat sheet before every show, and then open an MMA gym, work hard, grow the membership base, prove that it's a viable business model, then get some investors on board and expand around the country. Everyone would leave him alone and he'd make a shitload more money. I mean, look at the title of this episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Show up on why he shaved his head. And this is the only part in the whole podcast where he talks about it.
question. I'm sure you mentioned it many times, but why not shave your head? The boys want to shave their head and ask me to do it. I was like, yeah, why not? And how do you feel? I like it. Don't care. No, it doesn't feel like it's so much easier. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a fan. My mom always gets mad I wear hats all the time. My mom does. And my wife has been asking me to shave my head forever. And I never was just like, no, I don't know. Yeah, she loves shaving. It looks way better. And then the boys didn't want to do it. Like, get out here because it's hot. Yeah. And like, Dad, do it one of this. And then we all exactly the same. Shaving is one of the best feelings to me. Yeah, it's easy. I just take that tuber and do it myself now. And you can do like some mini fades too. Yeah, I can't do fades. Yeah, you can. You can fade. That's like super fadeable. Really? Yeah, that length. Yeah, I do team bosses. Once every week.
Seriously, they named a whole show after Brendan shaving his head. Bro, nobody gives a fuck. He's talking about his hair, but he's not even in focus because the autofocus was locked on Brian the whole time. Chin set it to manual focus and put them both at equal distances from the camera in the two-shot. Fuck me, Dad. What are we doing here, baby? I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm actually kind of disappointed with this whole Texas move. I really thought that Brendan was going to put a bit of money and effort into the studio and try to pull some guests on the show, but this is just fucking miserable. There are quite a few theories going around about how he's still making money, and I definitely agree that they're buying bot views. I'd say at least 30 to 40,000 per episode. They're going to get caught eventually and find themselves on the receiving end of a massive lawsuit from Podcast One. That's how they're still making money. It's because the ad deals are syndicated by Podcast One, and they spread the revenue around to all the podcasts on their payroll. That's how all of Brendan's shows are still going under the radar and making money. They're part of a group. They don't have direct deals with any of the advertisers. But that's obviously just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating based off public information. As for Brian Callen, I think he's playing the waiting game and he's holding out for Brendan to have the idea to part ways. I don't think he has the balls to burn that bridge with Brendan, so he's planting the seed for Bubba to turn around and think it was his own idea. That sounds like something Brian would do, so we'll just have to wait and see how it all pans out. So make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Bites, so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon as well, where you'll find a bunch of exclusive, long-form, uncensored content covering various comedy specials and Kill Tony shows. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I think it's the best clip of all time. The Louis C.K. Where she press the button. It's all ninja. Have you been driving much in Austin? How's the traffic?
It's not bad at all.
Not like
No, I don't think about it at all. It never takes more than a half an hour to get to the mothership. He'll come and get me at my house, sir.
Where's he land?
Wherever he wants. If there's a field,
wow.
he'll land right there, and you'll jump in, and you'll just take off.
That's legal in Texas?
It's sort of legal, but when you're Shane, you know,
You get some friends.
you got some friends, and
So he just flies his helicopter.
he flies. He doesn't drive. Tony's there, Hedgecliffe's there, Rogan's there every night. It's just great. You know, I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it. Red Band will start doing his place. He went there and I love it all.
It was one thing for Brendan Schaub to drag Brian Callen to Texas, but the entire execution of the move has blown up in Brendan's face. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. I've never seen Brendan with this much low energy. He barely laughed the entire podcast. He didn't even sit up and almost burst the vein in his neck while staring into the wrong camera. He didn't claim to be non-violent and then threaten violence against someone in the next breath. There was no name-dropping or claiming he's super close to someone he's never met, and he didn't even falsely confuse anyone of exposing him. In this episode, Brendan just sat there slumped in his chair, looking depressed and defeated, sipping on a Diet Coke and shoving God knows what into his mouth at regular intervals, as the reality of his situation set in deeper. He did, however, bring up his son's baseball in the first 2 minutes.
One more week, buddy.
One more week. I can't wait till you get there anyway.
Now, Tiger gets to the championship, I'm going to have to fly from Austin.
That's what we have to do sometimes.
Brian Callen, on the other hand, was glowing like an expectant mother who just got back from an ultrasound. For those of you who don't know, earlier this year after the LA fires, Brendan Schaub came up with the idea to pick up shop and move to Texas. So he convinced his buddy Brian Callen to move there with him so they could continue their podcast and hopefully save what's left of the Thick Boy Empire, which has been dying in the arse for years. However, what he didn't know at the time was that Brian would make the move on his own a couple of months before Brendan would, because Schaub would have trouble selling his multi-million-dollar mansion in Calabasas. Because Brian was renting, he was able to get his shit together and move down there much quicker. And so over the last few weeks, Brian's been flying back to LA to shoot episodes of The Fighter and the Kid until Schaub finally makes the move. And every time he comes back, he looks happier, healthier, and more at peace with his life, even though he wasn't able to fully beat the allegations. Brendan, on the other hand, looks like a divorced dad who gets to see his son one weekend per month after his ex-wife's new husband moved the family down to Texas for a new job and is now forced to hear about how much happier his ex-wife is without him and how well the new stepdad is going in his new job.
You've been at the mothership a bunch. I love to see it. I see the pictures. I love to see it.
It's great, man. I'm loving it. I'm so fired up. I'm writing like crazy. They give me the late spot, like I close the little boy, so I'm doing a half hour as opposed to 15 minutes. It's just such a privilege. It's great. Tony's there, Hedgecliffe's there, Rogan's there every night. It's just great. You know, I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it.
Everything I predicted right here on this channel has come true so far. Brian has hit the ground running in Texas thanks to his decades-long relationship with tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan. after the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence. He's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and been abducted by the comedy mothership, his career is starting to turn around. And don't get it twisted, mothership regulars are making a killing. Rogan's Club is sold out every day of the week, so I have no doubt that Callan's making more money from stand-up than he does from The Fighter and the Kid. However, if you recall, back in January, I put out a poll for you guys asking what would happen to Brendan in 2025. A, move to Texas, B, lose his lawsuit appeal, C, make a comedy comeback, and D, all of the above. Clearly, the correct answer is all of the above. A has already come true, and it looks like C is just around the corner.
I got an idea for us. I know you're in retirement, but I got a little idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff on your live. No, just for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances. It'll be silly and fun, and I promise you, you'll love it. Get your beak quick a little bit, just around a little bit. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Bubba went real dark there for a second. As soon as Brian mentioned him coming out of retirement and getting back on stage, it's like all those memories of being bullied by the entire internet for being the worst comedian in the history of the world came back to haunt him in that single moment. But hear me out for a second, because I think we might be onto something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did that just sound like Brian was talking about going on Kill Tony? Because if he was, then fuck me dead. 100% yes, make it happen. Chin, if you're watching this right now from your unfurnished studio apartment, you have got to help make this happen. If there was anything we didn't deserve that nobody asked for but we desperately need, it's Brendan Schaub on Kill Tony. And I'm not talking about going on the panel as a guest. Nah, fuck that. We need him on as a guest open micer. Could you imagine Brendan making a comeback 60 seconds at a time, earning his comedy chops from the ground up, becoming a regular on Kill Tony, getting an invite to Red Band's secret show, just completely rewriting the script and proving to all the haters out there that not only is he the worst comedian in the history of the world, but he's actually willing to lean into it and resurrect the Gringo Poppy. Imagine all the recycled Texas material he'd have, such as shitting on homeless people, everyone being fat and white, complaining about the libs, and then showing off the size of his belt buckle. It would be the single funniest thing to have ever come out of the comedy mothership. And if you really want to see how bad things are in the Austin comedy scene right now, check out a link to my Patreon in the description below, where you'll find all my Netflix comedy special reviews and Kill Tony content. But as we know, Joe Rogan is the biggest obstacle for Brendan resurrecting his comedy career. So I'll come back to Brendan's Joe Rogan problem in a moment, because Brian's Austin shenanigans did not stop there. If the stories about the Austin comedy scene didn't hurt Bubba's feelings enough, then Brian's newfound love of helicopters certainly did. We all know that Brendan's been bleeding money for years, and he's being propped up by his dad, Peter Schaub, who's the director of Thick Boy Productions. So when Brian brought up his old buddy who picks him up in a chopper to go for barbecue, it was yet another dagger in the back of his Texas dreams.
With Chopper, why'd you give the Chopper?
So my buddy Shane Snyder, who is just a great guy, and I work out with Tim Kennedy's best friend. Shane goes over a helicopter.
He flies this tiny.
He didn't drive it. I drive it.
Oh, wow. That's a flex.
It's not just a flex. He'll come and get me at my house, sir.
And where's he land?
Wherever he wants. If there's a field, he'll land right there. And you'll love this. We worked out, and he goes, "You want to get some barbecue?" I go, "Where?" He goes, "Salt Lake." I go, "How far away is that?" He goes, "Oh, no, you can't drive. It's about an hour and, 10 minutes, but I'll get there in 7 minutes." And I went, "Huh?" He goes, "Hop in." And I hopped in.
And does he have like that video bags in there? Like our cars?
Yeah, Bubba, he's got whatever you need in his helicopter. We got up, and in 7 minutes, we landed in a field.
Terry Black?
Right there. It was better than Terry Black's. Right there. Salt Lake barbecue. Oh, Bubba, you like yourself some barbecue, right?
Yeah.
I had some bison ribs. I had some sausage steak.
Oh, I like bison.
And then we got back in the helicopter, and I was back in my car in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah. And that's hard to argue.
Forget walking him to his truck. Bubba's about to walk into his chopper for some sloppy topping in his choppy. Thank you. As you would expect, though, Brendan's immediate reaction was to check out how much helicopters cost to see if he could swing it past his daddy. But it didn't take him long for him to realize that they were way out of his league, and there was no way he was going to be able to afford one.
Why don't you buy a helicopter?
Well,
Are they expensive?
well, he said, I'll let you use my chopper to learn. And he was giving me a little lesson.
Was it tough to learn?
It scares me because it's so sensitive. And the wind, when the wind hits, you go like this. The whole thing goes, and I'm like, oh, just let it do what it's doing. I know, but I don't like this. And by the way, you're in a bubble, so you can see everything. It would take me 4 months, but it cost me $30 grand, a lot of money to get your license. But then you're
$30 grand for a license?
Yeah, but then you're off and a running, Bubba. Now you can pick up a used chopper for about $130. A Thompson, not terrible.
And you want from like knob or something?
You're getting anywhere you want. Now I just need more money, though, Bubba. I don't have the money. You understand? I'm not a helicopter guy. But if I ever make a lot of money, well, that's a lot of money right there. Now my one buddy, our boy Eddie Stone, he flies around in that. He flies around that one right there. That big one right there.
Why don't we go dibs on that one for $75K? Go on, Jim.
I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you, but I'm not doing it.
It's a 93.
It's not. You're scared of it?
This is so unnecessary. No, neither of you need a helicopter.
Because we don't like to waste time.
Oh, look at the one for 37.
Oh, I'll pick you up in a second. You know what I mean? Now, here's the problem. Sometimes you got to be careful.
That thing you're going to die.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's not.
Look at that little trade one for 42. That could be us.
Come on.
Single seat. No, we'll partner up.
That's a single seat?
Yeah, we'll partner up. 96 though.
Brian can sit on your lap.
That's what I'm saying. For 40 grand though?
Yeah. Now you got to spend. You got to buy a good one.
Yeah, you really don't want a penny pinch on a helicopter.
No, you don't want a penny pinch on a
You
helicopter.
want a penny pinch on helicopters or tattoos.
And maintenance.
That's a good joke for the bet.
That's a good joke. I need to steal that. If you guys see that on stage at the mothership, it belongs to Brennan Schaub and he's not getting credit. Don't penny pinch on tattoos or helicopters. That's a great joke.
Yeah, that's actually a terrible joke, B. But don't let that discourage you, Brendan. Tony's waiting for you. Trust me, you're gonna kill it. I'm not going to lie, though, this whole conversation was funny as fuck. Seeing the rocks in Brendan's head slowly turning as he tries to navigate the world of aviation in real time was an absolute peach's delight. He also had a moment of true self-awareness where he acknowledged that flipping trucks is one thing, but flipping choppers is a whole other thing entirely.
It's so convenient. He flies by my house. I'm with my kids. I'm with my kids, and he buzzes my house. My kids were like, ah! He's looking at me like this.
That's Bruce Wayne.
He comes right down to the trees. He's like, gig. My wife is like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker? I can land that field if you're ever late. We'll just go. I was like, what?
Wow.
And he goes, Rogan's like a half a mile away from you.
Man, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
You can't really mod helicopters, I assume.
Well, he's been sending me options.
Well, it says helicopters are statistically more dangerous than driving.
Are generally considered more dangerous than cars and airplanes. What?
It says helicopters fatalities per flight hour than car accident per driving hour. Okay, 27 times more dangerous than driving a car.
What?
Well, that's because there's no fender benders.
There's no fender.
It's just mistake.
Well,
you're gonna learn.
Did you see? So
heaven. Yeah, like I've made a few mistakes driving my day, right? And all the cars I've had, if I made that mistake, like if you were like, oh, Brendan flipped his TRX, right? I'm fine. Got a concussion. That's fine. Brendan flipped his helicopter. But, all right.
So if helicopters are 27 times more dangerous than cars, then for our boy Bubba, we better add a zero to that. You know, like a handicap. But could you imagine if Brendan managed to convince his dad and Legs to get him a chopper, and he got his license and everything? Forget drive fast old gas, we're talking about fly high, don't land. Fly by day, comedy mothership green room by night, all day. I'm telling you, it could work. He's even got the chopper impression down already. It's 10 times better than Callan's.
He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife is like, your friends out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker?
Helicopter. Then we got a club. Shink. In the oil. See you later.
Gangster.
Yeah, Brendan's got that chopper noise down for sure. Brian sounds like a car that won't start. But all jokes aside, this move to Texas is going to be a real problem for sure. And the irony is the man standing in his way is the very man who started all of this in the first place.
Bro, Alex Pereira is the scariest kickboxer that's ever competed in the sport. He's like the one guy above all that I would say if he hits you once, you're dead. He just has to hit you once. Out of all the guys I've ever seen fight, I don't think anybody I can say that more than that guy, including in kickboxing, in everything.
He's terrifying.
He's crazy.
I remember when he came to the mothership and they were like, the security, like, it was terrifying because he was like, I want to meet Joe. And the security were like, I don't know what to do.
Yo, me and DC were in the hallway upstairs in the mothership, and he's teaching us how he checks the calf kit. You know that little area where the elevator is, where the VIP is? We're standing there in this little crowded area. There's like 5 of us. And Peloton's kicking my legs, and he's kicking DC's legs, and he's explaining how he lifts his leg up this way, and this is how he checks it. And you're like, oh, God. And both DC and I, do we tell people about this? You know, like, how does a guy like that go and become a regular person? How do you integrate and just be a regular guy after that?
Yeah.
It's got to be very weird. Like, Schaub's figured it out.
Yeah.
But Schaub got lucky that he found podcasting, and found his car show, All Gas No Brakes. So like he found a way to transition and still have a good time.
Yeah, it's very few guys.
That is just fucking unbelievable. The way Rogan brought that up with a straight face and got it completely wrong is just next level comedy. Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. Brendan started that channel Drive Fast All Gas 18 months ago and is still yet to break 10k subscribers when he's the most frequent guest in JRE history and runs 3 other podcasts himself. Not to mention the fact that his podcasts very rarely break 50,000 views. Like, just let the guy go, Joe. He's already dead. Stop the fight. This is where I start to feel bad for your boy, Brendan. We know how much he looks up to Rogan. He's his North Star. He runs everything past him and takes his advice in every facet. And then Rogan can't even remember the name of his stupid-ass car channel that nobody watches anyway, and clearly exists as a way for Brendan's dad to write off all of Brendan's cars. Then Joe will drag him onto a fight companion where Brendan will make an absolute fool of himself, get every prediction wrong, claim that he milks scorpions, and mispronounce words with more than 2 syllables. But it's all good because Jamie turned off the live chat. I mean, what exactly is Brendan going down to Texas for? It's clearly working out for Brian Callen, but what's in it for Brendan? We all know Rogan's not going to let him in the comedy mothership.
Years ago, you told Brandon on this podcast that he shouldn't.
Yes.
Like, when do you feel like a fighter should walk away? Like, for example,
Me and him, I was friends with him, so I knew that he wasn't really committed. And also, I trained with him a few times, and I knew that his lust for training wasn't there. And I was worried that neurologically he was suffering. There's going to come a point in time where you have to stop, and now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasting. You're doing well. He was making more money doing podcasts than he ever did fighting. I'm like, dude, you've got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. I mean, he might not have the best stand-up, but talking to the dude, he's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
you telling Brandon that. Like, or just being honest enough to say, you need to polish up your stand-up. Like, a lot of people surround themselves with yes men. Like, that comfort, right? It's so important to have people that's going to be honest with you.
Holy shit, the irony of that conversation is next level. Rogan is the worst example of a rich and famous person surrounding himself with a bunch of yes men who continuously bend over to kiss the ring while simultaneously being one of the worst comedians in history. If anyone needs to polish their stand-up, It's your boy Joe Rogan. The net result of that conversation, where Rogan told Brendan to retire from fighting and focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy, is that his podcast is barely making any money and he's retired from comedy. This is why I'm starting to empathize with Brendan, because he's too stupid to see that none of the guys around him give a fuck anymore. Well, it's either stupidity or he knows he doesn't have any other choice. I really think moving to Texas is going to ruin him. He's dragging his wife and kids away from their friends and family based on the false promise of a better life and more opportunities, when the reality is he's left the Golden Hour podcast back in LA. The short show is basically dead at this point. Brian Callen's got one foot out the door and one in the chopper, and Brendan's comedy career is dead on arrival. What are we doing here, B? Sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Remember though, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big Kill Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I feel like we could pay that up.
I think so too.
100%. It could pay for itself, giving helicopter tours, flying where you want to go. We're like Uber for a job.
Blue scorpion venom. Is it real venom?
Oh, yeah. And they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions.
That's
Well,
like
yeah, they milk scorpions, dog.
me of
Scorpion
cartilage.
jizz. Dude, I couldn't live 3 weeks ago.
Who knows? Scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know.
Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an asshole. Go back to that guy. There's a guy like that out there who figures out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to know the difference. You're talking about
What are you talking about, Brendan?
Sorry, buddy.
It's not in pay for it. It's sent to me.
Our boy Brendan is back at it again. This time he's fallen for a snake oil scam, and in true short style, he milked it for everything it's got, even going as far as to bring it up on JRE with Papa Rogan, after he knew full well that the whole thing was complete bullshit. And this is all part of Brendan's latest obsession with being the strongest dad on the baseball field. Just recently, he posted a video of his bench press routine to Instagram saying, "A lot of chatter about my workout routine these days, so here you go. Meat and potatoes workouts, bench pull-ups and deadlifts. That's it. No fancy kettlebell bullshit, no CrossFit, no saunas, ice baths or trendy gym workouts. Never injured, strong as hell. I go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 4 a.m. During the week, I fast until 1 p.m., eat only meat, and on weekends, I'll have cheat meals at the snack shack during my son's baseball games. My only goal is to be the strongest dad at the baseball field. My pre-workout is an energy drink and a mouthful of creatine powder, super meathead style. I give all glory to Jesus and scorpion venom plus peptides. Forgot to mention on top of this, I run 2 miles every day. If you've ever wondered why his comedy career fell flat on its face, well, yet again, we have irrefutable evidence of just how far gone this guy is. And the worst part is that he's genuinely a super strong dude. He played D1 football, he was a top 10 UFC heavyweight, he towers over Joe Rogan by a whole foot at 6'4", and he weighs upwards of 240 pounds. The guy's an absolute fucking beast, but that's not enough for him. He still has to brag about how strong he is. He puts everyone down around him for absolutely no reason. And at the age of 42, he's jacked up on TRT and peptides. He gets stem cell injections. He takes a bunch of unregulated nootropics and supplements, all so he can post videos on Instagram of himself doing half reps on the bench press. But more on that later, because I've got all of the clips lined up for you guys from the last 6 episodes of The Fighter and the Kid, so stick around for that. To start off with, though, let's take a look at how one of Bubba's friends duped him into squirting snake oil underneath his tongue several times a day. I don't know if his buddy was trolling him or he's just genuinely a dumbass like Shaw, but this was absolutely hilarious. As usual, it starts off with a flex and ends in embarrassment. And for those of you who don't understand Shawmanese, when he says milking, he means to say milking as in milking a cow, but he just says it differently because Papa just goes. And so after his recent bicep tear, which apparently doesn't count as an injury, Brendan was explaining to Brian on the podcast how he was able to cure it overnight using scorpion milk.
Your arm, it's on my arm, right? It looks big. Yeah, that's because it's swollen. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. A friend of ours goes, you need to get I should come out. Oh, we didn't talk, that's why. He goes, you need on scorpion, blue scorpion venom. And I go, bring that up. Who's milking scorpions? Yeah, who's milking scorpions? And they're like, and I go, you inject it? You know, I'm all about injecting. Yeah, there's no, you just take it orally underneath your tongue. I couldn't hold the baseball glove for Tiger. I couldn't play catch with him. I benched this morning.
Well, you don't use your bicep for bench. Blue scorpion venom, is it real venom?
Oh, yeah. And they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions. And they're only, I think it's the DR, they're only, it's a special kind of, because you can't get that fat Arizona scorpion. That ain't going to work. It has to be these blue scorpions from the DR. They're taking real scorpion venom.
You're putting it under your tongue?
Yeah.
That's so interesting. How'd they figure that out?
When we started milking the scorpion,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I grab that little dude. And they're showing me how they milk so much. And they put into four, I don't have the video. The guy was showing me next film. They put in like 4 sections. So they milk, rotate, milk, and then just keep going. Yeah, dude, someone's milking a goddamn tiny scorpion. They can be cheap.
Yeah, I wonder if this is complete bullshit and this is placebo or if this is real. That's what I want.
I'm also on it. I can inject straight BC 157 in my
So just in case you missed the graphic that Chin pulled up on screen there, Blue Scorpion Snake Oil costs $299 per month as a subscription. Seriously, the amount of absolutely boggles the mind. That was like watching an 8-year-old kid brag into his buddies at school about what he did on the weekend. And of course, he had to slip in that bit about not being able to hold up the baseball glove for his son, just to remind everyone that he's the world's greatest baseball dad. Strongest too. But thank God for Brian Callen, because if it weren't for him, we'd be none the wiser. He called bullshit straight away and found out it was a massive scam within a couple of minutes of Googling. I've noticed that Brian's pushing back against Shaw more and more since the move to Austin. He's got an exit strategy now, so he looks like he's less inclined to put up with Bubba's endless bullshit. He also looks more relaxed and happy than he ever did over the last couple of years. I mean, let's not get carried away here. He hasn't completely beaten the allegations, but having a strategy for life after Brandon is a winning move in my opinion. I can even see a tell-all book on the horizon about how he survived some of the darkest years of his life. I mean, he was literally a lol cow at one point. Anyway, once Chin pulled up an article breaking down the Blue Scorpion snake oil scam, it was all downhill for our boy Bubba.
Cancer patients around the world have been traveling to Cuba, studied infection venom on some 10,000 people. The company has published none of its research, which means therefore this man did, however, become so great that Labiofam had to change its tactics and could not supply enough venom. So the company decided to produce a homeopathic version of the venom. That means it's not, if it's a homeopathic version of the venom, there's no venom. Under the name Vitatox, the homeopathic version is now sold to Cubans for 4 cents and to foreigners for $220. It is not backed by Cuba's Regulatory Bureau of Health Protection. All we have are some anecdotes that are impossible to confirm. In the meantime, there are practitioners in several countries who offer the venom treatment to desperate people. Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an... Go back to that. Go back to that guy. You're so full of it, dude. We should call him Harut Tovmasyan. Like, dude, what are you saying? Hold on. Let me just see. Let me go back. I just want to see what he, because if he's saying that, I can agree.
Oh, it's derived from venom of a Caribbean blue scorpion. It's composed of complex mixture of peptides, amino acids, and minerals.
It is a highly diluted homeopathic form. Okay, guys, what that means is that there's no venom in it. God, that's so bad.
It sounds cool.
Look at that guy. Who's that guy?
That's a marketing.
Oh, God. Yeah, there's a guy like that out there who figured out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to
difference.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Brendan?
It's not even paid for. It was sent to me.
Yeah, Brian knew exactly what he was doing there. Like I said, he's got a safety net down in Boston now that he's closer to his old friend Joe Rogan, and Brendan knows it too. But seeing Brendan fall for a scam in real time is an absolute peach's delight, and it wasn't as if he was curious or ambivalent about it. He went balls deep without doing a lick of research, just because he thought it sounded cool to say that he squirts scorpion milk under his tongue 4 times a day. And if you notice the date in those clips, that was actually last month, on March 18th to be exact. So 4 days later, your boy Bubba would appear on the Joe Rogan Experience Fight Companion with Eddie Bravo and Gordon Ryan, where he would randomly bring up his bicep and miracle snake oil cure, even after he knew full well that the whole thing was a scam. Just to remind you, if you didn't hear it, that company sells this stuff in Cuba for 4 cents and marks it up to $200 to sell in the United States. Now that's some solid business sharking right there.
How are your shoulders?
Good. Yeah.
And yours? Good shoulders? Good shoulders. I tore my bicep like a month ago.
Did you get it fixed or no?
Nah, man.
You don't have to get it fixed. Is it a small tear?
Yeah, it's small tear.
Oh, okay.
I just been injected
In PPC.
Name something. Just
Oh yeah.
I started taking blue scorpion venom. Yeah, some scorpion venom. Some venom. I don't know. Name something.
Brand name is Venom or actual
It's blue venom. They take venom from peptides. What? From a scorpion. What?
What's the name?
Yeah, they melt scorpions, dog.
Reminds me of a shark
Scorpion
cartilage.
jizz. Dude, I couldn't live 3 weeks ago.
Blue Scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know.
Something's working.
Something's working, dude. I got back on the bench last week. No problems.
What is the scorpion stuff supposed to do?
It helps out with healing. Like there's all sorts of in history.
Really?
Yeah.
On the muscle you put under your tongue?
No, you put it under your tongue. Every morning, every night.
Bro.
And I'm like, how much does it take? Double.
Is there a side effect to it?
I feel, being
You get
awesome.
poisoned?
Feeling healthy.
Does it make you feel great?
Oh, yeah, I feel great.
Wow, but you're doing a lot of stuff.
That's the thing. I don't know.
That's
Like,
always
and
the
then I
problem.
stumbled upon, was it methanol blue?
That's not how you say it. What is the actual
Methylene?
Methylene.
Dude, it's on me all the time. Do you want something?
Yeah, I take it.
I take creatine for neurological reasons and for muscle recovery.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking so many nootropics, I feel like I leveled out. And then someone recommended this methanol blue. Methylene blue.
3 or 4 times a day?
Yeah.
I think you're supposed to do it one a day.
I need to get that. Yeah, this one's great from Diesel Subs.
You're like a test rat.
Yeah. When it doesn't work, I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Something's working.
One of them's
The full combo's working.
One of them's going to work.
The look on Gordon Ryan and Eddie Bravo's faces at the end there was the best part for me. And can I just say, we all know Brendan's a massive fucking idiot, but a part of me kind of felt happy for him just to see him in his element, cracking up his North Star in Joe Rogan, kicking it with the boys. Jamie disabled the live chat before they jumped on, so he didn't have to worry about getting roasted by the internet. And I can't help but feel that he leads such a miserable life full of reaction and rejection, always getting shit on by the internet. But in that single moment right there, when he got Rogan to laugh, and then leaned into it more and more just to keep it going for that little bit longer, it tugs at the heartstrings, you know? It's like going fishing with your dad for the first time. You hook on a massive fish, you start reeling it in, and when it gets to the side of the boat, your dad bends down and scoops it out with a net. And in that moment, you see the look on his face and you think to yourself, you know what, maybe it wasn't my fault that he left us to start a new family one suburb over. Anyway, I really got to stop drinking before I record this shit. And so after Brendan's embarrassing yet entertaining snake oil scam, he moved on to his next obsession, which is bench pressing 225 pounds. It all started with a visit to the now infamous Waste Well, the health clinic that services the top 250 down in Boston. And while you're watching this, make sure you don't forget Brendan's Instagram post. He never gets injured. If the TRT, peptides, scorpion milk, and nootropics weren't enough, now our boys onto stem cell therapy.
No ways to Wells those.
It's sick, huh? Well, and so you got
I never see anything like it.
and they'll hook you up with peptides and all that stuff.
Dude, I might be placebo. From running all the time, I was like, they're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I think just structurally, like, because all the pounding, it's just kind of up.
Yeah.
They shoot it. And when I would get on the plane, and usually on the plane, my knee was taken. But my knee is 100%. I ran this morning.
Really?
Zero like a fox. Now they said it would take 4 to 6 weeks to see a benefit. I don't know if it's just whatever maybe they looped it up and I'll start having pain in a few days. Dude, I'm telling you.
They shot it with stem cells.
Yeah.
And it works. It works.
And
And they give you a skin infection.
No, that's not them. That's from my own. I don't know. It's my PAs. Magic's fine. It's tears in here.
And then you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
It'll what?
Yeah, 100%.
So now the stem cells fix the tears in his arm. You knew your biceps couldn't cry. Actually, now that I think about it, it actually checks out. But now that he's cured all of his injuries, Bubba decided it was time to hit the bench. And like I said earlier on, it's obvious that Brendan's fucking strong. He can clearly bench 225 for reps without any assistance, but fuck me dead, what's with the half reps, dude? I don't know if it's an American thing or even just a football thing, but where I'm from, most of his reps wouldn't count, and you can tell that it's not hard for him. After he's punched out a dozen or so reps, he slows down and goes full range, so he can clearly do it, right? But Schaub's obsessed with being the best and breaking his own imaginary record of 40 reps, even though absolutely nobody gives a fuck, and nobody asked him for this. He literally brought it up on every single episode in the last month.
That benching, it is very, it's ridiculous. I've shown that to people who are like, Jesus Christ.
Some girl hit me up and goes, Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy strong.
People are like, oh, you're not fully extending. I'm like, oh, you don't think I can do that? Oh, so this morning I posted, literally, out of bed, no warm up, didn't run my miles, because I want to do it after with my knee, yeah, just to see how it feels. No warm up, nothing. Put 225 on and just 20, easy as pie. Wow. Full extension.
What do you
just as a warm up?
All right, I'm doing some CrossFit kind of stuff routine.
Do they not have bench?
So, okay, so I haven't, again, so
you are one of those chairs that don't use
my chest is slow. I ate too much this morning.
Back, boys.
Back. Did you do 37? Did you do 225?
35 and a half.
225, 35 and a half.
35 and a half at the end of my workout.
At the end of your workout.
It was deadlift day, pull-up day, and I thought, you know what? It's ending on 225, and I don't use spotters. I think spotters are for gays. And so then I did 225.
60 sets.
You can't do one pull-up. Can you bench 225?
I can bench a lot better than I can.
I didn't ask that.
What's that? How many plates? I look like I can do a pull-up,
I
right?
know you should be doing
I
10.
should be able to do at least one.
But have you ever looked at the stats I posted on how many men bench 225 in the world? It's like less than 1%.
200, 210, I think. 220.
Yeah, 225 is the market, buddy.
Yeah.
It's difficult to give an exact global location because so many people out there, but it says approximately 1.3 Americans can bench 225. So it's not many, which was surprising to me. I'm not even trying to be smart here. It's a standard since high school. I feel like we made fun of you.
Yeah, we can work, even somebody like me can work up to that, but it's a lot. If you're a regular guy.
Yeah, most of guys get.
Nice shoes, dude. What's up with your boots? Are those Danner boots?
I don't know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, but these are Brunt boots.
They're what?
They're sponsored of the show, Brunt.
Brunt?
Dude, they sent them. I've had them for a while. You would love them because the inside is so comfortable. They feel like my Jordans.
They're a sponsor?
Yeah.
Where's my pair?
They don't do that kind of stuff.
What do you mean?
Because they go, you can only wear these boots if you bench over 225.
I bench, man.
Dude, bring up the thing our boy Catherwood just posted.
Sean's a freak. He puts up videos of him just. I comment, you know what I'm talking about, Brendan. I DM you the other day. Sean's freaking.
So then I did 225 this morning 34 times. So I'm 6 off of my ultimate goal.
How many times?
36. But I just gotta get this bicep back of 1 hundo. 100 when I threw to the 4 and cranked out.
That's a lot of. So you did it 34 times.
36. I'm sorry, 36.
You did 36.
I'm 4 off.
You did 36 times.
36 this morning. I'm 4 off.
That is a lot of weight.
I know.
I mean, that's pretty.
Who knew that Brendan Schaub would go full Bert Kreischer this year when Brian Callen finally leaves Brendan for that fat mothership check, and Tom Segura finally milks the last drop of scorpion milk from Bert Kreischer's teats? Bubba and Bart seriously need to join forces and start their own podcast. I'd honestly trip over myself to watch that every week. Just imagine the conversation. Brendan would start bragging about how he's the best baseball dad in the world. Then Bert will try and one-up him with the story about his daughter's period party, and then Bubba will challenge Bert to a push-up competition, and so they'll both end up on the floor doing half reps until failure. Maybe Bert can get Brendan back on the bottle for some real laughs. Now we're talking. But this is also typical of Brandon. He gets an idea in his head and goes full redact with it. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a good thing for him at the age of 42 to be setting himself goals and training towards them for his own personal health and well-being. Sure, he'll probably inspire some of his redacted audience to get into shape as well, but the guy's on everything under the sun. How is that an achievement? He was born with great genetics and he's on thousands of dollars worth of steroids, peptides and supplements so that he can push out half reps on Instagram for a weight that he can clearly easily do proper reps with. If that's not the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard, I don't know what is. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Losing a 3-year lawsuit to a degenerate live streamer no one's ever heard of after falsely confusing Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage his marriage is the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard. All this guy ever does is punch down on the people around him. In the studio, you saw him giving Brian shit for not being able to bench 225. I mean, Brian's 58 years old, and he looks pretty damn good for his age. Sure, he's got multiple families around the country, but come on, B, cut him some slack. And as for Chin, actually, fuck that guy, I can't stand him. He deserves everything he gets from Brendan. All that we're waiting for now is the Austin Podcast Studio reveal. I don't know when that's coming, but when it does, you know I'll be the first one to bring it to you. Until then, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Big Kill Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there too that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I feel like you got a good nose for fighting. Like a, no homo, you got like a button nose, like a button nose. Appreciate you, button nose. Doesn't he have a good nose? So does Eddie. Yeah.
333 Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
because at the end, some of the people that edit these videos of these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub, it's like, buddy, clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like if you did something creative where you weren't just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like dude, you can do this, man. I'd like to know more skill than I do. How hard.
Yeah, I think part of it is also, I just think about the day.
It's D-Day for our boy Brendan Schaub because his buddy Brian Callen has officially left the building and headed for greener pastures in Austin, Texas, leaving Bubba behind to figure some things out.
What's up, guys? As you might know, we are in the process of moving this entire operation of the Fighting the Kid to Austin, Texas. Now, with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I get out there, I'm right behind him, but Brian just moved way too early. So our schedules are a little here and there, and if we can't make it in the studio both at the same time, we gotta bank some episodes, or we gotta give you a best of, like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're gonna do our best to give you real episodes. We're gonna get it done for the most part, but every now and then, we gotta give you the best of. So enjoy the best of.
And so, in the spirit of banking episodes, The Fighter and the Kid released a question and answer podcast earlier in the week, while Brendan runs around getting his house ready for yet another open house this weekend. But the irony of doing a Q&A session reflecting on their careers and still not realizing that it's Brendan's own attitude and actions that led to their downfall and not the external factors that he's still continuing to blame, is actually crazy. This whole episode was filled with the most dogshit excuses, including I got given the wrong information, I trusted the wrong people, I was going through a rough patch, and at one point he even justified his actions with their classic line, "Who cares?" Mind you, this was all in relation to when Brendan and Brian falsely confused Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage Brendan's life in retaliation for Brendan trying to smash Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila Kuhn, and walk one of her friends back to his truck after bombing on stage. And so I've dissected and decoded this train wreck of an episode using my advanced editing skills in the hope of gaining employment at Thick Boy Studios as an unpaid intern. So if you've been following their move to Texas on this channel, you may recall my theory that Brian Callen will be the net beneficiary of the move because it will bring him closer to Rogan and he won't have to hit the road doing comedy now that he will be able to join the top 250 assassins in the mothership green room. I also floated the idea that Brendan will attempt to resurrect his comedy career in Texas as well. However, according to the man himself, he's put the mic down for good. I'm not gonna lie, when I heard his justification for not making a comeback, I literally could not believe my ears.
Colin Sr. wants to know, Brendan, you ever think you'll go back to comedy?
I get this all the time. I can't picture a world where I would have time to do it. There's a few factors that go into it. A, like in order to get good at stand-up, the amount of time that you have to spend doing it, like Monday through Sunday, like you gotta realize, like when you got somebody do comedy, Brian's been doing it for 30 years, Rogan's been doing it for 30, you know, Theo's been doing it for 25, you know, Shaquille's been doing it for 20, Schultz 20, Santino 20, so I'm behind the 8 ball, so not only just to even touch the tip of the iceberg, I have to do so much work just to get even at any level, and I just don't have the time. So I miss the hang. Sometimes I miss certain things about it, but overall I don't miss it. And then I would miss my kids' sports. It's just not worth it. And I don't miss the travel. That was the worst part of it. And the late nights. I've never been 30. I've never been healthier. I've never been happier. It just doesn't make sense for me. I'll do live fire the kids every now and then, but not if you made me commit to it like once a week.
Fuck me, Dad. Alright, first things first. The Shane Gillis cope from all these guys is funny as hell. If he started comedy 20 years ago, that would mean he just turned 16 years old when he started. Brendan started doing comedy shortly after he retired from MMA, which was only a couple of years after Shane started. So technically, if Shaw had stuck with it, he'd basically be a 10-year guy by now. Instead, he dropped his first comedy special through Showtime barely a few years into his so-called comedy career, which was one of the first steps in making everyone hate him. I'll come back to this a little bit later on in the video when Brendan explains the 2 things he thinks ruined the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But to hear him finally realize what literally everyone has been saying for the last 10 years about how he sucks at comedy and needed to take a step back and actually put in the time and effort required to actually become half decent is one of the most Brendan Sharp things ever. Talk about being late to the party. Fuck my life. What a redact. But like you saw in the intro, our boy Bubba isn't such a big fan of channels like this one. Not because we document his lies and stupidity, but because we're wasted talent.
333 Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
Because at the end of the day, when hate's thrown our way, I always laugh at this. I'm like, I spend, you know what I do all day? I spend, and this is all I've ever done, I spend all day trying to figure out ways to make people laugh. And then I do a podcast. I don't know what I'm doing that's causing, like, if you hate me, I don't know what to tell you.
You know, like something we're supposed to. Like, what are we supposed to do?
You hate us.
Also, name somebody that's not like anybody that, and we're not celebrities, but like anyone doing anything of note, like hate's just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that like just focus on that. If all we did is focus on that, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I don't read comments good or bad. That's the thing. I don't know. I never good comments, bad comments. I don't read because they give you the same power. If you put weight in that, you can't win with the internet.
I just come to the territory.
And sometimes people are just good with you anyway. Sometimes it's fun to hate on somebody. sometimes it's fun to kick somebody around.
It's such a waste of time, though. It's just such a waste. Like some of the people that edit these videos of these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub. Like, buddy, clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like, if you did something creative where you weren't, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like, dude, you can do this, man.
I think
more skill than I do. Hard. It comes with territory. It's just the culture we live in.
I think part of also when you get older too, man, you get it wrong a lot more than you get it right. You fail a lot more than you succeed.
But one of the reasons, like, we started a podcast, like, both of us have a lot of opinion.
Brendan shitting on reaction channels for making a career out of commenting on someone else's talent when he literally has a whole podcast dedicated to giving dog shit takes on the MMA world is peak irony even for your boy. But the best part for me is how Brendan tries to normalize the hate that he gets as simply it comes with the territory. Bro has a subreddit dedicated to exposing his every move with almost 170,000 homeless cats. It's literally in the top 1% of subreddits. No one else is dealing with that shit but him. And this is the trend with this guy. He complains about people creating false narratives about his life, when the reality is he sits there every day running his bush mouth, spouting the most bullshit takes about everything and anything, constantly lying through his teeth about things that are easily verifiable, and then blames everyone around him when he gets called out for it. And credit to Brian Callen for leaning into a lot of the hate that they get and acknowledging that some of it's actually funny, instead of just denying and deflecting like Brendan does. But when it comes to hypocrisy, Brian and Brendan are just as bad as each other.
Some hate is good to listen to. You can actually listen to it. That's good criticism. I've had people criticize me where I'm like, ooh. Yeah.
Younger people like, job, this is the way I do it. They're like, job, love you. Quit interrupting Brian. I'm like, yeah, no doubt.
Some guy said to me, he goes, I was on Rogan a long time ago. He goes, hey, dude, you get on there and all you do is try to show us how smart you are and how many books you've read. I was like, you know what? You might be 100% right on that.
That was me.
You trolled me. So there's a lot of that too. It's like, are you getting on there to promote something, or you get on there to show off?
It's just a hang. Like when you promote a special. If you're just yourself, which everyone loves, you don't have to promote anything. Yeah. People go, and then after you have a special, like, God, Brian was great on there. I'll check out the special. Yeah. You don't have to. I can't stand when people come on this show, Rogan, who have Schulte deal and have an agenda. We can smell it a mile away.
I told you this. Whenever I have to go on, and people are like, you got to promote your stuff on Rogan.
I hate when you do that.
I had this. I hated so much. I hate promoting. We had an evacuation order. I looked at her and I go, I got to go to Joe's podcast and then shoot my special at the mothership, but I feel guilty about leaving you here. And she goes, what are you going to do? You can't change a tire. I got this. I was like, all right, see you later. Raise my kids. Save them. Tell my story. I'll be in Austin. Sorry about the fires.
Tell them to watch your special. Tell the kids at school to watch Daddy's special.
They watch Daddy's special. It's going to be good. False gods. I'm excited, man. I'm sure YouTube. Yeah, you should. Yeah, I think so. Right?
YouTube's the move because you get the most views for sure.
Not me. So when you do it, then I go, here's the thing about Toehold. Here's the thing about my dates.
It's the worst thing you do. I hate when you do that.
That's why I don't do it anymore.
I told you I'd be this.
It's such a relief.
I go, V, all you gotta be is yourself. We all love you. And then people will. You don't have to tell
them. I'm thinking about when to put in this promotion about being yourself. I'm being told I'm bad at it, so I'm like, not going to get good at it. And then when you said that, I go, I don't want to be on Rogan promoting it. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to hang. So I'm going to shoot the special, and I'm going to throw it away, and I got to start again. Yeah. And just because I've done 5 specials doesn't mean it's going to be easy.
9-second quarter mile right from the street. Motherfucker.
That's
what you need. That's what you need, Cal. Your special kicks it, and you start selling out giant theaters.
Let's go, baby.
Let's get a little.
That's what I'm away from looters. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Like, I just don't. It always feels so unnatural. It's like, I know this thing about me. I don't want to go see me when I do that.
It's just not you, so when you do it, it's on you.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do it.
You don't do it anymore.
No, I can't. It's such a...
rather be poor. Again, our boy Bubba with the truckloads of copium when it comes to comedy special talk. If he has something to promote, which he doesn't, he'd be the first one to blurt it out on JRE for the world to hear. But when it comes to his buddy Brian, it's just fucking cringe. And it honestly drives me nuts that Brian has to self-publish his comedy special on YouTube because no streamers will touch him after the allegations. Not even our boy Rogan could broker a deal with Netflix for him. That's how fucking toxic he is. On a quick side note, there's nothing more American than Joe Rogan propped up on his booster seat in his Corvette, hitting 9-second quarter miles under the Texan sun. How does he reach the pedals, though? Anyway, the Bobby Lee situation came up yet again, and if you ask me now what Brendan's biggest talent is, I'd definitely say his ability to butcher a narrative into the ground so badly that it's barely recognizable. I honestly have no idea what he's trying to say here, and after all that's being said and done about this, Bubba really needs to take the cue from Brian and go with his narrative instead.
Here's another question from the same person. Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Belly that caused all the mess?
Bobby Lee and I on text have fixed that relationship. We will. I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff, but it's over. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake, and he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I don't want to make any excuses. I never have. I've wanted to run away several times, and I throw myself on the mercy of the court.
Yeah, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I have no animosity towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if me and him are friends. Neither does his. So all good. Wow, I think he's a great guy.
Yeah,
we were never that close. He came up with the comedy store. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him. He's such a talent. He has great podcasting and stand-up. It's not like I missed him.
I think that putting him in the mix in that mix was wrong, 100% wrong. And I was working on bad information, and I take full responsibility. I don't even blame the information I got. I take full responsibility for that. I
blame the information I got.
I always say it was the way I spoke to him. He was always my friend, always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for learning experience, no excuses. And I had a bad moment, and I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was in a dark place.
It was bad timing. And also, I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking. I had a million things going on. Like,
it was so dumb.
Whether it was or wasn't behind it, which we don't
somebody
think
that we
it was.
cared about who was a good person, who had nothing to do with it in the middle of it, it was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
But like, if it happened now, like, if we're in such a better spot, if someone would came to us with the same information, I'm like, get out of here. It was a weird time when it was so stupid. Yeah, so stupid.
I think you'll see. I think you'll see us, certainly me and Bobby, in the future. And I love him.
I don't know what me and Bobby would do. It's not like.
So when Brian says who cares, I think he means that's how he should have approached the whole situation way back when it happened. As in, when he was presented with the fake 300 pages of evidence that Bobby Lee was behind the father and the kid subreddit, he should have just said, who cares, instead of threatening violence against Bobby Lee over phone and text. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The whole point is that you didn't say who cares, and you effectively intimidated and threatened a little Asian boy for absolutely no reason. And then he'll completely contradict himself in the same breath by saying, I still blame the information, not the way I reacted. So which one is it? Do you regret your behavior at the time, or do you regret being so naive as to be duped by fake evidence. Fuck me dead, now I'm falsely confused. But the icing on the cake is Brendan's answer to this next question. This perfectly encapsulates why Brendan is where he is today and why he'll never claw his way back into being the famous comedy podcaster that he always wanted to be. The delusion is strong in this one.
Martino77 wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had to start this podcast over again?
Not the Bobby Lee stuff and listen to people. But as far as doing things different, I think when Brian was going off through him taking a leave of absence was a bad idea. And me just doing the show with random people, I think it was a bad idea. I think we should have, granted we need the money at the time, I think we should have put our foot down. Now, today, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like, champion you, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit, and everyone's like, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, when we were going through it, and I was like, B, what do you want to do? And the only way to get money was for Brian to take a leave of absence. I think give him a show. I think that, along with the Bobby Lee stuff, would be a show. Now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means, you know. But I would do this show for free. I love seeing Brian. I love you guys. I would do it for free.
Right?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, when the allegations against Brian Callen from 4 different women came out in 2020 in that LA Times article, Brendan was supposedly forced to take Brian off air because otherwise advertisers weren't going to do business with him. It was a classic Me Too cancellation. And here we have Mr. Anti-Woke, Anti-Cancellation openly admitting that he cancelled his own best friend for money because apparently he needed it at the time. Mind you, this was back when Brendan had one of the most successful podcasts in the world with Theo Von, getting millions of views an episode. The fake virtue signaling to his audience that he always sticks by his buddies and never gives in to cancellation is so fucking hypocritical. But the elephant in the room is that Brendan doesn't realize the real reason why the fighter and the kid fell off is because of him. Remember earlier on how he gave us those words of wisdom about how a return to comedy would be too late? It requires too much hard work and he's too fucking lazy to make a comeback at this point. The part he left out was that not only did he do everything too quickly and rely on his MMA fame and friendship with Joe Rogan to get his Showtime deal, but he was extremely fucking arrogant the whole time. That's what he still refuses to admit to this day. His whole attitude back then was so toxic that you can see it just by looking at photos. And it wasn't just his attitude, he actually hit back at his critics at the time, pointing out that he's rich, successful, and good looking, and they're not. Imagine trying to become a comedian and going full Karen on your audience, and then 15 years later admitting that you needed to put in the hard work to make it in comedy, and you're just not prepared to do that. And that's not the only reason. His podcast is so lazy and boring now that he just got left behind. Thanks to Papa Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format and got in while it was growing exponentially. There wasn't anywhere near the amount of competition there is nowadays back then when he was getting the big view counts. But he didn't do anything with it. When Theo Von left to do his own things and figure some things out, Brendan used to make fun of him. Instead, he chose to hang out with sex pests and go down with the podcast. So his whole narrative of blaming everyone around him for feeding him false information and Brian leaving the podcast for a period of time in 2020 as the only 2 reasons why the podcast is ruined simply isn't the full picture. The real reason is him. And so now that Brian's officially gone to Texas, things are about to get really interesting. I stand by my prediction that once Brian gets settled at the mothership and builds a following down there, he'll start bringing home the cash, etc., etc. He will then leave the fighter and the kid. Brendan's already announced he's leaving Golden Hour. They're staying behind in LA, so once Brian's gone, he'll have 2 short shows that nobody watches and no comedy career because it's too hard. All that will be left is Bubba, the truck guy. What a fucking dumbass. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my full review of Bert and Schultz's comedy specials. There's a bunch of other exclusive content on there as well, so check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
When or if will we ever see Theo back on the pod? What is your current relationship with him now?
I talked to Theo yesterday. He posted happy birthday. Theo's doing his thing, man. Busy. He's swamped, yeah. And he goes, man, I talked to Brian, so, how long do you guys think you can finally get? I'm like, why? He goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it.
I never said that.
He was like, what? And I'm like, you're so off?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so off.
Get different ideas.
Yeah. Weird parents. Weird takeaway.
They've only just announced their move to Austin, and already there's trouble in paradise. Brian Callen's been talking shit, and it came back to Brendan, who decided to bring it up during the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Instead of talking about it off camera, Brendan thought he'd make it as awkward as possible by bringing it up on their failing podcast. And gone are the days when Brendan would straight up bully Callen on camera. Now he's refined his style into a more passive-aggressive confrontation where he drops an accusation while smiling through gritted teeth. He does the same thing with Brian's allegations. Brendan's the sole reason why everyone still knows about them, because he'll randomly bring them up to remind everyone and then mask it off by saying how funny Brian is and the allegations have ruined his life.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. But I'll get emotional. It drives me, if we're being honest, you leave this shit, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my car, I know you're not gonna like this. I'm gonna go ahead. It drives me nuts. Nuts. It drives me nuts. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not mad, I'm trying to get mad. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places.
The irony is, Brian's comedy career had a massive boost at the beginning of this year when he went down to Austin to record his new comedy special at Rogan's Comedy Club and sold out every show. That's the power of Rogan's celebrity. He'll drag in an average comic for a weekend and every single show will sell out fast. But not only that, Brian also did a solo episode of JRE to boost his profile, which is something our boy Papa hasn't had the pleasure of doing since 2022, almost 3 years ago. Bear in mind that Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history.
I don't think about ratings.
No, you don't. I'm saying,
but that's why I have them. That's right. See what I'm saying? Like, it's not about ratings. Like, if you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think you would be on?
no. What do you mean?
You'd be on this show right now.
I suppose I say things.
How'd that come across?
Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Get it. You didn't even catch it. Oh, you fucker. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, you motherfucker.
And so this move to Austin is looking like it's going to mostly benefit Brian. Instead of traveling around the country doing gigs to feed his families and pay child support, he will likely tee up a regular spot at the mothership, which will honestly probably pay more than his tours do, because Joe Rogan's known to be quite generous and give comedians most of the door. However, one thing we know about Brendan is that he's a shark when it comes to business. He will no doubt have massive plans to make a comedy comeback and finally get a spot on stage at the mothership as well, a place he's previously been banned from performing at. But I'll get into the rumors that Brian Callen is leaving The Fighter and the Kid in just a moment, because today I'm wearing my new Business Shark tee and hoodie, which you can get exclusively from the Podcast Cringe merch store. Anyway, check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com to get your Business Shark tee and hoodie, as well as a bunch of other exclusive designs only available from the Podcast Cringe merch store.
Well, I know I told you to remind me, I'll do this out there, but we can do it here. A mutual friend of ours, apparently talked the other day. Talked to him and he goes, man, I talked to Brian, so, how long do you guys think you can finally get? Like, why? He goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. And I go, huh? You're talking to Brendan, man. It's me. He goes, yeah, I know. On a short leash, you guys can stop doing it. Get to Austin. I go, fighting the kid? Yeah, oh, Bubba, let me go through this way. Fighting a kid can make $0, and me and Brian would still do it every week. Yeah. It's never been about the money. Yeah. It has nothing to do with that. Right. He was really, yeah, he goes, oh, I just figured the vibe, like, after talking to Brian, talking to me, and talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude. Yes, I talk to Brian every day. Yeah. He's like, oh, I thought you only talked to me in the studio. Like, buddy. I said, dude, I can't tell you how off you are. He was really, I go, yeah, listen, I'll tell you off there. I said, you're either taking what I'm saying out of context or what Brian's out of context. I said,
we're not talking enthusiastically because we're.
I said, I can emphasize it. Or maybe when he's talking to us, there's just issues, maybe. I don't know.
I never said that.
But he was like, what? And I'm like, you're so off.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
We're going to Austin together. Dude.
Yeah, I told him, I said, Brian bought a house before me. I was like, really? I never thought he was going to go. Like, dude, he bought the house before I did.
Yeah. No, we're doing.
We both have houses. Yeah.
And it's going.
Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so off. Yeah. Weird, right? Weird takeaway. Yeah, you know.
Very interesting.
Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. There is so much loaded in there. Basically, there are two options in my opinion. The first one is Brian has been talking shit about Brendan and the podcast, and as usual, our boy Bubba is the 12th man on the deal team and has to find out from somebody else about personal matters like this one. Alternatively, Brian and Brendan's mutual friend was trolling Brendan. I think both options are equally valid. I've honestly heard it both ways. If you ask me, though, I'd say that Brian's been hinting to people that he's going to part ways with Brendan, depending on how things go down in Austin. And there's something that Brendan said there that makes me think that. I didn't realize that Brian was the first one to buy a place down there. I think a lot of us were thinking that Brendan was going to be more keen to move than Brian was, and Brian would either need a lot of convincing or would just end up staying back in LA. See, Brian's made a career out of being a Hollywood extra as well as doing stand-up comedy, and the options are going to be limited when he moves to Texas. However, like I was saying earlier, it makes sense that Brian has a massive opportunity to resurrect his comedy career at Rogan's Comedy Club, given that they've been friends for decades. But there's one more thing that I just can't get past. Brendan saying that they'll keep doing the podcast even if it's making $0 is absolutely wild. That right there just proves that somebody else is bankrolling his whole operation. How is it even possible to pay several staff as well as Brian's monthly appearance fee with $0 coming through the door? You guys know my theory. His dad, Peter Schaub, is keeping the lights on and covering the bills as a tax write-off and to keep his boy busy and out of trouble. But there's no way to know that for sure. I mean, I've also speculated that Brendan secretly isn't getting paid for doing ad reads. He's just doing them to keep up appearances and be like his buddies. Just take a look at how he throws one of his sponsors under the bus by admitting his gums are wrecked from sucking on too many nicotine pouches.
When I go to Texas, I got to go under and have someone work on his teeth, but I have to go under. You do? Yeah, I'd have to be knocked out.
What do they have to do?
I don't know.
Cover them?
Yeah. I can't touch anything. Really? Nothing with sugar.
Because they're
That isn't shade, because I can't eat sugar.
but because it's you're
So sensitive. Oh, buddy.
Really?
Oh, buddy. Like,
Wow.
like pain to my knees if I eat sugar.
What?
Yeah, but I haven't touched sugar in a year.
Man,
I know, isn't it great?
that's really good.
There's Ozempic,
That's a
and they
tough
just get cavities. Pick your poison, get cavities or Ozempic.
Yeah, that's
I
impressive.
chose cavities.
Does it hurt on the outside too? Like the side was just on the
Sensitive where I do my nicotine, like the gums are all done.
Of course, because yeah, you do a ton.
Let's go to the
Get you
dentist.
drilled up, Bubba.
You have to put me under like a Bengal tiger.
No.
They can give you Novocaine, can't they?
No. I can't do that. No, I can't be awake if you're gonna touch my mouth. But you ever had a dog that has a paw trying to touch it?
Yeah.
That's me with my teeth.
Bubba, we'll
I'm
just
240 pounds.
Bubba, we'll
And
just
I'll
do
fuck you up, you touch my teeth.
We'll shoot you out with some numbing agents.
No. Here's the thing. I get anxiety even walking into the dentist.
The big old pussy shop. So I don't know how his sponsor Rogue would feel about Brendan saying a product that he's the ambassador for fucked up his gums, That's the kind of thing they probably don't want Bubba advertising. Stick to the script, B. Thank you. But let's get back to this move to Austin because this is going to actually be really interesting. We know this time last year, Brendan announced he was quitting comedy to focus on being a baseball dad and to be at home more for his sick daughter at the time. However, just a few weeks earlier, he divulged the real reason why the comedy scene in LA had become so unwelcoming towards him.
I feel like Joe Rogan really shifted the mindset in comedy of we're not against each other, we're really together, and we can a rising tide can lift all boats. He seemed to be the tip of the spear on that.
And he took that chip and he went to Austin, so that's the same philosophy out there in Austin. But now LA's like Game of Thrones because the King's had their guy's head cut off. By head cut off, I mean he moved to Austin, and now it's back to survival of the fittest, which is fine. I do both. I adapt with both. I'm down, but it was a better time when Rogan was in town.
How was it different?
It's just, when you got a guy at that magnitude going, this is how we do it. Everyone respect everybody. We support each other in every way possible. Whether it's podcasts, putting each other on shows, this is how we do it. People are I guess that. Even if they didn't want it, that's what you got to do. If that's what the guy says, and that's how he carries himself, we're going to do the same. So it was just a more welcoming time. And then he leaves, and that kind of standard's gone. And I think you still got the big boy. You got Santino and Bobby doing Bad Friends. You got Bert Kreischer. He just does his on his own. Segura's gone. Dio's gone. T. Dillon's in and out, right? So it's just kind of everyone spreads that kind of, those kind of unspoken rules are gone. Which is, I'm down for the lawlessness of town. I'm down for that. I'll survive in that, but it's just not as fun.
As fate would have it, Bubba wouldn't be able to survive the LA comedy scene without Papa Rogan to get him through the door every night. That's why I'm so interested to see what happens when they head down to Austin. We know that Rogan had a talk with Schaub and explained to him that he's not a headliner yet, and he has to put in the work to improve his act before Rogan will put him on stage. We've also heard Rogan deflect responsibility for bookings onto Adam Egan, who takes care of all of the bookings at the mothership. But now that Brendan hasn't been on stage for over a year, he hasn't been working on his craft or putting in the hours on stage to make it into the elite top 50 group of comedy assassins. How will Joe Rogan deal with Bubba's constant pestering and nagging to put him on, especially if Brian's got a regular spot? If things go the way I think they will, Brian eventually won't need the monthly paycheck from Brendan's dad, and Brendan will be stuck with a dead podcast and a dead comedy career. First it was Theo Von, and now it's looking like Brian Callen will be figuring some stuff out. And it doesn't help that Brendan's completely innumerate.
Fucker's way bigger now that he's on his own, yeah?
Oh, yeah, way bigger. Way bigger. He's so good. He's undeniable. He's a super nice guy. He knows exactly why he stands where he stands. He's really thought out every position, it feels. He's not a liar.
He was a little weird when he was on Fox. He's pushing the agenda, but then when he went on his own, I'm like, towards the end of Fox, towards the end of his run, he was the only guy on the news talking about real shit. Yeah, and and talking about things that were very controversial and people did not want him talking about it. That's why they fired him.
They fired him when he was at the top. It's a lot of different things.
There was multiple different. No one was happy. They were both different. Fox had CNN ratings of cock. If kid gets more views.
Yeah, it's at this point, it's a weird medium because there's too many commercials. You have to watch it at the time that it's on.
Money through all the advertising, and it's all pharmaceutical companies.
It's just too hard to compete.
So I actually went and looked this up. In the past week, Fox News averaged 2.8 million viewers per night, and CNN averaged 500,000 viewers per night. Compare that to The Fighter and the Kid's 900,000 views for the past 30 days. And Fox News does more than 3 times the views that Brendan does in a month in just one night, and CNN isn't too far behind. Why Brendan makes shit up like that when it's easily verifiable will never cease to amaze me, but it makes more and more sense why Rogan tells Jamie to disable the live chat on Fight Companions. And Brendan's clearly nervous about this move. It seems like he was a bit quick to pull the trigger on the move, and now he's getting cold feet.
Do you know how you feel about that? Now that's getting real.
I told my parents yesterday because they came down.
I did get a call from your dad.
I know. Was he crying or no?
No, he's like, I can't wait to get out of here.
No, they're everyone's cool with that. Yeah, like I said, I haven't got pushback from anyone. There's a few people expected, but for the most part, everyone's stoked. I don't have a wife, I don't have kids. Like, you're the perfect kid. Yeah, this is like the best time to give it a shot. So, yeah. You get any pushback on your friends or family? No, right? I don't know. Most people can't believe we didn't go before. Yeah, that's right. Our boy AG from Toll was like, I can't believe Brian's going. I can't believe Brian's going. Yeah, man. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, Brian's 100% been talking shit behind Brendan's back. He's got a plan, and I'm totally fucking here for it. Now, you guys know I don't like to be cynical, and I never make assumptions or create my own narratives. Seriously, who the fuck keeps adding shit to my scripts? Sorry. Anyway, apparently Texas has much looser family laws and actually caps monthly child support payments at $2,760 for 3 kids. I mean, everything helps, right?
New Austin look, dude.
Dude, hair transplant, cowboy hat, and I fix my teeth. Oh, dude. And your wife doing abortion for that gay search history, dude. My only issue with all of it, there's a million things you have to figure out. Leave the studio, all this. We'll figure all that out. Yeah. The kids are stoked, but I just don't think they realize the magnitude.
They don't yet, but they'll get, kids do, especially boys, they adapt this quickly.
They will, especially all the finest teams, stuff like that. I think we'll end the season in May. So I'm excited. It'll be fun too. I can't wait. A new journey, a new chapter. I can't. This will be great.
Okay, is it just me, or is the whole of this podcast fucking weird? It's like everyone in that studio has Stockholm Syndrome. Brian sits there like a hostage, nodding and smiling, picking away at his hands, while Brendan looks around, forcing everyone to laugh at his shit jokes. It'll be interesting to see how much money Brendan's dad puts into the new podcast studio down in Texas. Maybe Papa Rogan can lease them some space for cheap in one of his warehouses or something, but honestly, at this point, they should really downsize everything and do it out of Brendan's house or something. Tiger Belly does way better numbers, and it's all run out of Bobby Lee's garage. Either way, it's going to be an interesting few months to see how it all pans out. Like I said, I've got my money on Callan coming out of this in a better position than he's in now, and Brendan will no doubt continue to redefine rock bottom. The guy would survive a nuclear holocaust. Anyway, make sure you check out the links below, or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com and check out all my new merch designs. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for my longer form uncensored content. And don't forget to like this video and subscribe to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, she might be my type, because I'm not
guys, I'm a fan of her. I would beat the shit out of her.
Yeah, but you're 280 pounds.
You just said I'd be scared of her.
Not you, me.
Brian.
I said Brian.
No, that's why I said that.
No, Brian.
Which comedians was he on when he said your friends aren't funny?
I don't know.
Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he said, what are you doing? Is that your shirt? Try Fast Talk Gas? Bro, where's mine? I don't know if you drive like those. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club? Oh, how dare you?
Well, they can drive in your future.
You're an electric vehicle.
I didn't ask for that. I asked for the GT.
Brendan Schaub's comeback tour has finally kicked off for 2025 with an appearance on the latest JRE fight companion for UFC 312. He was joined by registered sex offender Brian Callan and former UFC welterweight champion turned top 250 comedy assassin Matt Serra. Seriously, when the funniest guy in the room is a 5'6" bald dude on TRT with violence in his DNA, you know there's something gone wrong. And I'm not talking about Rogan here either. But by far the funniest thing about Rogan's live streams is how Jamie has turned off the live chat. There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind that it's mostly to do with the fact that everywhere on the internet Brendan goes, he gets trolled in the comments. Even after the stream was finished and Jamie took it down to edit a few bits out before uploading it as a video, the comment section was going hard. Love how Brendan Schaub can be so wrong so often with confidence. Schaub's self-awareness is almost as good as his MMA career. Always love listening to Brendan talk like an expert, then being wrong about everything. Brendan's podcast logic. 1. Agree with the person talking. 2. Repeat person talking. 3. Number 1. It's a good vibe with 3 comedians and Brendan Schaub. Schaub is so bad, and he's moving to Austin to be closer to Daddy Joe. Yep, that's right. Brendan confirmed in this episode that he is in fact moving to Austin. More on that later though, because seeing Rogan and his buddies getting so worked up over the comment section is some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. When it comes to interacting with their fans, nobody comes close to being as sensitive as these green room murderers. Remember last year when Brian Simpson just wanted to see what the internet thought about the controversial split decision between Gamrot and Dan Hooker at UFC 305, but got absolutely shut down by Rogan, Hinchcliffe, and Brendan Schaub?
Split decision. Oh, y'all don't do live comments?
What? What are you doing with this stuff? Let's be with the people in the room. Let's not connect with folks outside that have nothing to do with us. No.
You're watching us on YouTube?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm just keeping up with the zeitgeist.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. How about there's 3 other people in the room and we're also on YouTube? No.
Were you just watching you on YouTube right now?
Yeah, bro, this is ridiculous.
You want a mirror or something?
Look, guys, we all making too much of this. We're going to see who agreed with me.
You were about to be watching you.
Don't ever let them know you're doing that either.
Well, y'all are more famous than me. It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't matter. It's like you're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, you'll stay as famous as you are if you keep doing that.
Also, you're doing it while you just hang out.
Yeah, take you a moment. What was your take on it? What I missed?
I was right. You were wrong.
1, 2, and 3.
Split decision, though.
Yeah, it's split.
I actually agree with Rogan about staying in the conversation. It is kind of weird to have your laptop out while you're on JRE on a live stream to read the live chat. He could have just asked Jamie to check what people were saying on Twitter or whatever. But the cope from Rogan and Tony calling their fans mentally ill and crazy is so fucking wild. These guys will sell anything and everything to their fans with a straight face, but when it comes to the live chat and comment section, all of a sudden their fans are crazy people who shouldn't be heard under any circumstances. And heaven forbid their fans know that they read any of their comments. Like Tony said, you're not going to get famous if you read the comments. It's all about dick riding Rogan to fame and fortune while ignoring the people who got you there. And speaking of dick riding Rogan, did you hear Brendan the Parrot Schaub agreeing with everything Rogan was saying, as if he isn't the most hated man on the internet? I don't know if you guys have heard or not, but Brendan's back in charge of his socials. Papa will take it from here, B. Like I was saying, though, on the latest JRE Fight Companion, the funniest guy in the room was Matt Serra. And for the first time since it happened just over a year ago, finally someone brought up Cat Williams talking shit about Rogan, and he's never been funny buddies to his face. Honestly, when Matt blurted this out, I bricked up almost instantly. I've been waiting for someone to say this for so long. And Rogan's response was some of the biggest cope I've ever seen on an episode of JRE.
Which comedians was he shitting on when he said your friends aren't funny?
I don't know.
Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he
Why
said
would
that.
he do that?
He said that because he thought for some crazy reason that I didn't want to have him on, like somehow or another, that he would be showing up people or something, like because he's so good. Maybe he thought that because he's isolated. That's not even. He doesn't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio. Yeah, I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's 2 pieces of advice that I took from an interview that he did once that I use to this day. One, he said, I never eat before a show. He said, don't eat. He goes, I want to be hungry. I'm better off being hungry. My brain works better. And then 2, he said, I have a music playlist that I make that just gets me in the mood to do a show. And so I'm like, that's a good idea. The Green Room playlist that we have on Spotify, that's all the songs. It's like 35 hours.
It's smart. You guys should do it. That's what athletes do.
It was a smart thing. I was thinking, I was like, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. Like, you want to turn it into a little bit of a party. Yes. You get that music going, it feels good. Like we do with the Green Room with the mothership. Get that music going, everybody's having fun.
So basically, Rogan's response was, I don't know, I love Cat Williams. Great guy, never met him. Bro asked him who Cat Williams was talking about when he said he's been pushing the same 6 never been funny comedians, and Rogan's answer was, I don't even rip into the mix as well. And fuck me dead, out of the 10,000 hours of Brendan Shaw podcasting I've listened to, I've never heard such crisp silence from your boy. Bupper and Brian got real quiet for a minute there, but for someone who insists on promoting the most dogshit comedians in America on his podcast, Rogan, any of them get their flowers when he's in the room. See, Rogan's the John Wick of comedy assassins. He's the queen bee of the hive. The tallest, funniest comedian alive. So when Matt was passing on a compliment to Brian Callen, Rogan changed the subject real quick.
I want to give you a compliment. Longo, who doesn't give compliments? I don't know where he saw you, but he said, I was fucking dying the whole time, dying. That was because you killed him.
Yeah. And I love him. This guy's the stress factor. Jake Matthews, I'm very high on this kid.
Rogan and Callen have been friends since the 90s, but man, Rogan likes to shut him down. Imagine if that were Shane Gillis. He'd be giggling and smiling like a high school cheerleader crushing over the quarterback. And I've heard people say this so many times. Schaub and Callen must have something over Rogan to keep getting invited back on for the fight companions. I mean, Brian even had his own appearance on JRE a couple of weeks ago to promote his Comedy Mothership appearance and the recording of his latest comedy special. So they must have a compromising video or 300 pages of evidence or something to keep getting the royal treatment from Rogan. And just in case you didn't know, Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history. Brian Callen's also in the top 5 most frequent guests, yet in almost every single fight companion, they're the weakest link, and Rogan lets them know it too.
I remember Matt Serra when he fought Matt Hughes. And Matt Serra dropped him.
And I did drop him. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
I wanted, every time I hear him say it, it's
Look at that head.
It's
that head.
Oh,
that
it's
guy's head.
My head. What you say?
I said that head hit Tower 7.
This thing could go through a wall when you chuck it.
That's how they think collapsed.
When my head touched his chin, my hand went.
Yes. That was bold. It was certainly bold. But it was definitely your head hit him first.
Yeah, but I feel it did not drop.
100% correct. Look, Matt, you always had crazy powers.
He went through a lot.
He did. But he's coming back. He looks really good. Who's coming back? Matt Serra. No, I don't. I don't mean fighting. No.
GFL just
coming back from his injury. Matt's. No. His car stalled out or something. I don't know what happened.
I don't know, but it's depressing.
I don't know what happened.
Either way, it sucks.
What are you talking? What the
I'm just asking
Jesus, man, can't ask questions.
I don't know.
Christ.
It's a train track like it's Looney Tunes. I don't know.
Maybe he has somehow information on NASA.
There's a massive opportunity. Ex-fighters or even former MMA referees. Instead, we get 2 fucking degenerates who can't seem to capitalize on the Rogan bump. It's insane how shit their podcast numbers are, especially Brendan's solo Schaub show, where he speaks into a microphone all alone in a studio, looking into a camera with nobody on the other side. And speaking of, let's get to Brendan being an absolute fucking dumbass. And let me just say up front, I get it. Brendan cops a lot of shit. Some people think it's bullying. For me, I see it as a public service. In fact, even the first judge in his lawsuit who ruled against him in the lower court described videos shitting on Brendan Schaub as being heavily in the public interest. Thank him be. But the thing that people seem to forget is that your boy does it to himself. He tries to attack or go hard on someone, but it always ends up backfiring on him. I mean, on what planet did Bubba think it would be a good idea to call someone out for being a poser? Bro lives in the glassiest of houses.
Brodo's busted up on his right eyebrow. Yeah.
Joe, you know, it was one of my favorite moments when you guys, when you had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt.
Oh, no.
I went like this, yes. What does he hunt? I went, yes. He goes, and then my favorite goes, I bow hunt. I went, thank you. I love it. I saw Joe go. I saw Joe go, do you? What kind of bow do you use?
I think he did. He just forgot his bow. I would never forget my bow. But I'm a fanatic. Like, I shoot this video of him doing. No. He definitely has.
laser tag.
He definitely hunts pigs. He lives on an island. He has an island in Kauai that's infested with wild pigs. He does hunt them. I've seen videos of him doing it. It's just someone gives him a bow. He doesn't look at it. He doesn't care.
Rogan was real quick to defend his billionaire oligarch. I'll come back to shitting on Brendan in just a moment, but he was right. When Zuck 2.0 tried to bring up his bow hunting exploits with Rogan, it ended up falling flat on its face, which honestly, I'm here for. These are the JRE moments I enjoy the most, when the rich and famous elite corporate overlords come onto JRE to reinvent their image, but mess it up completely.
You do wind up eating that meat from the animal, and you were there while the animal died. Like, you put it all together, like, oh, this is where meat comes from. Yeah. Which is another reason why things have become sort of emasculated, because that energy is not necessary anymore to acquire meat. Actually, you knew what you were doing.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is bow and arrow. And that's, I think, a version of it.
Yeah, if you want most effective, is certainly a right.
More efficient. Your conversion rate is so much higher, but it's, but yeah, what kind of bow do you have? Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but
do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head. I mean,
have to know.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
I can get you hooked up.
Yeah, I think it's like just a compound bow that I got strung to my draw length. And
did you get someone to coach you?
Yeah.
Who coached you?
It's basically a bunch of the guys who help run security around the ranch.
Okay.
Bro was planning that moment for months, only to come on and completely bomb. Someone definitely got fired over that one. But now that Dana White's on the board of Meta, Joe's got to bend over and let Zuck have his way with him, to support the cause. However, we can't let Brendan off the hook here, because later on in the podcast, he would also become a bomb expert when he tried to flex his hatred of electric vehicles on Rogan, completely forgetting that Rogan had just taken delivery of a custom Tesla Model S. And just like Zuck, Brendan had been waiting for this moment for months. Finally, Rogan acknowledged his shitty little YouTube channel that hasn't broken 10k subscribers, called Drive Fast All Gas. Well, it actually started out as Toontown, but Brendan allegedly received a cease and assist from Disney, so he changed the name to Drive Fast All Gas, which makes more sense when you read it as an acronym.
What is Drive? Is that your shirt? Drive Fast All Gas? Bro, where's mine? Where did you get one? You drove my Tesla. I like those. But I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club. How dare you? Your electric vehicle is something else. I'm a little jealous. I'm not in the car. Like I was telling you, I did my thing was I'm so angry at Houston trying to ban combustion engines. Yeah. Like it had so much anger, but now I'm moving to Austin. It's kind of relieving. Good. Tesla's got a factory here. I know. Get yourself one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the Fighter and the Kid logo all over it. Just drive around town like a pariah. Let's go, baby.
There you go. Confirmation from the man himself that he's moving to Austin. Say less. Our predictions from my post last week are starting to come true one by one. All of the above will happen. But like Brian was just saying there, Rogan recently took delivery of his custom-tuned Tesla Model S from Unplugged Performance, and in another gift from the internet gods, they decided to make a little video of them delivering the car to Rogan's house, but they were so focused on Rogan that they forgot to show us the car. I feel like I'm watching a guy trying to sell a car and the buyer isn't completely sold. Why is cameraman more focused on Joe's legs than the car? The cameraman is definitely getting replaced after all them comments. Terrible cameraman. Next time, give us a clear 360 of the car, please. I felt it was needed in the video, and we never got it. The build and the whole reveal has been a mess. Show off the damn car and all the parts, and hire a proper social media manager for fuck's sake. Joe's legs are made out of carbon fiber. And so after getting roasted for fangirling over Rogan's legs, they ended up posting a comment addressing all the backlash. We appreciate the constructive criticism on wanting more footage of the car in a 360 view, The last thing we want to do is not showcase Joe's epic custom build as fully as possible. We have more footage and will release another edit that shows the car more clearly as a response to the comment requests. We'll also aim to improve 360 capture of our vehicles in future videos. For this particular video, we shot with Joe in one take quite rapidly, so as a result the content capture with Joe was raw and imperfect, yet still greatly enjoyable to us. We hope to our viewers too. Okay, seriously, who the fuck wrote that? That sounds like something out of a drive fast old gas video. And why is Bubba promoting his car brand when the last time he posted was over 4 months ago? What are we doing here, B? But in all honesty, I'm so ready for Brendan's Austin, Texas arc. If you thought Tony Hinchcliffe's boots were cringe, wait until you see Bubba when he settles into his new digs up the road from Papa Rogan. He's going to become a gun expert, buy a Cybertruck, and try to pierce it with a bow and arrow. Him and Chin will start posting barbecue videos. Oh man, it's going to be a peach's delight. Just don't ask Bubba to point out where Texas is on a map.
If you're the first find in the main card, you're there to finish.
Well, also, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's in Australia, home country, the whole deal. Prado's in this. That's where he's from, right? You have to have your hometown boys when you have a fight on a card in the motherland. That's why poor Strickland going back there. Yeah, but Strickland is from South Africa. It's kind of neutral ground. Same area. It's pretty close. But you know what? It's totally close.
Closer than Vegas where Strickland is.
Yeah, not much.
Brendan really has absolutely no geographical awareness of the world around him.
I believe they're on opposite sides of the globe.
They are. It's like this, right? It's like this. Yeah. Santa lives here.
And yes.
Polar bears live here.
Yeah.
Santa doesn't want to eat my polar bear, so he's up here. That's how you remember it.
Yep.
Polar bears are down here.
Yep.
But why do they show polar bears at the North Pole?
Because polar
also
bears
show
are
drinking
polar bears are
They love that.
because polar bears are in the Arctic.
Yes.
And the Arctic would be the North Pole, and Antarctica is the South Pole. Make sure I'm right about that.
I think we all learned something here today.
Where's the North Pole?
The North Pole is the Arctic, and the Antarctic and the South Pole is Antarctic.
The Arctic is the center
It's
of
the
the
North
North
Pole.
Pole.
Okay.
So the Arctic is the
And
North
the
Pole where
Antarctic
Santa
is the
lives.
South Pole, as I said.
So Santa lives in the Arctic.
Why is it important?
The amount of
Why is it important to know?
Let me ask you this.
Why is it important to know where Australia is?
No, this specific.
Why is it important to know where Africa is? It's the same thing.
How long was it on? 2 seasons. Yeah, and
You enjoyed doing it?
Yeah, it was fun. Season 1 we went to Asia forever, and then season 2 we went to Europe, Africa, and
You went to Africa?
well, just for one location. We were in Morocco.
Jesus Christ, dude.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is a country.
That's a big continent. Though, yeah. So like Egyptians are technically African, Moroccans are everybody's claiming Africa, but it's
so many different places.
Yeah, but it's like I'm American.
I know. I know.
Hey, guys.
No, that's different. No, but it's not a continent. The whole continent is North America, though.
You know, I've often said that Brendan needs to get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible, but to be honest, at this point, I think it's the safest place for him. Imagine if he had a real job that people relied upon to live their lives. At least this way we can check in on him and make sure he's still safe and not hurting anyone, you know? It's like those parents that would rather their teenage kids drink at home rather than going out and getting drunk and getting up to no good. Better do it at the house where it's safe. But like I've been saying, I am so ready to embark on this journey with Brendan from LA to Austin, even though he probably has no idea how far apart they are or where they're located on a map. Brendan's determination not to quit is only matched by his to come back this year and try to make his way onto the stage at the mothership. And if he somehow gets a spot on Kill Tony as a guest on the panel, that would literally break the internet. Plenty more to come, so stay tuned. I recently dropped a video covering the episode of Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, Mike Norman, and Ari Shafir, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. While you're here, though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't know black guys like anime.
That's not true.
Not all black guys. Most people.
That's generalizing. I've never met a black guy in my life who likes anime.
Nah, I don't think it's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain, and then when it becomes a women, for sure, shut your phone off. I've only been podcasting 13 years.
My phone. It's your phone.
Slap me. Slap me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, dude. God damn it. When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened?
Oh, you may not have those.
When has that ever can happen?
That's great.
And now I'm going to slap the person who called me.
Slap him.
It's not my wife. God damn it. I'm going to slap Don.
No, don't slap the dog. Don't slap the dog.
If podcasting is an art form, then Brendan Schaub is the Leonardo da Vinci of the industry. A renaissance man in every facet, from his days as a high school athlete, receiving no college athletic scholarship offers, instead paying his way into college, where he would go on to be undrafted in the 2006 NFL draft, and then getting released from the Utah Blaze in the Arena Football League without making the roster. Forced into retirement at the age of 24, Schaub then went on to train in boxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, eventually making his way into the UFC 2 years later, where he would flourish in the heavyweight division, losing 4 of his last 6 fights. 3 of the legend Joe Rogan encouraged him to rethink his career in MMA and consider moving into podcasting and stand-up comedy. Brendan would seize the opportunity to announce his retirement from the sport and take his talents on stage and into the studio. A true modern-age polymath, Brendan would contradict all the haters and soy boys who laughed at him instead of with him, securing his first comedy special on Showtime just 4 years into his career as a stand-up comic. But with an IMDb rating of 1.4 stars out of 10, Brendan found himself at a crossroad. Do I apologize to the comedy world and open a gym back in Colorado where I can lead a quiet life, raising a small family, attending all their baseball games, and pass on all my athletic knowledge and abilities to a new generation? Or do I carry on unscathed, push through all the hate, and prove to the world that I belong on stage behind a microphone, making people laugh? Naturally, Brendan chose the latter option, continuing his comedy titled Gringo Papi, a clever play on words because his wife is Mexican and he's white, and he's also a father, so that would make him the white daddy. I think that's right. Hey, fuck you guys, it's funny, alright? Anyway, sorry, where was I? Oh, so Gringo Papi ended up with an even lower rating of 1.1 out of 10, making it the worst comedy special ever released in history, on paper at least. Luckily though, Brendan, who fancies himself as a bit of a business shark, always had a backup plan. You see, Bubba talks for a living, and thanks to his close relationship with superstar comedian and legendary podcaster Joe Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format with The Fighter and the Kid, which was a joint effort between himself and Hollywood extra Brian Callen. Schaub would also go on to spread his talents across other podcasting ventures, including a 3-year stint on The King and the Sting with widely loved comedian and podcaster Theo Von, which turned into The Golden Hour, as well as his own solo podcast, The Schaub Show, both of which are still in production despite extraordinarily poor performance. Meanwhile, Theo Von's solo podcasting venture has gone on to perform amongst the best podcasts in the world. And so this would become a theme for Brendan Schaub. His extraordinarily poor performance in any facet would see him become frustrated with the world around him, resulting in some of the most embarrassing scandals on the internet, from drug walks gone wrong to 300 pages of missing evidence to hundreds of thousands of dollars wasted on beast lawyers pursuing unwinnable lawsuits. Brendan went from high school athlete to UFC heavyweight to stand-up comedian to a massive fucking lolcow podcaster who can barely string a sentence together. Oh, I think he's a car guy as well. For some of you, this might be news. For others, this story is all too familiar. You see, Brendan fancies himself as a man of many talents, an athlete, a comedian, a thinking man, a beast of a baseball dad. But where Joe Rogan has flourished with his down-to-earth, relatable character, who asks his guests the questions we're all thinking, Brendan doesn't have access to guests. So, it's up to him and his co-hosts, and increasingly his producers these days, to provide the hot takes and analysis on topics that all of them know absolutely fuck all about. Brendan calls this the deep dive.
No, you did. I know you like these deep dives.
Yeah, that's why I wake up and like a deep dive on this stuff.
Yeah, I gotta get some.
I've covered many a deep dive on this channel, most recently from Brendan Schaub, the lawyer.
Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're gonna find you, whatever he's gonna, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if in the retrial or whatever it is in the even the appeal.
And so even after butchering Conor McGregor's recent civil lawsuit loss, where Brendan repeatedly displayed his lack of knowledge on complex legal matters, he recently went on to counsel McGregor in his business affairs as well.
So his nut is this every month, and you can't get out of those. And those boats, and again, unless he paid all cash, which hopefully he did for all of this, so he doesn't have a big, huge nut every month, but chances are he didn't pay all cash. So his monthly nut, just based off what we see online, is a few $1 million a month. Most of that was taken care of from the nut he was getting every month. I keep saying that, sorry. Most of that was taken care of from the money he was getting from Proper 12. I'm getting $5 million a month. That covers my nut every single month. So you go from your nut of making $10 million a month to zero.
So to clarify for those of you who have no idea what in the fuck he's talking about there, when you're rich and you can't beat the allegations, you have less money, so you can't afford to continue living the high life. Those are the basic nuts and bolts of it. But it was this past week where we really saw Brenda go off the deep end with his take on the healthcare CEO shooter, where true to form, he identified with the CEO and not the shooter. Now, all jokes aside for a moment, because this is actually a fascinating look into this guy's brain. And just to cleanse the palate and set the tone, let's look at two hot takes from people who have managed to successfully read the room with regards to the CEO shooter situation, and then compare it to Brendan's breakdown.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they're at their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then these and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. You know, I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that the CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy fucking pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, oh, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
Well, Jamie and I were just talking. They think they have a photo of the guy who whacked that insurance CEO.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, they think they have a photo of his face now.
Oh, they do, huh?
Well, I would think with the
around
amount
the
of
time, or
cameras,
they picked it up later.
I think, there's cameras everywhere now.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying claims. 34% denial rate. Something almost like 16. Yeah. So those guys, I don't think anybody's gonna be crying too hard over that guy. Maybe his family, but that's about it. Yeah. It's a dirty, dirty business. The business of insurance is gross. It's gross. At a moment where the stakes are high, the tension between rich and poor is on a knife's edge, and the social contract with government is hanging by a thread, Bill Burr managed to capture the thoughts of the masses without inciting violence, without condoning murder, and with the Bill Burr way possible between the insurance industry and the everyday person. Brendan Schaub, on the other hand, had a much simpler explanation. Nothing to do with politics or sociology, no accounting for cost of living pressures or economic conditions. See, our boy Bubba understands these things on a more human level. He put himself in the shoes of the man himself. We've seen Brendan the lawyer, Brendan the business shark, and Brendan the accountant. Now we have Brendan the criminal psychologist. Hey, real quick, how many chicks you guys fucked?
Clearly, this kid, smaller kid, wicked smart kid, clearly his hero is the Unabomber, but Ted Kaczynski. But apparently his family, he became estranged from his family. He got a back injury, like a really bad back injury, and they did surgery, I guess, and it didn't help. And since then, it just mentally broke him. And I guess he was saying, he can't have any physical contact with women because his back's so filled up. He can't have sex. So that just drove him crazy.
Look at that. Are those really his screws?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, those are the biggest screws I've ever seen in my fucking life. What's going on there? What is that? Hold on. I don't believe that's a real picture.
So, but back to him, apparently this kid did that. It never got fixed, so he's in agonizing pain all the time and couldn't be intimate with women, and it drove him crazy. like legit crazy. So he didn't speak to his family for at least a year. His friends and family on his social media reached out, like, hey, hope you're okay. His one like best friend was like, hey man, try and plan the wedding. You committed to it. What's going on? Get back to us. He was in Hawaii. I know people that have those huge screws.
And they're on football and stuff like that.
And sometimes that's why they get away with it.
It helps.
Yeah, sometimes it helps.
Yeah.
But for him, it didn't take. Who knows what happened?
God.
Who knows if it was a botched surgery?
That looks like a joke. I mean, I can't believe
But
it's
I'm
real.
sure there's other ways you can deal with it. You know, the PRPs themselves. You go down to Tijuana. Think about that. CEO would probably still be alive if this kid went down to Tijuana.
What I heard is like, I don't know how he injured his back, but he tried to go surfing afterwards, and then it was just he was in pain for like weeks after.
But apparently he had a really bad frame.
But that's why he got the
was
surgery.
telling his buddies, like, dude, I can't even have sex. Like, it hurts too bad. Like, I can't be intimate with women.
I think that he might have just gone crazy. There's a thing. Young people, young men, schizophrenia and stuff like that kicks in when they're in their 20s.
See, I don't think that's...
You never know.
I don't think
maybe the drugs he was taking.
No, I don't think it's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain, and then when it becomes the women.
It says he had pain for years, but it didn't say exactly how he got it.
That kind of
revealed he had been dealing with severe back
make you crazy.
Make you crazy and just be like, and everything's dark, like this world, and then you can't hook up with chicks. So then you would call him an incel, right? Usually incel, because it's not that he hated women. Clearly, women like him, you just can't bust nuts.
There's something. So that's a good looking boy right there. Okay.
Fucking brilliant. Honestly, when I heard this for the first time, I paused and I thought to myself, what did we do to deserve such high-grade podcast slop? Our boy Buppa's got it all figured out. Despite the protests of his producer and co-host, it had nothing to do with the manifesto found with the guy or the socio-economic climate, and sure, this kind of shit builds up over a long period of time with various factors involved. I mean, it's a complex situation with a lot of moving parts. I'm sure you've all heard this by now, but the healthcare company the CEO was in charge of had the worst policy payout ratio in the entire industry. But not for Brendan. Nope. Bro just needed to bust a nut. Fucking amazing. That has to be one of the most redacted takes I've ever heard come out of his mouth. I mean, that's the kind of explanation you'd expect from a middle schooler joking around with his buddies, not a 41-year-old baseball dad of the year. However, as per usual, things got worse. And can I just say, what's with this endless fascination these days with SA in prisons? First we heard Andrew Schultz fantasizing about it over Kendrick Lamar, and now our boy Buppa has let his own prison fantasy slip.
This kid had a crazy IQ as well, so I'm sure he related to the Unabomber in that sense. And then you have this super darkness because you're always hurt, and then you can't bust nuts, and you're an attractive dude. So I guess you roll up on it.
But to kill someone? Come on, dude. I mean, if I'm like in insane, crazy pain, guess who I'm gonna kill?
Your dog.
Myself.
Yeah.
Or the doctor that put the
No.
No, you to end the pain, because
I could see that
for
happen.
him, your pain's gonna get worse, dude. Also, that CEO had nothing to do with your back.
You're f***ing with that guy's family too. Everyone that loves him, like, you can't do that to someone.
Also, that guy's not recommending that doctor. You have nothing to do with the screws.
No, he's just
But also, dude, you come from money. So there's other avenues you could have took to figure this back pain out. Your back pain's gonna be so bad in prison. You know what the beds are like at Pelican Bay, son?
God, yeah, I was gonna say.
They're not memory foam, bud. You know?
You're not gonna have posturepedic back pain.
Oh, you think you have back problems now? You just pulled landscaping duty, bud. You know? That's how that goes.
And also, he's fucking in jail. He's a good-looking guy. That's gonna give him crazy back pain if he's gonna get hurt.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you have to lay down and take it.
Yeah, nobody when they're taking you from behind, nobody's going, "You back okay on this?"
No, not prison. No, they're not gentlemen about it. You have to lay down. There's limp fish. He's bad. You know, and then you get that label. You already have mental issues.
Goddamn.
And you're limp fish in prison.
It's gonna be a bad time for him.
He's actually get blown out of prison, man.
Yeah.
They might fix it. Because he has a pinched nerve, he's got to wiggle that bad boy out. Boy, with the home from the train. Wiggle it out.
Yep, all you got to do is wiggle it out, B. Thank you. But like I was saying, it's interesting to see how none of them understood the connection between the actual CEO that got shot and the company he worked for compared to the entire healthcare industry. Not to mention the shooter was apparently just getting started. And as usual, the comment section did not disappoint. Mixed in with all the paid bots were some clearly agitated listeners. Hearing Brendan speak about this shooter is hilarious. The horrible take, the continued use of the word compromised, and the mispronunciation of all the words. I love this. Thank you, Brandon. Do they all have CTE? Their take on Luigi is embarrassing. So many minutes wasted because these guys don't even know why Luigi killed the CEO. You know Brendan comes from money because he's been able to go this far in life dressing and having the mindset of a middle schooler. Even if you don't agree, it's easy to understand why he did it. Brendan and Brian missed the point so hard because they're so out of touch in their little bubble. Brian totally misses the point of why Luigi shot the CEO of United Health. Crazy. So you'd think that after trying to milk the CEO shooter story over the last 3 episodes, with special thumbnails and everything, they have actually done some basic research and understood the various motives of the alleged shooter, other than needing to bust a nut. But as usual, they misread the room and came up with the most dogshit take possible. And the funny thing is, Brenda wasn't trying to be funny. He was actually being serious. He really thought he'd figured it all out. But there is one saving grace about Mr. Schaub. He has a tendency to blurt out the truth from time to time. We all know he has a track record of lying through his teeth about almost everything. Remember when he said this earlier this year in an interview?
From the outside looking in, but you mentioned at the very beginning, broad shoulders. You can just like sweep it off and on to the next thing. Let's keep going. Unlike anybody I really have ever seen.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. It's my dad just work ethic. So I hate. I'll have friends who will say, whatever shop brought a professional athlete's work ethic to a podcast or to stand up, and now with the cars, like watch out. It's like, no, that's not a professional athlete's work ethic. There's some. I've been with UFC fighters, NFL players that have a work ethic. They're just so talented they get away with it. So that doesn't work for me. The work ethic is across all boards. That work ethic came from my dad. My dad, blue collar, self-made. So when I was young, he taught me the work ethic. So no matter what I'm doing, whether I was a janitor for a short period of time when I was young, I was the best janitor there was. I was there early, stayed late. Like, it's just a work ethic. So wherever you put me at, that work ethic isn't going to change. So whether it's in the car business, fighting, podcasting, stand-up, that work ethic is who I am.
First we had Brendan the lawyer, then the business shark, then the accountant, and now the criminal psychologist. But now we also have Brendan the janitor. Maybe not though.
Sorry, did you say your first job was a janitor?
I was a janitor at Albertsons, yeah.
Like mopping floors?
And cleaning the bathroom. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl up, so I quit. And it was when the Broncos were in the Super Bowl. And I kept getting in trouble because if I can't clean the bathroom, I'm like, no doubt. And the 5 cents candy back in the day?
Yeah.
I used to grab a handful of Twizzlers, go in the bathroom, grab all the old truck and car magazines, and just sit there for hours reading the magazines and eating the candy. Yeah. And then finally someone was like, where the fuck is that Brendan kid? Yeah. I had to pick the cigarettes out of the ashtray every morning. I had to do that at 5 a.m. Sucked, man.
What was your first job, Brian?
McDonald's.
No way!
Hang on. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl off, so I quit? Huh? Bro, you can't even go one sentence without lying. These are what I like to call the confessions of a degenerate mind. If you give him enough rope, he'll let the truth slip out from time to time, and it's almost completely involuntary. We may not know how this all ends for Brendan Schaub, but one thing you can count on is that I'll be here to document it in forensic detail. So make sure you go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't have to tell you this. Everybody's got an opinion, and they love to be able to tell you what their opinion about you is, right? And it can be flat out and hurtful at times. You have to have the thickest skin out there.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're gonna find you, whatever he's gonna, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if they in the retrial or whatever in the what word am I looking for? Even the appeal.
Bro, you just said the word. How did you forget it that quick?
Not a lawyer. I don't know if you guys know this. Not a lawyer. I have CT. Probably. Very splash of it. Very no idea.
Watching Brendan Schaub try to reinvent himself every couple of years is like watching a baby never learn to walk. Full marks for effort, but 0 marks for execution. And while he threw in the towel on his stand-up comedy career at the beginning of this year, the unintentional comedy he offers every week on his podcast keeps us coming back for more. The top 250 local business is booming this year. So when I saw the thumbnail and title for the latest episode of The Schaub Show, I laughed so hard that a little bit of pee came out. Conor McGregor Trial for Dummies. And the thumbnail has the Learning Made Easy trademark for dummies. But the funniest part is they're not leaning into it, they're actually being serious. Brendan and his producer Chin really thought they could give us a legal breakdown of the McGregor trial and help to educate all of us casuals on how the Irish legal system works and shed some light on all the little nuances that the lawyers, jury and judge got wrong. Because being thousands of miles away in a podcast studio gives you the best vantage point when it comes to analysing all the facts and evidence. For dummies, by dummies. Nailed it. And honestly, who better than Brendan the business shark Schaub to break down a complicated legal case for us? This is the guy who didn't know he was suing a YouTuber for copyright infringement until over 18 months into the case. He actually thought it was a defamation case. So his lawyers had to get him to sign a declaration that he understood the difference between copyright and defamation and then submit it to the court. But not only that, he lost the case to a degenerate live streamer who was representing himself, or as Brendan likes to call it, pro bono. Now you can start to see why I got so excited to hear Bupper's breakdown of this lawsuit.
I don't want to say it's not a thing, but the Conor McGregor being accused of assaulting a woman, it was not. It's not big news here unless you're kind of a hardcore, you know what's going on. But as far as like on mainstream media, it's not a thing here. And I've been getting so many DMs and emails like, dude, what do you think of this Conor stuff? And man, is everyone freaking out in America? I'm like, dude, when I say it's not a thing here, the public didn't get freaking privy to it till he actually got convicted of assault. And it was like a ticker on the bottom of ESPN. That's it. I'd say 98% of America didn't even know this was going on, which is insane because over in Ireland, over in Europe, this is like mainstream paparazzi. People are following it day by day. It's a big deal over there. I knew that was going on, but for the rest of, especially casuals, had no clue. Like my dad, once he saw the ticker at the bottom, was like, Conor McGregor found guilty of, aggravated assault, whatever they're saying it is now. He's like, what? Are you kidding me? And I was like, you didn't know? He's like, no, what's going on? I'm like, oh, buddy, do you have time to chat? Because it's going to be a deep dive.
But it's also important to remember this is a civil case, it's not a criminal.
Yes.
And what an absolutely brilliant way to start this breakdown by saying Conor McGregor was found guilty of assault, only to be corrected by his producer Chin, who's also a non-redact, yet still understands the difference between a civil and criminal trial. Throughout the whole 40-minute breakdown, Brendan would refer to the civil court's finding that McGregor is liable for SA as being guilty, which made me tingle every single time. But the sheer arrogance on display from our boy Bubba cannot be ignored. Of course, he had to start it off by explaining to us listeners how he's in a unique position with his ear to the ground on such matters. He's been following this closely because of his ties to the UFC and his dedication to covering all things MMA in a timely and considered manner. However, there's one unique factor that apparently qualifies him as an expert on this particular legal matter, and it's his relationship with Brian Callen. Never has there been a media personality that threw more people under the bus every week for absolutely no reason at all. You'll see what I mean in a moment. So not only is he part of the 2% of Americans that actually knew about this case, He ain't just some casual who regurgitates what he hears from so-called experts and podcasters. I mean, surely Brendan did his own due diligence, right?
So I've tried to do my due diligence, listen to these experts that have chimed in on it. I've listened to other podcasts. When you talk about this stuff, it's tough, especially coming from my experience where, oh boy, it's tough because when I hear this stuff, obviously I'm going to have a different perspective. I have a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely accused of, and it ruined his life. My friend Brian Kell was one of the good guys that suffered from this, and Brian's a fighter, and you know, he won't speak on it too much, but it really messed him up financially. Has to tour every weekend just to make ends meet. And that's not how this is supposed to go. The way comedy should work is a guy at his level should be able to maybe do one show a month, or you know, pick and choose when he's on the road, because he's put in the work for 30 years in the clubs, in the theaters, in podcasting. He's put in all the work where at his age, he should be on the road all the time. He should be enjoying the fruits of his labor and raising his children and doing what he wants to do and doing spots around town. And all that was taken away from him with a simple tweet. No evidence, zero evidence, no trial, nothing. Just boom. Hearsay. She said, he said. I know the details. It's not my job to speak on it, nor do I have that authority. That's Brian's thing. I know the exact details, and it's awful what happened. Awful. Ruined his life. Brian does his best, and he does a show. So if you want to support Brian, I take you to a show. I take you to a show. Watch his podcast. I'm obviously going to have a different perspective on this stuff. Where when I hear this stuff, I go, I need to hear more of it. I think most people go, oh my God, Connor's a piece of shit. I knew this guy, this is terrible. Because of my experience, I go, I don't believe it. It's on the consumer to figure out and form your own opinion. Don't listen to certain journalists or MMA experts or personalities who despise Conor McGregor. They're going to be biased, and they can paint a picture that's probably going to convince you otherwise. We can get into it, but I just want you guys to know where I'm coming from. I'm going to have a very different perspective because one of my closest friends, my brother, has gone through, not to this degree, but it took everything from him.
Just when everyone had started to forget about the allegations against Brian Callen, Bubba starts running his injected lips and reminds everyone about the multiple assault and harassment accusations against Brian over a space of nearly 20 years. And Brendan's done this so many times, he uses the people around him and blurts out details about their personal lives just so he has something to say. Most of the time, he doesn't actually have a point, though. For example, he just tried to convince us that he's in an unbiased position relative to other commentators and McGregor haters because he's close to someone who was accused of similar acts but was unable to clear his name despite trying to sue one of their husbands and failing. Honestly, it drives me nuts how often Brendan brings up Brian's allegations.
It drives me, to be honest, leave this shit. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my. I know you're like this. I'm gonna cry. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those in comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't think with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places. I think she can be right now.
Yeah,
So if Brian's struggling financially, why doesn't Bubba just pay him more instead of rage crying over the allegations? If Brian when Cullen is struggling to make ends meet and has to actually work for a living like the rest of us instead of living off daddy's money like Bubba, what's wrong with that? Brian's in his late 50s. In fact, he's only a year older than Brogan. Plenty of people work into their late 50s, dude. Is it possible that Brian's just not that funny and can't sell out big enough venues to tour once a month? Now, wasn't Brendan the one who cancelled Brian by taking him off the podcast because of advertiser backlash when all the accusations came out? Where was the rage crying then, B? What are we doing here? Anyway, let's get back to Brendan's lol suit analysis.
This is so complicated. I've been following pretty closely. It's pretty complicated. Meaning, I can paint a narrative for you guys that will make you believe that Connor's completely innocent. I can do that pretty easily. I can also paint a picture where the accuser is completely correct. Really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, pretty easily too. That's the problem with this. You can start with Connor. So when I tell you all this stuff, what I want you to do is, in the back of your mind, think, if this wasn't Conor McGregor, would this have any sort of validation? If it wasn't the most famous mixed martial artist of all time, if he wasn't the biggest name in UFC history, is this even, are you believing any of it? This is what, 2018? So he goes out, it's not out in the town, right? He gets texts and pictures from this woman who's accusing him of these acts. I'm talking pretty little pictures, pretty, things, stuff like that. She does have a boyfriend and she does have a child. So there's that, right? This is where you're just like, Jesus Christ, Connor is a party animal. This isn't like one night. This is a 2 to 3 day bender on cocaine and alcohol. 3 days, 2 to 3 days is insane. I've never done coke, so I guess you just go all night. I don't know how it works, but I guess that's what you do when kids done it. Apparently they're partying, they're doing their thing, and her claim is then Connor forcibly held her down and had his way with her. During all this, she's texting her boyfriend, lying to her boyfriend, her whereabouts, who she's with. She didn't mention Connor or anything like that. There's CCTV, so in the hotel, that shows her after the time when she said she was, assaulted, that she is hugging Connor, kissing Connor, taking drinks, convincing other people leaving the party to stay and party more. Apparently she saw some therapist that said, no, it's just a delayed reaction, and that's PTSD. That's tough for me to believe. So she went to the hospital. I think she went to the clinic, and the bruises on her arms and legs and body, they're like, we've never seen anything this bad. That's not good. That's not good. I think that's ultimately what convinced the jury that Connor's kind of at least liable for some of the damages. And now remember, he wasn't found guilty of. He was found guilty, I think, of assault.
Okay, so Brendan brings up some valid points there around credibility. However, these days in courtrooms around the world, especially cases of this nature, there's no generally accepted standard of behavior for an alleged victim. A lot of the things that Brendan pointed out are irrelevant when judges and juries are determining whether or not consent was given. However, this is the most important detail that they missed, and honestly, this is why guys like Brendan and Chin shouldn't really be talking about this shit or giving their opinions. Connor was not found guilty of anything. It was a civil case. Connor is an innocent man in the eyes of the law. He was found liable for SA, resulting in an award of damages to the plaintiff of around $250,000 US. So, for someone who claims to have been all over this case and following it from the beginning, listening to expert analysis and various breakdowns on different podcasts, he still can't understand the simplest legal terminology. It kind of makes sense, though, why he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees himself with absolutely nothing to show except for a judgment against him. I thought he was a numbers guy.
Here's where tough to defend Connor. For her, this is not a money play. Now, this is over a 6-year period where she's been harassed. She had to move houses. Apparently, some people broke in her house, threatened her and her boyfriend, right? So there's all that stuff. Apparently, Connor's team offered her a settlement. She refused it because she wants justice. That's the rumor. Okay. I don't know how true that is. So apparently, Connor's team went, hey, we don't need to go to all trial. Here's your settlement. And she refused it. So that's over a 6-year period. She only got, I think, awarded like basically $275,000 in American dollars, which might cover lawyer fees. So when you say it's a money play, there's not much money here, and it changes her life forever. Because who would sign up for all this trauma, all this stuff nonstop? And it's not like she got $50 million, $10 million, even $1 million.
She was asking for 1.7, $1 million in loss of earnings, $750K for rehousing because, as you brought up, her house was broken into.
But the court just awarded her $275,000.
Correct. Yeah. Which, and to your point, there wasn't even a guarantee that she was going to get that. Had she lost, she would have had to pay Connors. So, to your point about taking a settlement, that versus the gamble of going to trial, not only not getting what you're asking for, but potentially having to pay money. So, to your point of why even go through all that.
I honestly think she's like that's what it's fun. That he was fun. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbi realized this, seriously though.
Okay, so everything they all just said there is almost entirely wrong. First of all, the damages order that got handed down by the court does not include legal costs. So Brendan's theory that a lot of the money will just cover her legal fees is complete bullshit. There will be a separate costs hearing to determine how the legal bills are split up. But generally, in these cases, the defendant who lost would have to pay all of the plaintiff's legal fees. However, there is a possibility that she could have to pay Connor's legal fees even though she won, and it's all to do with the fact that Connor offered a settlement that she rejected. Basically, when you're in a civil dispute and the defendant offers you, the plaintiff, a settlement and you reject it, but then you go on to win the case at trial and the damages you're awarded are less than the previous settlement offer, the court could order you to pay all the defendant's legal fees from the time you rejected that settlement. This is called the Calder Bank mechanism, and it exists to encourage parties to settle out of court and take pressure off the court system. And it makes sense, right? If you reject a decent settlement offer and then the court awards you less damages than that settlement, well, then you've just wasted everyone's time and money. That's why the woman in this case could actually end up going broke, even though she won. And I actually think this is a possibility because if you're in McGregor's position, right, and you've got this woman coming after you, she was asking for $1.7 billion initially. Connor said in court that he's earned over $650 million in career earnings. So I can see how his settlement offer could have been well over the $250K figure she was awarded by the court. In that case, she would then be liable for all of Connor's legal fees after the date she rejected the offer, even though she won. I guess that reinforces Brendan's point, though, that she wasn't in it for the money and that she just wanted to clear her name and get some justice. We'll have to wait and see.
It almost sucks to say it. The UFC's moved on. They have. Me and Case love to see him fight. A lot of people, he hasn't fought since 2016. UFC's flourishing. UFC did not immediately respond to requests for comment. McGregor has not fought since he broke his leg, 2021. But yeah, he sees it. I think I said he hasn't fought since 2016. I mean, he hasn't had a win.
Fuck me dead. Even when Brendan corrects himself, he's still wrong. Conor beat Donald Cerrone in 2020, dude. Bob is such a casual. Seriously. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my breakdown of Brendan Schaub's breakdown of the Conor McGregor lawsuit. Make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Well, hello kids. Monday morning. It is 8:52 a.m. here Pacific time on this chilly SoCal morning. How's everybody doing? Right. Forget I can't hear you guys. If you want, I'm not hard to find, bud. But it better be one-on-one. Don't do that D Stockton stuff where you jump guys. And if you do decide to jump me, it better be more than 4 to 5.
Brendan Schaub is back at it again, making headlines for all the wrong reasons. What started out as a seemingly genuine effort to bring attention to a progressive degenerative disease that he suffers from himself, commonly known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, SAT, or just CTE, it ended up turning into a back and forth between him and Nate Diaz on Twitter. But now your boy took it a step further and delivered a staggeringly redacted hit piece on The Schaub Show, rife with all of our favourite Schaubisms. And I don't usually say this often, but working on these clips for you guys from Brendan's epic meltdown today was some of the most enjoyable work I've ever done on this channel. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love slogging it through all the podcast cringe slop for you guys day in, day out, but every now and then I kind of feel like, you know what, this one's for me. This is the cream on top. It was honestly like a Shakespearean soliloquy. It had all our favourite Schaubisms littered throughout. He almost started rage crying at several points, and he mispronounced all of our favourite words with the skill and precision of a surgeon performing brain surgery after 20 beers. But this isn't the first time our boys had a public meltdown all alone by himself in his studio.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steve Stewart guy went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana. Like, you know, I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Now here's the thing, in my opinion, Brendan's actually right about almost everything he says in this video. For 99.99% of the human population, Bubba's a problem. But the way he gets so easily triggered by guys who have made a good living out of trolling people is absolutely fucking hilarious. See, your boys had it tough. Over the past decade, Bubba's been catching L's like a fat kid on prom night. Almost everything he's tried, he's failed at. But not like normal fails. I'm talking really public, embarrassing fails. Like Joe Rogan telling him he should quit fighting because he's not built for it anymore, live on a public broadcast, to then become one of the most widely ridiculed comedians in the world, and then getting dropped and ghosted by Theo Von, who went on to build one of the most wildly successful podcasts in the world, while Brendan was left to share the crumbs with a bunch of cancelled losers who get paid to laugh and be his friend. You guys know I could go on and on listing all of Bubba's seemingly endless failures, but that's not why we're gathered here today. I actually have a serious point to make once we're done laughing at Brendan's on-air meltdown this morning, so stick around to the end where I'll explain exactly what's going on here.
I'm going to jump right into it. Some of you, especially the new viewers, are probably tuning. Oh, that was Brendan responding to Nate Diaz. Not a long rant here. I've never had issues with you guys.
So, 4 minutes into the latest Schaub show, Brendan declared that he wasn't going to spend too long on this. It didn't really bother him anyway, you know, and he was only going to talk about it because his fans probably expected him to, as well as any new fans, of course, because we know Bubba's got such a big reach these days that he's always fielding new fans. But after making this declaration, he went into a 20-minute uninterrupted rant trying to convince us how tough he is and how he could easily snap Nate Diaz in half. Oh, and he doesn't care. None of this bothers him. Remember that. It's important. Luckily, though, he actually provided some context to this beef with Nate, which goes way back to 2017 when Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather Jr., and I managed to find a clip of the interaction he's talking about here to give you the full context.
I don't know how long ago was that? I mean, when Conor fought Floyd? I was paid by Showtime, a little background there. I was paid by Showtime to sell the public that Conor has a chance. Now, he was going to win, but he has a chance. That was my job. That's what I was paid for. I was the Conor expert. Still am. Lovely guy, right? Hopefully he fights him. Probably not. So that was my narrative, and I was leaving after doing my job, and I was walking, and the entire arena is pro-Floyd, pro-boxing. There was no familiar faces, so it's not awkward for me because my Showtime boys are there, Brian Daly, everyone's there. And I walk in the back, and I see Nate, and I'm like, oh, thank God, another UFC guy, alumni, yes. I go to say what's up, and he'll just start talking. You know, his own insecurities. I don't know what's going on there. That was a weird one.
Remember your career?
I was like, all right, whatever. Probably 3 weeks before that, Brandon bought foods. It was cool. So that's why I was like, yo, another, he's so cool. So, he's like rousing that cotton cold. All good. None of that bothers you.
Of course, none of this bothers your boy. That's why he decided to dedicate half his show to a single tweet from Nate Diaz. But as you could see from that interaction 7 years ago, Brendan was the one who walked away, saying he didn't have a problem with Nate, which, to be honest, was probably the mature thing to do and de-escalate the whole situation. Nate Diaz was probably just trying to be friendly or something. Who knows what goes through that guy's head? Anyway, so last week on the short show, Brendan got all emotional when talking about his buddy's experience with CTE and how much it's affecting his life. This is where the whole Nate Diaz beef started up again.
We used to laugh. God, we're idiots. So we used to laugh because we'd get in our car and we wouldn't know how to get home. After a storm. We called each other, man. I learned so much. And thank God I'm all right, you know. Somewhat all right. I don't know. I talk for a living. I do a lot of creative stuff, which I think helps me delay whatever's headed my way. You know, but when I talk about father pay and compensation, there's not enough money in the fucking world.
I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain for the person to face when they are at the end of the journey of life.
Like it's a big band. These serious challenges and meeting basic everyday expenses for food, shelter.
I learned so much from the truth is, I didn't take more than they're like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water, drinking the water.
So Brendan's heartfelt, emotional-filled dedication to his old sparring partner struck a chord with Nate Diaz, prompting him to share his thoughts on your boy's performance. He said, "Brendan, the big old sure." Now, Brendan didn't like this, so he hit back with this. "Oh, buddy, I probably got 20 pounds on you, so not too far off. I'll snap your hand. Let's read this tweet and get back to me." Okay, just quickly, why does Nate have to let him know how it goes for him? Like, wouldn't Bubba be there too? Isn't he meant to be the opponent? I just feel like Brendan would already know the result, given he'd be the other guy in there. Anyway, sorry, I digress.
Driving my son to baseball practice, and a buddy, or maybe my brother, was like, "Oh God, here goes Nate Diaz again." Like, what? For what? And he put Brendan the big old D-shop with a crying emoji. Okay, and this, I assume, and most people tell me that it's in response to me getting emotional over my friend of 20 years.
Fuck me dead. Can somebody please explain to me, honestly, why does every Brendan Schaub story start with him either driving to or from baseball practice, or being at a baseball practice, or just being somewhere in the vicinity of a baseball game? I don't get it, B. But finally, we're in the thick of it now. Brendan's about to go into full flight and totally melt down over something that he clearly doesn't care about, right? But while you're watching, I want you to picture this. Just imagine that Chin forgot to press record and didn't realize until they got to the end of this rant. Imagine. See, that's the type of shit I think about. Best brains, B. Thank him. Wait, one more thing. If you put headphones on and listen real close, you can actually hear Chin breaking up as Brendan starts to heat up.
I don't get it. This whole.
No one ever asked me anything except that you
How honest do I want to be with you guys? This whole
what's the story about being a keeper?
social media thing, like Brendan didn't tag me, Brendan the big old shop, crying emoji. Here's.
So I let's me this tells the story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking.
Here's how I feel about it.
This is just internet gossip, right? This gets him trending. He doesn't have a lot going on. Didn't get paid for the Masvidal fight. Probably doesn't know what he's going to do next. Conor, he's probably waiting on that. Conor's tied up with the TV right deal, so he's probably banking on that. He fought Masvidal, lost to Jake Paul, right? That's a big blow to his ego. So I guess he needs to do this to stay current. I retired 15 years ago, man. That being said, that's social media. This isn't real. Because here's what's real. I will fuck you up. That's real. I'm not asking for this. I don't want to fuck him up. I'm not trying to fuck him up. At the end of the day, if you walked in right now, I said, Chin, Case, can you guys leave? Only one of us is going to walk out unscathed. And it's me. Every fucking day of the week, 365 days a year, I will snap his neck. I know. What's his carrier code? 209? I know, 209. I get all that. Very cool. None of that is real. Oh, but he did grading against Donald Cerrone. Did you see him? Leon Edwards. I get it. Dude, he's had some great fights. Tough dude. I don't give a I'm 245 pounds, trained black belt, top 10 UFC heavyweight in the world at one point. I'm not out of shape. I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to I know. I tell jokes. I do crazy. I made some mistakes. Oh, he got knocked out by Nogueira. He's in the trucks. I get all that. Fireman kid, silly dude. I get all that. At the end of the day, the way this works, I'm not a civilian like the rest of his goons around him. I'm not this fake gangster. I don't go looking for fights. I know I'm tough. I don't have to get on Twitter and blast it out and prove it every day because I'm insecure because whatever shit he has going on with his childhood trauma. I don't have to do that. At the end of the day, I will twist your fucking neck off. Ask your boys. There's many of guys that you fucks with that I've ruled with. Ask them how it went. Go and ask them. Very close guys to you. Ask them how it went, bud. That's real. This isn't real.
Oh man, that was fucking poetry. A-grade podcast cringe slop, straight from the deep fryers. Thank him. Let's just quickly recap the highlights because that was jam-packed. What the fuck is unscathed? Is that some sort of jiu-jitsu move that Rogan taught him in the Mothership Green Room? Oh, hang on. Don't worry about that. Scratch that. What about Brendan's incredible ability to have a full conversation with himself? He's so good at it that he can anticipate what the other person would theoretically be saying. According to your boy, this is what Nate Diaz would be saying if he was there. Brendan tells jokes, he's made some mistakes, but he's also into trucks. He has a podcast, a fighter, and a kid, and he's a silly dude. Bro, what? No, wait. This takes the cake. There's many of guys that you fucks with. Oh man, that's unbelievable. Seriously, what did we do to deserve this? Christmas came early this year, boys. It came early. Except we're not done yet, because as usual, it got worse.
The difference between you and I, if you start crying because your brother USCT, the difference between you and I is if your brother, change the brother me, if your actual fucking brother came out and started getting emotional, or if you started coming out and getting emotional about your brother's issues with CT and fighting and all this, because we know he has his issues, I would support you, even though you've been doing the entire time.
A few moments later.
The elephant in the room is guys do have some issues. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. I feel like I don't. I don't know if you do. I'm not getting get on here and make fun of you. Know that. I don't know if your brother actually has it either. He has some issues. I don't know if it's from that. I don't know you guys well enough. But what I do know is you're not going to do shit. That I can guarantee you.
So after Bubba cooled down a bit, he tried to backpedal Nick Diaz having CTE. Amazing. How did he do it? We'll never know. But then he ramped up again. Seriously, this is the last clip I'm going to play for you guys before I explain what's really going on here, in my opinion. But Brendan went on for almost 20 minutes uninterrupted. Like, dude, that's fucking wild. That is not normal, B. Imagine you're some random who clicked on his video and started watching, and this is what you saw.
It's all fake, bud. You're not fooling anybody. I've seen how the sausage is made. You're not tough to me. I know tough guys. Tough guys don't get on the internet and tweet at another grown man who beat the shit out of them When they're crying, they're getting emotional because their friend of 20 years is having major issues, suicidal thoughts. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not some moron who buys into your tough guy narrative, bud. I don't give a f*** you're from Sacramento. That's your biggest thing? That's it? That's the narrative? I know tough guys from Sacramento. What are you gonna do, Nate? What are you gonna do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're gonna do? What are you gonna do? Out-grapple me? In what fucking sense? What world are you living in? This is the real world. You can show up with all your boys, do all that stuff. But what a real man will do is pull up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my kid off at fucking practice, roll over, twist your fucking neck off, and then pick him up just in time unscathed with a Diet Coke.
If you wanted to make me laugh, Papa, you got me. But can someone explain to me what suicidal thoughts are? Is that like a depressed Instagram model? And did you see his neck in those clips? Jeez, man, talk about breaking up. Anyway, let's just calm down for a minute, because this is where I wanted to get to. Here's the thing. You know, at the beginning when I was listing a few of Brendan's failures, how he can't stop catching L's, the bottom line is that I don't think he's in a good place. He's super emotional. He's having hot flushes. I mean, he was almost rage crying over a tweet from Nate Diaz. That is so fucking wild, man. Imagine being a 41-year-old dude with 3 kids sitting down and yelling into a camera for 20 minutes over a tweet. Seriously, 6 words and an emoji. All of this shit he's gone through over the years has taken its toll on him. That's why I don't think any of this had to do with CTE awareness or putting Nate Diaz in his place. Brendan's just a wreck. He needs to stop and get help and get as far away from a camera as possible. The worst part is, though, people were egging him on in the comments section. This is the "we like this side of Shaw" button. It's about time Brendan started sticking up for himself. I like this version of Shaw. Fucking right. Well said, Brendan. That's good Brendan finally stood up for himself. I wish he responded to everyone like this. It's about time Brendan starts to push back. Now, most of those were probably paid bots. It's strange to have that many likes but not many replies. And don't get me wrong, I said this at the beginning, Brendan's probably right. He would probably fold Nate in half if it came down to it in a one-on-one situation. I mean, Bubba's a big dude. But I think these meltdowns that he keeps having could get a lot worse if he doesn't get off the internet. He is way too sensitive for this shit. And I hate to be the one to say this, but he seems dangerously unstable. He's got all the embarrassment from the lawsuit, being caught lying on his podcast and forced by his lawyers to sign a document admitting that he lied and that he knows everything that's going on. Every month, it's something new with this guy, and when the money finally stops coming in, I don't want to think about the headspace he'll be in. So I'm happy to have a laugh at his on-air meltdowns with you guys, but beneath the surface, there's definitely some shit that needs to be addressed there, and the first step, in my opinion, is for him to just get off the internet and start rebuilding his life. Anyway, make sure you guys go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. There's plenty of other stuff on there covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's just a great way to support the channel. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I will catch you in the next one.
That's crazy. I don't know. They invited me to. I forgot. CD. I forgot. So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, "Hey man, there's this guy on YouTube." Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him, I don't see him. Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about it. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you.
Just when we thought the degeneracy of Brendan Shaw had maxed out its quota for 2024, he managed to completely flip the script and remind us just how self-destructive he really is. And I'm not talking about the way he talks like a toddler or dresses like a 19-year-old fuckboy, not even his addiction to lip fillers, nicotine pouches, and peptides. Shit just got real for Brendan, and the funniest part is he did it all to himself. Never has there been a public figure who was such a clear and present danger to themselves. Brendan's been caught lying to his audience across several podcasts, which ended up being presented to court in his ongoing lawsuit with a small YouTuber, which he started, forcing his lawyers to submit a document to the court admitting that he had in fact lied to his audience. But it gets worse. See, Brendan already lost this lawsuit earlier this year, so if he had just taken the L like a big boy and moved on, none of this would have come up. Except our boy Bubba has an exceptional ability to misread the room and completely fuck himself for no reason. Like, there is absolutely no reason at all for him to be in this position. It's just wild. Let me explain. So as most of you know, back in 2022, Bubba the Business Shark launched a copyright lawsuit against a small YouTuber called Kyle, who goes by the name Unique. Now here's the thing. Everything you're about to see here is a complete lie. All of the clips I'm going to play for you right now have been quoted in a legal filing by Kyle in a motion to dismiss Brendan's appeal on the basis that he is not in control of Thick Boy Productions. This is from Kyle's filing, and it's fucking hilarious. Business records filed with the California Secretary of State show that podcaster and former comedian Brendan P. Schaub is the principal officer of Thick Boy Productions. In fact, Schaub is the only officer of Thick Boy named as the Chief Executive Officer, Secretary, and Chief Financial Officer in its most recent filing. For all intents and purposes, Brendan Schaub is Thick Boy and is solely responsible for all business decisions of the entity. Schaub sells Thick Boy merchandise and bills himself as the Thick Boy himself in promotional materials. So get this, for the rest of this filing, Brendan is referred to as Thick Boy instead of his actual name. Oh, that's brilliant. Sounds like the ghost lawyer is a comedian himself. Anyway, I cannot express to you guys how redacted Brendan is for getting into this mess, but let me try. Take a look.
Yeah, that's the thing with, like, defamation of character, stuff like that. That's even like the narrative on me, which I don't talk about with, I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber who's a small-time YouTuber. If you don't know the background, you're like, oh, it's this guy who's big in the space suing this smaller guy. I don't give a fuck. If you want to criticize my fight pics, my stand-up, my podcast, that's what I'm a public figure. I signed up for that. That stuff does not bother me. When you start slandering my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife and doing all this crazy defamatory stuff, and using content, the clickbait stuff like that, for years, but then we're not playing the same game, man. Then I have to do something. If you need an entire career of defamation, I have to do something. And several times I've had my team reach out and go, we don't want to pursue this dude, just stop. And he wouldn't. So what would you do? So this narrative that, this bigger YouTuber is showing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him, I thought you didn't get down with cancel culture. I don't any fast. This is different. You gotta know your facts. You gotta know your details.
Okay, so why don't we look at the real facts and details? In Kyle's recent motion to dismiss, it says, it appears that throughout the pendency of the litigation, Robert Allen has not given Thick Boy updates or explanations as to what is happening with the case. Thick Boy's CEO, Shaw, publicly spoke multiple times about the lawsuit in the last 2 years, but seemed to have no idea that it was actually a copyright infringement case. In fact, he continually called it a defamation of character case, supporting his assertion that he has not been properly informed by his counsel. And then he references the clip that I just played for you. Back in 2022, by his own admission, Brendan thought that he was pursuing a defamation case. It seems like everyone else was clued into the fact that it was actually a copyright case, except for the guy who was signing off on all the filings and supposedly paying the bills. Talk about facts and details, huh? Except it gets worse. Let's move into 2023, over 18 months into the lawsuit. Yet our boy Crinjo Puppy still didn't understand what the whole case was about.
Yeah, you seem to be good at just focusing on what you can control and not letting the negativity get to you.
I mean, I have to. Otherwise, I drive my TRX off of the highway, off the PCX.
You flipped my TRX.
I mean, it's a Dodge truck. It's not much of a flag. I didn't say like Lamborghini. It's still a truck. I'm a blue collar guy. So yeah, what else you can do? Stop? Quit? Nah, that's not me. That's not good.
Have you done anything to try to like suppress this or like get on top of it? Like it's just
There's nothing you can do.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight picks or whatever, my football picks, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're gonna go out there and defamation, like whatever, Brian hits his kids or beats his wife, then you got my attention. I'm gonna come after you. Oh, yeah, that game I don't play. The guy's suffering from that. So.
Now, some of you probably remember that clip from a video I made last year, pointing out how Brendan had no idea what the lawsuit was about and how he potentially just screwed himself by talking about it publicly. And now, finally, it made its way into a court filing. Take a look for yourselves. Almost 19 months later, a YouTube page called Hot Breath Comedy Network posted an interview with Schwab on December 12, 2023. The interviewer asks Schwab how he handles negativity online, which led to this exchange. We just saw that in the clip I played. He goes on to say, Robert Allen declined to explain why his supposed client was so uninformed about the litigation when the question was raised in lower court filings. These statements bolster Thick Boy's allegation that it was defrauded, it has not been apprised of the progress of the lawsuit, and has no interest in moving forward. Thick Boy has clearly not given informed consent for its counsel to move forward with this copyright infringement appeal. In fact, the appeal filings indicate that something odd is going on with this case. Thick Boy Productions is a Colorado corporation based in California with a principal office address in Calabasas, California. Yet this appeal was filed under a mailing address in Florida that has no official affiliation to Thick Boy Productions or its legal counsel, and appears to simply be a single-family house in a residential development. All available evidence suggests that Thick Boy has no knowledge of this appeal, no interest in pursuing it, and the action is being controlled by somebody outside the organization without the consent of the company's CEO, secretary, and CFO. Well, fuck me dead. How many videos did I have to make about this for Kyle and his ghost lawyer to finally figure this out? But it gets worse. We're now in 2024. Brendan's lost the lawsuit on the basis that Kyle used clips in his videos under the provisions of fair use, except instead of walking away and licking his wounds, Brendan supposedly doubled down and filed an appeal. Or did he?
But that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you get brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit thing, right, with this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have business manager, you have this entertainment manager, you got lawyer, you got this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people, like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone.
So this was part of the Fighter and the Kids 1000th episode celebration, where they couldn't get anyone to actually come into the studio to hang out with them, so they phoned it in instead. Minor detail. Anyway, for some reason, Brendan and Brian thought it would be a good opportunity to clear up a few things about the last couple of years. We just heard Bubba explaining how at the time of the lawsuit, there was also all of that bullshit with the wrongful accusations against Bobby Lee and Kalila over the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, and so Brendan simply put it all down to delegating his authority to people who didn't have his best interests at heart. By the way, all of this is quoted in Kyle's legal filing.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. A guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him, I don't see him. So this guy who works for me, right, doing this stuff, business manager, he goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer, I've known him a long time, there's this guy on YouTube, he's making thousands of videos, bad mouthing you and using your content on it. I don't care. I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them, what are you gonna do? He goes, it's bad, man. He said you hit your kids, and I was like, okay. Next week comes back, same thing, dude. I'm telling you, I really think you should do something. They know how to pull out my heartstrings. He goes, he has a rap sheet where he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you gotta do. That's right. And I was told, Charlie, be ready. I was told, this is easy. Take 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. But here's what people don't realize is, so they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they're in cahoots together, just getting money out of me or whatever. Me 10 years ago, I would never. You're never gonna beat the internet. It's just, internet's gonna internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. You know, so at the time, I'm like, yeah, do what you got to do.
So according to Brendan's lawyers, everything he just said in that clip was a lie, and he was forced to sign an affidavit confirming that it was a lie, which I'll show you in a moment. But here's what Kyle's filing said about those clips you just saw. Thick Boy initiated the lawsuit only after the unnamed business manager told Thick Boy two unequivocally false statements. One, that Swindells said Sharp hits his kids, and two, that Swindells has a rap sheet where he beat his son. These two statements are absolutely untrue, yet form the basis for Thick Boy filing this action. In that respect, Thick Boy was defrauded by his former business manager and entered into this action under false pretenses. This is also evidence that Thick Boy has never had an interest in litigating its copyright interests in the 4 videos in question. It goes on to quote one of the clips. Here, Thick Boy bluntly speculates that the business manager and Robert Allen were possibly scheming to defraud him of money. Sharp appears to state that he knows nothing about Robert Allen or possibly the business manager and would not recognize him if he were in the same room. This shows that Thick Boy was neither involved nor informed in the litigation at any point, even now before this Court of Appeals.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about, I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. Yeah, I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I have this business guy that had no business managing any of my bad information, and I'm at a time where I'm not steering the ship. And it's not good.
So Brendan thought he was clearing things up for the record. He was doing his best in every facet to explain how he is no longer associated with the lawsuit. It's out of his hands. These other guys are taking care of it pro bono, which clearly he has no fucking idea what that actually means. And here is what Kyle's filing said about that clip. So Thick Boy had ended its association with the former business manager who was handling this case and knows nothing about the litigation. Thick Boy is not receiving updates from its legal counsel. This raises an important question regarding that previous delegation of authority. If the employee who was controlling the litigation is now gone, and Thick Boy knows nothing about the lawsuit and has no interest in it, who is making the decisions? Thick Boy makes it sound like the former business manager is still handling the case without authority. As far as decision-making authority, Thick Boy stated, "Your boy's back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see is me. Everything you see is my decision." Obviously, this is confusing. The original lawsuit was filed in February 2022, and this appeal was filed in March 24. Short wrested decision-making authority of Thick Boy's operations away from the former business manager a year ago and has no knowledge or interest in the current litigation. This indicates that Thick Boy never gave consent for his appeal to be filed and move forward. Wow, that's some good ghost lawyering right there. Thank him. And speaking of lawyering, I would pay good money to see the look on Brendan's lawyer's face when he saw this legal filing and then went to watch all the clips that were quoted. Imagine the slow closing of the eyes, the acceptance that your client is a read act, and then scrambling to undo everything Bubba just said. Well, this is what they came up with, and I'm going to try my best not to laugh while I read this to you. Stay strong, brothers. Here we go. Declaration of Brendan Shaw. I am the CEO of Thick Boy Productions. In February 2022, I appointed Robert Allen as Thick Boy's lead counsel in this action. Mr. Allen has regularly communicated with my business manager, Lex McMahon, and me regarding the status of this action. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the complaint against Carl Swindells on February 28, 2022. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the notice of appeal of the District Court's decision on March 1, 2024. Mr. Allen continues to have full authority to act on Thick Boy's behalf in all matters associated with this action. I understand that Thick Boy has fully participated in this action as required, including making the decisions to file the lawsuit, responding to discovery, and deciding to file the appeal. I understand that Thick Boy's complaint in this action alleges that Carl Swindells committed copyright infringement and not defamation. Oh, I almost made it. I understand that Thick Boy filed this opening appeal brief in early May 24, and that the parties are currently waiting for a decision from the court. So here we have a signed affidavit from Brendan Shaw basically refuting everything he said about the lawsuit over the last 2 years. This is the signed confession of a compulsive liar. And for those of you wondering why this is so serious, it's because if what Brendan was saying on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, you know how the lawsuit is out of his hands, he's not up to speed, he knows nothing about it, well, that would imply that somebody was submitting the legal filings without Thick Boy's knowledge or approval, which is illegal, right? Like, that's potentially a criminal act. But here's the best part. Now that Bubba submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, if he says anything to contradict any of those 9 points on his podcast or in an interview or whatever, well, that would be perjury. Seriously, only Brandon could get himself into this much shit over absolutely nothing. And don't forget, this whole thing is over $13,000. That's right, 13K grand. Take a look at this from Carl's filing. Clearly, Schaub is misusing the term pro bono, as an attorney at a top LA law firm would not switch a rich celebrity's case to a pro bono cause. Thick Boy's speculation that this lawsuit may only be a legal cash grab by his attorney reinforces that the term was used in error. But nonetheless, this case has dragged on for over 28 months, and Thick Boy is claiming that it did not pay for the appeal and its voluminous brief filed by its elite legal team. The Thick Boy legal team sought approximately $13,000 in damages in the lower court, so a contingency or no cure no pay agreement does not make financial sense. This raises more questions about who is controlling this litigation and whether improprieties are afoot. Regardless, all evidence points to the conclusion that Thick Boy Productions is not a willing and active participant in this lawsuit. Well, thank God for Brendan's quick-thinking lawyers who got him to sign an affidavit admitting that he is in fact in full control and knows all the facts and details about the lawsuit and its status. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a legal document proving that Brendan Schaub is full of shit, and he fucking signed it himself. So normally I wouldn't do a video like this on YouTube. This is more of a Patreon-style video, but I wanted to share this with a wider audience because it's not all jokes, right? I mean, people deserve to know when they're being lied to by a public figure. That's why I've always said Brendan is not built for this. He needs to get as far away from a microphone and a camera as possible. He just cannot stop taking L's. This is why lawyers will always tell you when you're involved in a lawsuit, don't talk about it. Keep your mouth shut until it's over, because you can potentially perjure yourself. And not only that, Brendan went so far to save face in front of his audience that he ended up throwing his lawyer under the bus. He just doesn't get it. When it comes to the legal world, the things you say matter. You can't just make shit up and create false narratives to save your own ass. So if you want to stay up to date with this lawsuit and the appeal, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of videos, not just lawsuit stuff. It's also a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube yet, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid my man. They underpaid. He should have paid a lot more. All good. I'll bet that's his thing. Dude, I almost got in a fight this morning. Straight up. Closest I've ever been to get in a fight.
Physical fight. Not just an argument and an emotional fight.
Straight up. I got out of the car and threatened the guy.
Okay, well, actually, why didn't you start the podcast with that? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay,
because
so
we're talking about movies and stuff. I didn't want to just jump in.
All right, so.
All right, I'm going to share the story of what happened to us yesterday, to me and the kids. It was very scary at the time when it was happening, but also it made me realize that there's like superheroes and vigilantes, and it happened to be friend yesterday.
That's what it took? Of course I can whoop his ass. So, you don't know that from the get-go?
Arrest? Yeah, it's not
a dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
Yeah, no, I know. All right, so what happened?
Easy there, Thick Boy. Let's take this one slow. So, if you haven't heard, Brendan's wife found herself the victim of a road rage incident last week in a drive-thru at Starbucks. Luckily, though, Cream Joe Puppy just happened to be 45 seconds away and came to the rescue of his wife and kids in what can only be described as an heroic effort. However, Like everything that happens in Brendan's life, there is a problem. Which story do we believe? You see, his wife came out and posted a now deleted Instagram video explaining what happened and bragging about how her beast of a husband came to the rescue and saved her and the kids from imminent harm by giving the alleged perpetrator diarrhea. Yeah, she actually said that. This was all scripted by the man himself. Brandon just couldn't help himself and shared his version of events on the latest episode of the Golden Hour podcast, which was posted in full Starbucks theme. So, luckily for you guys, I've gone through and dissected each version of events and put them side by side for forensic examination. And given that there's no evidence of these events other than the hearsay testimony of Brendan and his wife, it's up to you which story you believe. But don't worry, I'll obviously tell you what I actually think happened and why. Just before we get straight into it, remember to check out the link in the description below to my Patreon, where I just posted my much anticipated video covering last weekend's Kill Tony MSG shows with full uncensored clips and commentary. From the feedback so far, it's looking like you guys want a part 2, so if you're interested, go and check it out and support the channel over on Patreon. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, our boy Bubba did not make an appearance at Madison Square Garden. However, Rogan did force Tony Hinchcliffe to share a small room with Brendan yesterday on the Fight Companion for UFC 305, which was awkward as fuck. But getting back to our forensic investigation of the alleged road rage incident last week, let's see how it all started.
We worked out early enough, so my wife posted, what'd she post? She put, "You were my superhero today, and always I hope you talk about it on the pod, of course. But just know your kids and I were so proud how sick you came to my rescue at Starbucks today. I'll forgive you leaving your shoes on the floor." Okay. We worked out at 6 a.m. to get back in time to get the kids ready for school.
Back in time?
Yeah, to get back.
Oh my God! Finally, someone figured it out.
So I always leave the house early to get back, get the kids ready for school, summer camp, whatever. It's 7 a.m. I'm headed back, and I call her, and she's like, "Oh, we left already." I'm like, "What the fuck are you so early?" She's like, "Tiger has to get there early for summer camp, something has to do." She's like, "We're in line at Starbucks." I'm like, "What Starbucks?" She's like, "The one off DeSoto, right up here."
We're leaving my house pretty early. We usually leave like 7:45, whether it is to go to school, to camp, and Bren usually works out in the mornings, and he comes back on time to say goodbye, whatever, give us a kiss, and head on for the rest of the day. But yesterday he didn't make it. The odds of him not making it yesterday. And so I drive to Starbucks. It's super close to my house. And I pull into the Starbucks. There's that work truck in front of me. And they're ordering. So I'm right behind. And there's a car behind me now because that Starbucks is pretty big.
Alright, so we've only just got the tip in and already the inconsistencies have started. Brendan's saying he was heading back to the house to see the wife and kids off at 7 a.m, but the wife is saying that they left at 7:45 a.m, and Brendan was running uncharacteristically late, so he missed them.
So I'm like, "Alright, well, I don't want the kids to start the day without seeing me. I'll stop by the Starbucks."
Very cute, dude.
As we're on the phone, I heard, "Get the car out, get the hell out of the car, bitch. Give the kids up." I'm like, "Whoa." She's like, "Babe, this guy's getting out of his car. He's banging on the thing." I'm like, "What?" I go, "Lock the doors, roll up the windows, leave him there. Make sure he can't get out. But I'm 1 minute away, make sure his ass does not leave us." I can hear him yelling, hitting the car, right?
While the truck in front of me that caused havoc was ordering, Bren called me. And he said, "Hey, babe, where are you?" And I said, "Oh, I'm at the Starbucks." I said, "I'm with the kids." He said, "Oh, I'm literally like 3-4 minutes away." He goes, "Order your stuff, and then because it's a gas station, you can wait." And he said, "Just wait for me. I'll come give you guys a hug and a kiss, and then you guys can head off to your day." So I said, "Perfect."
Then we have another inconsistency. He's saying he heard the incident take place while they were on the phone, but she's saying that nothing happened over the phone. They just planned to meet at the gas station, and then after they hung up, that's when shit went down.
He was in that big construction, like city truck, and he couldn't fit through the drive-through. So he was reversing, and Joanna just gave her like a curve, like beep, like, "No, I'll get out the way."
Right.
And then the car behind her, because she was backing up, held on the horn. I guess he thought maybe it was hers, but he was pissed. And then she was like, "Oh, I'm going to get out the way so you can back up." And that's when he got out and started hitting the car. And she's like, "Whoa, dude."
I pull up. It's my turn to order my drink. And I roll the window down. I order our drinks. But the work truck in front of me, I guess work trucks are a little wider. They're like a wider load. So he didn't give himself enough space. So he starts backing up. And in 2024, I want to say most cars have a rear view cameras. However, this guy got really close to my car. So I did a courtesy honk. I said, beep. I'm like, hey, I'm here. Don't back up anymore because I'm right here. So it stops. I put my car in reverse and I start backing up myself. The lady behind me apparently doesn't know we live in 2024 where we have rear view cameras, and she holds the horn, which felt like for 5 minutes. She's literally hanging on to the horn, like the honking horn. And I'm like, whoa, I'm like, what are you doing?
Okay, this is brilliant. I'm not sure why, but I always assumed that Bubba was the biggest redact in the family. However, it looks like there's some fierce competition from the wife. In almost the very same sentence, she says the guy in front was reversing, and even though it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras on most cars, she gave him a courtesy beep. But the woman behind her didn't realize that it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras, and beeped as well, except she held onto the horn for a much longer period of time. So the woman behind her doesn't know we have cameras and beeped, but she herself beeped as well. Yeah, makes sense. That's the kind of logic I would come to expect from Bubba's better half.
We see this guy coming and he starts shouting at me like horribly. Bitch, what are you doing? Honks at me, and then he comes to my car and slams the hood of my car. I told the guy, I said, back up. I said, if you get any closer, I will run you over. I said, you are scaring my kids. You need to back up. And he goes, who do you think you're talking to? Blah, blah, blah. He goes, I will you up. When he said that, it clicked in my mind that my husband was on his way to give me and his kids a kiss before sending us off to summer camp. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, you really want to do this? I said, that's how you feel? And he goes, yes, I will. And so I'm like, all right. I said, you know what? I'm going to call my husband, and he's the one that's going to F you up. I said, you don't talk to a woman like that, let alone you don't talk to a woman who has her kids in the car.
So again, this supposedly happened while Brendan was on the phone with her the first time, except she's saying that she called him a second time after she was threatened to summon her beast of a husband to come down and commit a felony in front of the kids.
I giggled and I looked at him and I said, you're going to regret you said that in about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You're going to regret you just said that to me. And he goes, okay, I'll be waiting. I said, okay, dude, why don't you get back in your car? We'll see what happens.
So I go, what kind of car is he in? She's like, he's in a construction truck, like a white truck. I'm like, big dude? She's like, looks pretty big, has a beard. I'm like, cool, say less.
So now I'm shaky and I call Brad and I'm like, babe, where are you? And he's like, oh, he's like all happy, go doodle guy, driving to the Starbucks. And I'm like, where are you? And he's like, whoa, he's like, what's up? He's like, what's going on? I said, the MO in front of me just threatened me and your kids. And he said he was gonna meet up. And Brent goes, he goes, what does he look like? What is he driving? And I said, he's in front of me. He's in a white work truck. He is a Caucasian male. And he was very aggressive towards me. And this is what he said. He goes, I will be right there. And I said, thank you. I will be here too.
Okay, so this is where things really start to get interesting. I don't know if you guys just caught that, but did you notice how Brendan allegedly asked his wife if the driver of the truck was a big guy, and she said yes, and he said, all good, I'm coming. Her recollection was that she only told him the type of car he was in and that he was Caucasian. And here's the thing. We're getting to the meat of the story now, and this is where they basically tell two completely different stories. She's trying to flex that her beast of a husband came down, super aggressive, he saw red, she's never seen him like that before, except Brendan says the complete opposite. He says that he was super calm, he was in control, and he took care of the situation in an orderly and civil way. He even says that his wife was so surprised about how calm he was, and that it turned her on. Yet her recollection straight from the G-Wagon completely contradicted that. So who's telling the truth?
Hold up. I'm taking a left-hand turn. I see that construction truck trying to get out of the way. I cut through all the lanes, middle of traffic. I cut him off. I'm in my F-100 cut him off. This dude done though. Your boy just got done with buys and checks.
Next thing you know, I hear like screeching tires. And I'm like, oh, that's definitely going to be Brent. Brent comes and intercepts him in the middle of Ventura Boulevard. So this guy has no idea what's going on. He thinks he's God Almighty, calling me up, saying he's going to hook me up, saying all these hurtful and horrible things to me, and thinking, cool, I just get to leave now.
He's like, nah, man. He's in the car going, nah, man. I go, no. And I'm calm in this situation. So I go to open the door. I go, get the
what door? His door?
His door. I go to open it. I go, got the
and
car.
It's this thing?
That's him. And he goes, no. And I go, get the car. He goes, no. I go, roll down the window. He rolls down the window. I just very calmly, I go, do you have a gun? He goes, what? I go, do you have a gun? He goes, no. I go, very cool. Got the car.
Out of nowhere, I see Brent get out of the car, like out of his truck, with like a death stare in his eye. Like all he saw was red. He was so upset. He slams the door and he tries to like open the passenger door of this guy's work truck, and it's locked. And he starts like yelling, "Open in window!" And this guy looks over and he doesn't know what just hit him.
You know what's fucking terrifying? She was how calm. That scared the shit out of me. Yeah. People that can fight and can handle themselves aren't all crazy. You just walk them like, I gave him several warnings. Don't get out of the truck. Get out of the truck, your day's going to be a lot worse. We do this. Get out the car. He's like, nope, not get out of the car. I'm like, dude, get out of the car. He's like, I'm not going to fight in the middle of the road. I go, all good, dude. Just turn around. You see that dumpster behind the Starbucks? I'll fight behind that. I'm telling you, I won't touch you. Just drive your fucking car to there, and I'm right by that dumpster. He's like, nah, the thing is, and I'm like, I'm just super calm. And I'm like, no, dude, just, we'll do it here, we'll do it there. But either way, you can't talk to people like this, man. Like, you think you're tough? Talking to an innocent female and 2 kids? Dude, I'm telling you, just go over there and figure this out. He's like, the thing, just almost gets up and just takes off. I hear my kids like, yeah. And then I turn around and say, dude, and Bossy, what was the lesson today? Like, don't hit mom's car. I'm like, sure, that's fine. Also, around 5
All right, while you guys are recovering from the cringe overload, let me break this down. Like I said before, she's saying he rocked up in a rage and saw red, but he's saying he was completely calm and it turned her on, which I'll show you in a moment. But did you also notice how, according to Brendan, he was being super cautious? He asked his wife on the phone how big the guy was. He approached the truck in a calm manner and asked him to wipe the window down, asked him if he had a gun, and then simultaneously told the guy to get out of the truck, but warned him not to get out of the truck, apparently for legal reasons, which I'll also come to in a moment. And it just struck me that with the whole tough guy narrative that Bubba pushes on the regular, that he kind of acted like a massive pussy. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I would have necessarily done anything differently, or if I would have busted the guy out of the truck and beat him up. I'm not some tough guy, and I'm under no delusions, but Brendan's an ex-UFC top 10 heavyweight who could smash 99.99% of the human population on any given day without so much as breaking a sweat. The other thing is, Brendan's also a beast of a family guy, and when it comes to his family, he's made it clear that all bets are off. So why would he ask a guy if he had a gun? Like, I get that it could obviously be a problem, but when you're in that moment, a true tough guy like our boy Bubba wouldn't even think of that. He'd have already pulled the guy out of the truck and beat him senselessly. I mean, could you imagine Sean Strickland rocking up and asking a guy if he has a gun right after that guy threatened his family?
My wife was like, how do you know he's telling the truth? You don't have a gun. I'm like, the way he answered, what? Do you have a gun? He's like, no.
What if he said yes? What would you have done?
Okay, have a good day. I don't want
My wife wants to apologize to you. What? You would have been like, my wife wants to apologize.
Honey, get over here. Get over here.
I came here because I think we should deport her from America.
Yeah, that just ruined the tough guy narrative that he's been building for years, because that's how a rational, cool-headed individual would think in that situation, not somebody like our boy Bubba. Remember just a few months ago when he got all butthurt because Steve Will Do It called him out on Twitter for his redacted comments about UFC 300, so he challenged Steve Will Do It to a duel at Bradley Martin's gym.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? You know, I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. You know? So you can poke stuff at them. It's like, oh, you just don't know, blah, blah. Failed comedian, oh, buddy, you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, you're so upset, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there, you can talk about it. If you're so mad, you can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that, and you figure it out. No, like I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this goes. Never do that, but I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like if he wants to, we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But you would never. I know. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. I don't. So it doesn't. Like I don't come off as a bully. But whatever. He came at me, so it's like if you're that mad. That's an angle. I'm down. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will f*** you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f*** you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
That's right, unless you're one of a handful of people on this planet who are trained assassins like Bubba, he'll mess you up. Well, basically just anyone with a gun. And this is the thing about Brendan that I think a lot of us already know. He's just a common bully. He only ever threatens people he knows he can handle easily, like Bobby Lee, Kalila, Steve Will Do It, his producer Chin, and his side piece Brian Callen. As long as he knows he's safe, he's a tough guy. But when you introduce variables, then he's cool, calm, and collected, which is obviously a good thing, don't get me wrong, but if he wants true tough guy status, a family man who sees red when his family is threatened, doesn't knock on the window and politely ask someone if they have a gun before challenging them to a duel by the dumpsters.
The sheer terror in this guy's face, I've never seen it. Listen, I'm not for violence, but the happiness I felt to see this guy literally his pants and like be on the crying, on the verge of crying, shaking, he didn't know what hit him, was the most gratifying thing that I have ever experienced.
So good for her, dude. She was like, I've never been so turned on.
There you go.
That's what it took? That fat construction guy?
That's a basic fat construction guy.
No, I'm just saying, like, of course I can whoop his ass. I'm like, you don't know that from the get-go?
Yeah, it's not a
problem. Dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
No, I know.
Tiger's like, Jesus. Hang tight.
And also, from his wife's perspective, I think it says a lot that she would willingly drag Brendan into a potentially violent situation like that and expect him to be the tough guy when she wasn't really in any danger. Remember, after that guy had allegedly threatened her, she wasn't in any imminent danger. In fact, Brendan told his wife to block the guy in and not let him leave. That's just pure ego. I mean, wouldn't you tell your wife and kids to get away from the threat and not escalate it any further? For me, the right thing to do would have been to get the CCTV footage and submit it to police so they can arrest the guy in the truck if it actually went down the way she said it did, because it would constitute assault under Californian laws. Not to mention that I'm surprised she didn't get the whole thing on camera herself. And speaking of Californian laws, Brendan, yet again, proved just how little he knows about how the law works. This was actually fucking hilarious because his co-host Eric Griffin called him out and had to explain that his reasoning was completely wrong.
I'm giving warnings because if he's filming or because he's in a city truck, I've given him several warnings. So if it's in if it's on trial or it's in the court of law, they're like, he didn't warn his ass several times. That's what goes through my head.
I know, but I don't know if that. I don't actually think that's going to help you in court.
It won't go, except
like
for
if
the
you're
fact that they.
Like if you're Bruce Lee and you have the skills to kill someone.
That's not true.
That's what I'm saying. You can't be like,
it's not like lethal weapons.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I gave him a warning. I said, get out of the car. He goes, no.
Get out of the car.
Except for they could argue that when he got out of the car, he took it as like a life-threatening.
That's what I said. If you get out of the car, I'm assuming you want to engage in a physical.
What I'm saying is, if you really wanted to fight, I mean, there was ways to get him out of the car. I mean, you could have been like,
Trust me, he was getting out of the car.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that must have been disappointing then.
Yes.
So you walked up and you were hoping that he was a tough guy.
Yep.
Trying to, because then you're like, yes.
I was just hoping it wasn't Francis and Ghana.
Yeah.
I was like, babe, is he black? She's like, nope. I'm like, I'll be right there.
Okay, that's some teenage boy logic right there. I'm going to start throwing punches, and if you get in the way, it's your own fault. You can't consent to battery in the state of California. Most jurisdictions around the world are the same as well. But not only that, they sandwiched his car in so he couldn't get away, and then Brandon allegedly threatened that he would assault him if he got out of the car. That sounds like false imprisonment to me. I mean, how can you have a genuine fear of imminent harm if you are actively preventing the threat from leaving? Wouldn't that make you the threat? In fact, if that guy had caused an accident in the process of escaping Brendan's threats, then Brandon would potentially be held partially liable. He really needs a fucking handler, dude. Maybe somebody with a law degree, or even just somebody with an ounce of common sense, just to stop him from repeatedly incriminating himself on the internet. But hey, redacts are gonna redact. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Kill Tony's massive weekend at Madison Square Garden. There's a bunch of other stuff on there as well, so check it out and support the channel on Patreon. Also, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you end up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
There is no way on earth you're going to be able to defeat the beast of a husband that I have. So good luck. This guy, I think, probably got diarrhea instantly.
Wait, have you seen Presumed Innocent?
What? Have I seen
you?
Wait, have I seen what?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing. Don't ask me.
I couldn't understand what he actually said.
Type in Superman. No, that's not gonna help, right? Here. Do Dr. Doom versus Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover. Who gives about proving it right, though? That's what I'm saying. Oh, I do. How would you find this out? Who told you this? Who told me what? Did you read comments to figure this out, or how? No, Jason did read comments. No. Jason what are you doing? Yeah, this is why you're unlikable. Just be you. You're
So the fighter and the kid are back from summer break, and things are not looking good. The views are continuing to tank, the ad revenue is drying up, and there seems to be tension growing amongst the crew. This is typically what you see in the final days of a show, just before it's cancelled and the excuses start getting thrown around. I mean, things have gotten so bad that Brendan is giving away a truck just to sell a bit of merch. But I'll come back to that towards the end, because since they came back from their short break, it's clear that everyone is starting to turn on our boy Bubba. And just in case you missed it, while Brian Callen was holidaying in Turkey and Bubba was in the shop working on his truck, they re-uploaded old episodes of the podcast and called them throwbacks. And there was one comment in particular that caught my attention. These should be called Back When the Podcast Made Money. So being the naturally curious individual that I am, I wanted to figure out how much money Brandon's podcasts are actually making now after years of dropping views. First up is The Fighter and the Kid. Using an industry-standard CPM assumption and based off their recent views data, my estimate is that the podcast makes around $200,000 to $300,000 per year. Then there's Brendan's personal channel, Thick Boy, which does a similar amount of views to The Fighter and the Kid, but given that most of those views come from shorts, which barely make any money at all, I'd say that channel struggles to clear $100,000 per year in ad revenue. And of course, there's the Golden Hour podcast, which has the lowest views out of the 3 channels and probably brings in around $200K per year in ad revenue. So in total, across all 3 channels, my estimate is that Brendan's content brings in around $500,000 to $700,000 per year at the moment, which would be the lowest it's ever been for him in almost 10 years of podcasting. Throw in a couple of producers' salaries, Callan, D'Elia, and Griffin as well, not to mention all of the property and studio costs associated with running several podcasts. Well, you don't have to be a numbers guy to see that something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Buffett's still burning through cars, his wife's burning through handbags, and the IRS are probably balls deep in the subreddit monitoring their activities. Thank God for Cringo Puppy, huh? But let's put the numbers to the side for now and enjoy some old-fashioned podcast cringe slop. Because if you thought things couldn't get much worse for our boy, then you'd be wrong. You see, when your staff start to smell blood, then you start to lose your authority. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with Bubba's best and brightest. So let me give you the background. In their first episode back, they were getting up to speed with the latest entertainment news when Brendan apparently triggered some of his fans by mixing up DC and Marvel.
Coolest thing in one of the current events we have here is Marvel announced the new Doctor Doom is gonna be Robert Downey Jr.
Did you see people go crazy?
I was in the room. They went nuts.
Tough one because he was Iron Man.
Yeah. But that's the whole multiverse thing, right?
Well, Robert Downey Jr. was also Black Guy, Tropic Thunder, and then it was all Iron Man. How do you feel about people going crazy over that announcement?
I don't know Dr. Doom.
I'm familiar with Dr. Doom. Yeah, I know Dr. Doom.
Who was he? He's a villain?
The villain, Superman.
Bad guy.
You're familiar?
Yeah, I know comic books, man. I grew up on that shit. But,
this guy?
I didn't get busting out my pants when Robert Downey Jr. took the mask off. I'm also 40, though, you know?
Yeah, but it's also, he's so good, and, he's going to kill it.
Oh, no, he didn't do no wrong in my part.
So as it turns out, our boy was actually correct. Superman and Dr. Doom did a crossover, which was apparently what he was referring to there. But one thing we know about Brendan is that it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. He always seems to fumble the win by going too hard. And it's understandable, right? He's so used to getting ridiculed for being a redact that when he finally gets something right, he doesn't know what to do with it. And you know it's bad when your number one fan, Chin, doesn't understand why you're getting so worked up over it. The next clip from the following episode is so beautiful that I reckon I could personally convince a judge in a copyright lawsuit that it should be considered art and therefore a creative work. And just remember, he didn't bust a nut in his pants over Robert Downey Jr.'s reveal because he's 40 years old, right? He doesn't care about comic books.
Oh, Jay was saying we're getting some emails because we're talking about Dr. Doom. And I was saying how he was with Superman. So Dr. Doom's from Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Superman's from DC.
Yeah.
It was like, once Marvel, once DC. Brendan's so wrong. I'm not wrong. I had the comic book as a kid. If you look it up,
remember these things.
yeah, it's my memory remembers certain things. The cover of that comic book I remember. Type in Superman. No, that's not gonna help, right? Yeah. Do Dr. Doom versus Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover.
With DC and Marvel.
No, just do that. Dr. Doom, Superman. Comic book cover. You see the action one? There's a few. There it is. Oh, weird. Shut up, nerds.
DC.
Yeah, one's DC, one's Marvel. Shut up, nerds.
They did a collab together or something?
Yeah, they do collabs with Marvel DC. They do them every now and then. That was the one I remember. You know, the Brain Buster.
How'd you find this out? Who told you this?
Who told me what?
Did you read comments to figure this out, or how?
No, Jay said did I read comments? No. Jay said we get emails. Emails about it, yeah. Because they're like, one's Marvel, one's DC, those don't mix. That never happened. Brett said Superman. Dr. Doom's Marvel. Yeah, dude, have the freaking comic. Balls to comics. I loved them. That one's from like 1940. So you got a whole mess on that. I don't think I didn't have the original first. I didn't have the original. I had the card or the cover. I remember distinctly that picture of Dr. Doom.
I guess fuck about like proving it right though. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I do.
Marvel people.
It's a big thing. Yeah. It's like saying John Elway played for Pittsburgh Steelers.
You're open up like a Star Wars Marvel thing. Don't get that wrong.
Yeah.
What is this?
Okay, we'll come back to the shark attack in a moment because there was 3 things going on there. Chin is a useless producer. He's a redacted Googler. The timestamps are always wrong, including in this latest episode. He still hasn't fixed them yet, and he talks too much. But all those things aside, even though Brenda was right, Chin is finally starting to realize how much of a child he was being by insisting he correct the record and let everyone know that he's a beast when it comes to comic books. And who is Bubba kidding? He 100% read the comments on that episode. There were no emails, bro. And just so we can appreciate how low the collective IQ of everyone sitting in that studio is, let's get back to this shark story.
Oh yeah, this was a good one. Great white shark, Australian surfer, leg goes bye-bye.
When did this happen?
10-footer,
When did this happen?
July 31st.
Horrible moments. Servers like with.
No, Australia.
Oh, well.
No, it's
South Wales.
Yes.
Wales, sorry.
Dude, let me see.
So firstly, Snaz points out that some Australian guy got bitten by a great white shark while surfing. Papa then says, is this in California? She corrects him and says, no, it's in Australia. Then Chin and Callan jump in and say it's in South Wales. And so they all thought that there was a horrific shark attack over in the United Kingdom. Except New South Wales is actually a state in Australia on the east coast. So Snaz was right in the first place. But hey, maybe that isn't common knowledge. However, for a guy like Brenda, who was formerly an internationally recognized stand-up comedian who toured globally before his untimely retirement at the beginning of this year, you'd think he'd at least know the difference between 2 places on opposite sides of the planet. But thank God for Brian Callan's super smart nephews.
Talking about smoking cigars.
Are you a cigar man now?
Well, if I don't say no, because I enjoy. It gives me some energy. There's something about it.
Cigars like a manly, mature thing to do.
Yeah, I was just with my nephews who I love. My 2 nephews now, they're grown men. They're the best.
How old are they?
23 and 27.
Okay, a little young for cigars.
They're just smart and just they get it. My nephew impressed the academy. He's a huge UFC fan. So we go. I don't know if I told you this, but we go. Rogan puts us on the floor. We're watching the fights.
Okay, let me just jump in for a moment to give you the context so you can fully appreciate the cringe that's about to unfold before your eyes. Recently, the boys celebrated episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, which I covered in great detail right here on this channel. However, there was one part that I left out about why Rogan has never been on the show.
The last 2 are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question. He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox.
He's never been on the show.
He called in. Yeah. As far as in person,
Actually, the podcast where he told you to stop fighting was actually our podcast.
That's a Finally Kid, but it was at Joe Rogan's studio, so I wouldn't say he's on the show. He's been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him to be on the show.
Everybody asks Joe.
Yeah.
We're his friends.
It makes you feel
so I don't want to be the one to ask him.
Never.
He gets asked for everything. Even when I called him. I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor Chandler fight. But other than that, I would never. I don't even ask him for that.
See, I would. Well, you did ask him for that.
No, I asked him that. But
yeah, see, I wouldn't even ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask.
Yes.
I would have paid, and you're here. I'm like, yeah, should ask. I'm like, that's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay, so this is a super sensitive issue for our boy Bubba. You see, along with being banned from Rogan's comedy mothership, Brenda's also banned from attending UFC events by Dana White due to his redacted takes on anything to do with the UFC. Basically, Ariel Helwani is higher on the list of people to get free tickets from Dana than Brendan Schaub is. So when Callan went on to tell the story about his experience at the UFC recently with his nephew and Joe Rogan, it hit Brendan on multiple levels.
So we go. I don't know if I told you this, but we go. Rogan puts us on the floor. We're watching the fights.
You want me to tell you a story?
Well, we're on the floor. We're just not behind him.
You're in cage then.
We're not cage then.
I don't want to. I just want it all to be
I'm
correct.
still on the floor though.
You can't see that, dude. It's a big deal, dude.
It's actually a little bit more than you gotta give me about 6 rows back.
Yeah,
No, 6 rows.
we can see 6 rows on TV.
No, 6 rows.
No,
You got 6 rows.
I know exactly where you're at. You're behind the 5 rows.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
6 rows.
No.
Yeah. Roughly 6 rows.
It's all good, dude. It doesn't mean that
Hey, you're interrupting my story with details.
It doesn't mean you're not as famous as Jelly Roll, who they put in the front, or Tony Hinchcliffe.
They got my seats.
I thought it'd be very spot on.
So I appreciate that. Rogan texts me and says we're eating at such and such. Gives me the coordinates. Basically
Comes to the restaurant.
Yeah, come by and have a meal
with
with us. And I say to my nephew, I go, it's late, but I'll go for you because you get to meet probably Hinchcliffe. He's a huge Kill Tony fan. You probably meet Jelly Roll.
Most 24-year-olds would
in a second dinner. He just goes, dude, I'm not going to show up as your plus one and just be that young guy because it's going to be work for them because now they have to acknowledge me and talk to me, and it's just an interruption into the flow. And I went, this kid gets it. He gets it. He just gets it.
It's a huge opportunity.
He's got a really amazing job, by the way. Like an amazing job. And so there's a reason he got that amazing job. That social intelligence. Reason. By the way, tell me how rare that is. A lot of people can't read a room, right? This kid can read a room. He can read. So you read a room. I read a room. We go in. We see a situation. We can be put in a situation, and we come out of that situation. You throw us in a room. We're not talking to each other. We come out with the exact same conclusion every time. Right away. We were in a couple of situations where everything was amazing. Like it was like, wow, you're in this situation which couldn't be cooler. Everybody would want to be there, and these people are amazing. And both of us come out and go like this, not good people.
Yeah.
And you're like,
we were at that one dinner that one time. You could tell I was kind of zoned out. You're not buying it. I went, I just don't.
I remember that. So,
holy shit, where do I even start? Brendan and Brian calling themselves room readers has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard them agree on. Brendan's too busy reading the comments to worry about reading the room. In fact, the defining feature of Brendan Schaub's whole career is that he continuously fails to read the room. Think back to how they attacked Bobby Lee and Kalila because somebody duped them into thinking they were behind a lot of the hate on Reddit. And after all of the drama, it turned out that Brenda was just butthurt that Kalila's friends doubted him on Trash Tuesday for asking a chick to walk into his truck. Or the time that he sued a YouTuber for making videos about him and then 2 years later pretended he knew nothing about it after he lost in court and then filed an appeal a few weeks later. Nobody is worse at reading a room than Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I mean, the irony of bragging about how good they are at reading rooms on a podcast that should have been cancelled 3 years ago. Seriously, what are we doing here, B? But it gets worse. After Callen told his UFC room reading story, Bubba wanted to get in on the action, so he told one of the most random stories I've ever heard. And at first, I had no idea why in the fuck he was telling us this story, but then as he got towards the end, it all made sense. See if you can spot it too.
I had a day yesterday, and then I brought Bossy to the studio, right? So he's here with me all day. And then I did some work to my light. I was even putting hot Cheetos around my eyes, so that's cool. So I was leaving here, and the fuel lines in my truck just blew up before I'm getting on the highway. So I called Joe, called my girl, I'm like, hey, I'll pick Bossy up. I'm on the side of the road. It's dangerous for him. Get him out of here, and then I'll deal with getting the truck, back to the shop. In the middle of the afternoon, it's 3 hours. It's 100 degrees out here. I'm in jeans, and there's no shade. And I'm so frustrated. I'm just sitting there in silence, so frustrated. I couldn't talk to anybody. The tow truck guy comes from AAA, young Mexican cat. We get in, we're kind of shooting there's rush hour traffic. And you can tell he's just like, he's not a car guy. He's like, oh yeah, I'll figure it out, man, don't worry. And I was like, okay. And then there's like that awkward silence. I went, how long you been doing it? He's all, this? 3 years. And I'm always interested in like the pay structure. And I go, so how do they do it? Like even Ubers, I always ask him like, how does it pay? Like, what do you think of it? So with him, and some of them, I need exact numbers. I was like, how do they do it? Does AAA, like, they give you the truck and then they pay you a salary? He's like, so I do all of Southern Cali, right? Like, I go all over. And I was like, oh, like 9 to 5? He's like, nah, man, I try to work 12, 14-hour days, Monday through Saturday. I wish I could work Sunday. I was like, God damn, man. And I remember I was complaining about my truck. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, yeah, I wish I could work Sunday. And he's like, the big thing is tips, too. Like, we get tips. We have really helps us out. But he's like, maybe it's just the economy. Something they just make a lot of tip. They don't have cash. It wasn't like he was giving me a sob story and giving me a tip. He was just, it's because you want to do hours. I wish you could work more. He was, I'd work Sunday if I could, man. I'd work 24 hours. I was like, hustling, man. You look young. I was like, just hustling, trying to make that bread, huh? He's like, I got 4 kids, man. One of my kids is autistic. I was like, how old? 8. Tiger's age. I was like,
he's getting to you now.
He dropped me off at the house because I had to take the house. I'm the shop could get it. Dropped me off at the house. I never had cash for whatever reason. I had this cat. Because Tiger's baseball team went bowling. I covered it for all the dads, and so they gave me a bunch of cat. I had them stacked in my pocket. And you gave it to them. You did? Yeah. I would like some of that cash. I gave it away. You want to call me as well back? What happened?
So Brendan told that whole ass story just to let everybody know that he's a baseball dad. Like, bro, we get it. You quit stand-up comedy to become a beast of a dad. And don't forget, he's always asking questions about business because he's a business shark.
I'm a shark when it comes to business.
And I called this out a couple of weeks ago when I started noticing that Brenda will find any excuse to randomly bring up being a baseball dad. Turns out I was right. Brian was telling everyone about an upcoming comedy gig and asking for advice on whether to drive or fly.
If you left at 4, it would take you 4.5 hours. I've done that. Because I had no choice. I had to get back to Tiger's game. It took me 4.5 hours.
So the move is to take no AC. It's probably a 30-minute drive, really.
Geez, he's almost as bad as those vegans and Tesla drivers he's always bagging. We get it, dude. You're a beast of a dad. Unfortunately, he's not a beast when it comes to TV shows. This seriously has to be one of the worst takes I've ever heard come out of Brenda's bloated lips.
Wait, have you seen Presumed Innocent?
What? Wait, have I seen what?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing. Don't answer.
I couldn't understand what he actually said.
Presumed innocent.
Oh yeah, Presumed Innocent. That's an old movie. That's from. Is that the remake?
I can't. What else you got? What's Jake Gyllenhaal?
TV series.
Look at me right now. Yeah, sure. What? You like Breaking Bad, right? Right? Sopranos are good, right? Yeah, it's crap.
What?
Yeah, that's sure you see all of it.
What?
Easily.
Presumed Innocent.
Yeah. Oh, you saw the movie It On Ends?
Okay, let me get this straight. Brendan thinks that an 8-part limited series on Apple TV that was based off a 1990 film starring Harrison Ford, which was based off a 1987 novel, is better than Breaking Bad and The Sopranos, arguably 2 of the top 10 TV shows in history. Don't get me wrong, I love a good courtroom drama as much as the next guy, and Jake Gyllenhaal's an awesome actor when he's not pretending to be a UFC fighter turned nightclub bouncer, but fuck me dead, Bubba CTE is out of control on that one. And speaking of CTE, let's finish off with Brendan's last-ditch effort to sell merch and make a few dollars to cover all of his bills. The countdown to the drug giveaway is getting closer and closer, with only 3.5 weeks left to enter. You see, Brendan started a new YouTube channel last year called Toontown, which ended up dying in the arse after a few videos. In fact, the most viewed video on that channel by far is the one of him videos, but decided it was time for a rebrand. We've speculated that Disney finally noticed he was using their trademark and sent him a seasoned assist. But others, including myself, think that it's yet another attempt to refresh his brand and start the fire again.
I'm a shark when it comes to business.
So now his truck channel is called Drive Fast or Gas, which stands for... oh, never mind. And so what better way to launch his new brand than to give away a beast of a truck? All you have to do is go to drivefastorgas.com and purchase as much merch as you can to maximize your chances of winning. Or you could just read the official rules where it says no purchase necessary to enter or win. So you could just send Bubba a handwritten letter or send him a text message or an email. Either way, this looks dodgy as fuck. And as I said at the beginning of this video, I just don't understand how the numbers are still adding up. I mean, even if the giveaway is sponsored by a bunch of off-road advertisers and he's earning revenue from all the ad reads across his podcast network, he simply doesn't have the views to get them a return on their spending. So either he's making promises that he can't keep, or there's somebody in the background paying his bills and maintaining his lifestyle. Anyway, that's it from me for today. Remember to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content. I'm currently working on my review of Joe Rogan's latest comedy special with full clips and commentary, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Is the press blindly behind? Come on.
We're changing the whole narrative and everything. Like Albert pretending like she's always been liked and always been loved. He's like trying to get all like urban. She's like, "What up, homies? Oh, Meg the Stallion, y'all." She's like, "Not only did we do it in 2020, but we're gonna do it in 2024." You know, what are you doing? Yeah. This is why you're unlikable. Just be you till you're sucked.
Be you. Get into shop. Get your hips into it. Yeah. Devil horns, devil horns. Yeah, 6 hours, bro.
The Joe Rogan Experience has become so unironically entertaining that it's almost ironic. Here we have the latest fight companion with Brian Callen, the washed-up Hollywood extra who knows nothing about fighting, Brian Simpson, a comedy mothership regular who also knows nothing about fighting, and Brandon Schlob, the former UFC power bottom who is known for having the most dogshit takes on fighting on the internet. But don't forget Rogan himself, not only is he notorious for not getting jokes, but that's now become the funniest thing he's ever done. Every now and then, Grumpy Joe will rear his shiny head and create some of the most awkward moments for absolutely no reason. So we'll get to Grumpy Joe later on because we're basically at the point now where his whole podcast is a giant meme, especially these fight companions with Shaw and Callen. Brendan sits there for 3 hours being almost completely incoherent while Brian fishes for viral moments by trying to troll Rogan, except it almost always goes over his head because he takes Brian so literally. I want to start with Brandon though. It's so nice of Jamie to disable the live chat whenever Bob is on a live stream, but that didn't stop people ragging on him after the stream ended in the comment section. What does Brian and Brenda have on Joe that makes him constantly invite them? Why in the hell does he still have Callen and Shaw on here? I look down on whoever puts a mic in front of Shaw. Bubba just agreeing with everything Joe says is the funniest shit ever. Brendan has that microphone really close. If he isn't careful and it touches his chin, he'll end up on the floor doing the upside down tortoise. I hope Brendan isn't nervous being on a podcast that will eventually get more than 50,000 views. Shaw casually ingesting 40 milligrams of nicotine, then lighting a cigar and talking about nootropics is crazy. Yeah, this guy is on so much shit, it's getting scary. I mean, the amount of coke this guy is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is sending him into a spiral of substance abuse, from smelling salts to nicotine to kratom, even PEDs.
I'll tell you what, that wakes you up for a show. We have a green room. We'll pop a little step before you go on stage. I live in my garage at work before I get up and head to work.
Never really?
Oh, yeah. I got problems. You're all in. Have you had these? The Lucy's, the breakers?
No. Oh, these are good. They're 8s.
You know, people
They're
are
8s.
cinemas.
Same thing. Lucy's have 8s, and they have like a little mint thing in it.
They
So
go
yeah,
just
24.
they're high.
You got 24? How many do you have in there? His blood pressure is very high.
No, it's good.
You have 24 milligrams in your mouth. It's amazing.
I go through 2 cans a day.
What do you use? And which one?
Like Buffalo.
Oh my God! You push the envelope. Yeah, that's not even an envelope anymore. You got a satchel
The
filled with
directions say
envelopes.
the directions say to keep it a foot away from your face.
Shut the fuck up.
Hand me the Lucy, man. One ain't gonna do it for a trial error.
Thanks. I think there's one more in there.
It's the same flavor.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to.
But you already have 24?
Yeah,
Just the same flavor.
I took the 24 out. I don't mix flavors.
Well, now you get 16. So you'll have 2 of those. It'll be 16. To see if your heart will stop. Yeah, Lucy's are for people who are tired. But I like it better than Zen. A lot better. Because Zen gives you this weird flavor in your mouth that it makes you pick up.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem good.
How long have you been doing nicotine?
Like a year.
Why? Because it's good for your brain?
It fires you up, man. It's good as like a nootropic. It actually helps your brain. It helps cognitive performance. The real problem with cigarettes. Cigarettes are not good.
But the nicotine's actually
A lot of great
Books were written on cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
nicotine's great.
Yeah, nicotine's great, Bubba. It's also one of the most addictive substances known to mankind. But these guys never let the bro science get in the way of a good plug. Did you hear Rogan there referencing nootropics as being beneficial for cognitive function? Meanwhile, the company that he developed Alpha Brain with is being sued for making misleading and false statements in their advertising and marketing. The first time around in California, they managed to settle the lawsuit, but this time around in New York is proving to be a little bit more difficult. If you want all the juicy details from the court filings, as well as a breakdown of the study they used to make their false claims, go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon, where I'm providing ongoing coverage of the lawsuit, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Basically, though, there's a class action in New York claiming that the study they used did not reach the conclusions around cognitive improvements that they have been claiming for years. But Joe doesn't let that stop him when it comes to promoting non-FDA approved products on his podcast. One of these? You want a Lucy?
Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Renegade Rogue. Thank you. Do you know the Zenspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen.
Yeah.
This is the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay, so maybe my Zenspiracy has been debunked, but now they've moved on to Lucy's, which isn't a conspiracy because they've been sending boxes of their product to podcasters. Remember this?
We are back. I gotta tell you, there's this thing that happened over the last few months, which is that everybody has discovered the wonder of just nicotine straight to the system.
Let me tell you, I didn't know where you're going with this. If I could invest in anything, and we just know we lost the podcast.
Yeah.
I wish we had put it in big track.
I love it. Here's the thing.
This is not an ad. This is not an ad. By the way, this is organic. You know we love nicotine. And by the way, this might be a sponsor because they sent us this box.
Yeah.
And this box made Mike Carter than anything.
I know, because there's so many flavors, and these geniuses came up with the
breaker. Do you guys remember when podcasts weren't 1 hour long infomercials? Anyway, let's get back to our boy Crinjo Puppy, because nicotine pouches aren't the only thing stopping him from flipping his TRX. Oh no, wait, never mind.
You know, I've now, and like I'm in probably the best shape since I fought. Is that Transcend with like peptides, TRTs? It's Transcend. It's a company. It's a company that like you do your blood work like probably at least every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, and they monitor everything. All right, you should be taking this, and this, and it's a subscription plan. They send it to you.
Oh nice.
You just start taking everything, then they check your blood work. Like that's what Cowboys on, Bradley Barton, like all ways to well. I've never felt that. I've never felt that.
Plenty of peptides.
What if stuff for your cognitive? Like for me, I need my brain to get after getting punched. So cognitive, energy, everything.
Yeah, peptides are incredible.
Yeah,
that's why they keep out long.
I'm a guinea pig. I shoot myself about 7 times a day, or whatever.
As long as you feel good.
Oh yeah, I'm a good fuck.
Okay, why is Brendan using PEDs? He's a 41-year-old retired semi-professional athlete who stuffs his face with nicotine pouches and mumbles into a microphone for a living.
Because remember, in the UFC, he wasn't a huge name. He was fun to watch, but he didn't have like a great record. And we're like, all right, he's fun, but he's going to be world champ. Leaves, So I'm gonna do bare knuckle. It's such a fun story, bro. You got so many pouches in your mouth, you sound like a squirrel. You sound like a squirrel over there. I was gonna say something because I was telling you,
Squirrel shop over there. Squirrel shop. What are we doing here, B? But seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why are any of these guys on TRT and HGH and everything else they can get a doctor to prescribe them? Is it so they can perform better on stage or in the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better in bed. Let's see if Brandon can explain.
What's always interesting to me is when guys are, we're talking about, Armageddon, like, the day's coming, but they don't run. The cardio's not very good.
He's got bad knees, actually.
That's why I run. Yeah, I run all the time. Just pops off, you'll be able to run.
Well, somebody said that. Yeah, somebody said
thinks about that.
Yeah. Like,
I was hanging out with this drug guy, and he has like a whole bunker for, the Armageddon Doomsday. What are you gonna do, bro? He's like, yeah, we get in the mountains. I'm like, how? Have you ever tried up the mountains? Can you even walk through the mountains? You ever tried carrying 80 pounds up mountains?
Not gonna get into those mountains.
No, but I'm gonna get to the mountains. I'm gonna take your gear and run up. I'll meet you up there.
How much are you running?
3 miles a day usually.
When did you start doing this?
About 4 months ago. I started with 3 miles, then went to 2, then I did a mile as fast as I can.
That's crazy.
Why you do the 5K? The 2 beers 5K.
I don't know. They invited me to. I forgot. CTE. Straight up forgot.
I had no.
I didn't know until I saw a picture of Jelly Roll doing it.
I used to run 3 miles for breakfast. I was struggling so hard.
Oh, come on, guys. Did Tom and Bert seriously forget to invite Bubba to their bear run? He's been training for it and everything. Hang on, can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what just happened? Here's my read on this, okay? Brendan knew that the 2 Bears 5-kilometer run was coming up because Tom and Bert started promoting it several months back. Schwab said he started running 3 miles a day a few months ago, which is 4.8 kilometers, so almost 5 Ks. Clearly, he was training for it and hoping for an invite at the last minute so he could rock up and put in a solid performance-enhanced effort and then claim that he hadn't trained for it at all. Now, I know I just made that up completely. I don't have 300 pages of evidence or anything like that, but come on, guys. Bubba starts doing 4.8-kilometer runs every day right after Tom and Bert announce a 5K bear run? Yeah, I'm again in my ass. But hey, we should acknowledge just before we move on that Brandon's apocalypse joke was actually pretty funny. No? Okay, maybe not. Tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just couldn't get anything to land with Rogan.
When I could allude to the fact that he's always partying and hanging out all the time.
That Hamzat is?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, Hamzat's got a lot of bread, bro. He got a lot of money. Yeah.
He's hanging out with some people that have a lot of money. The same people Khabib's hanging out with. You ever seen what Khabib has?
Yeah, he's got
looked at the land he owns in Russia.
You're friends with Putin.
They take care of their athletes, especially if they're fighting.
Yeah.
Well, Hamzat is friends with that Cardio guy, the guy who's the leader of Chechnya.
Yeah, he won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Did he really?
No, he did not.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He's not. He is not. He's a warlord.
Joe, on what planet is the head of the Chechen Republic getting a Nobel Peace Prize? But as always, it got worse. Guests trolling Rogan has to be one of my favorite dynamics on JRE, and Callen is one of the best at doing it because he's been going at it for so many years.
I love that Francis made a ton of money. I love that he dropped Tyson Fury. I do not love the Joshua fight. That was sad. Watching him getting KO'd like that against Anthony Joshua, I was like, ooh. It's like, you're just fighting one of the best boxers that's ever competed at heavyweight, who's a knockout puncher, who really knows how to box, who's an Olympic gold medalist, and you've had one boxing fight. One.
He also might have had an incentive to keep that fight going for a long time. I'm not saying anything, but
what?
Yeah, I said it.
Who?
Mike Tyson Fury.
Shut the fuck up.
He may have had a.
You're ridiculous.
No,
You're so wrong.
No, I'm not.
There's not a chance in hell that Tyson Fury carried him. He was terrified of his power. He got dropped with a furious left hook in the left round. He got rocked in the 8th round. Bro, it's the same thing that you see in the Usyk fight. He's not all there anymore. Those fights with Deontay Wilder took something out of him. 100%.
Somebody might have started boxing late in life.
I think I still think that Tyson Fury fight. Did
you not hear him talking?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm finishing my thought.
Yeah, but you're finishing your thought while he was talking. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but we were already having our conversation, and then you moved on. I'm saying that the idea that Tyson Fury didn't have a bag of tricks and he didn't carry them. For me, it's very strange to me. It's very strange. I don't know. Maybe he didn't train at all.
He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, for sure. But he's also fighting a mountain of a man with insane physical abilities that caught him with a vicious left hook in the second round. If he was carrying that dude, all that should be out the window after you get dropped and rocked like that.
Oh, God.
So clearly, Callan was just talking shit, and once he saw Rogan take the bait, he went in for a second helping, but Grumpy Joe takes everything so literally these days that he kept shutting it down. And it bothered him so much that he even brought it up again later on when Callan brought up Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake wasn't selling well in his concert. Yeah, that's what
Jimmy, that's why he got arrested for drink driving?
I don't know. It's that conspiracy.
You're a conspiracy. Do you believe that Tyson Fury carried Francis Ngannou?
I actually do believe
you're a ridiculous person.
No, I think he got paid for it, too.
God has to stay on his toes.
Yeah, you could tell Rogan was coping hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best failed troll on Rogan from way back in the old JRE days, where he played the tough guy, saying he could beat up anyone that tried to bully him.
You know what happened to me? I got bullied for a full year, and it turned me into if somebody tried to bully me, I'll show up at your house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry.
I'm not buying that. When he tells me that I hate him. It's not true.
Bully me. You try bullying me right now.
Hold on, let me handle this. Problem. You've talked to too many guys that let you say like that, and then it becomes like vernacular. When I first met you, all those people you used to hang around with, those are all toxic, and they've ruined the way you're allowed to communicate with people.
That's true. Because they said stupid shit, and then you said stupid shit. But he goes, hey, bro, look at what do you have to say to me? Bro,
Clearly, Callan was taking the piss and trying to wind up Rogan, but Grumpy Joe came out and started lecturing him. You could tell just from the look on Brenda's face that he knew it was a joke. They probably planned it in advance. Brian actually explained that it was a bit last year when he had Adam 22 on the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
Do you remember that? When I was going to go, it was a long time ago. 5 years ago. Yeah, more. I was about to go like this. I was about to go, I was going to go, and I'll tell you something else. You come at me, you better come at me correct. I was going to joke around with you. And he thought I was being tough.
Yeah, so you'd think after all these years, Rogan would have finally realised that Callan's just fucking with him, but Joe's having none of it, and there's an interesting dynamic to their whole relationship. Recently, on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, Schaub and Callan advertised that they were going to have the people on the show who helped make it all happen and were there from the start. So naturally, everybody thought that Rogan would make an appearance, especially given that he was the one who encouraged Brendan to quit fighting and move into podcasting and stand-up comedy. But not only did they have no guests in the studio, Rogan didn't even call in to congratulate them, which raised some eyebrows. The amount of coke in this next clip is off the charts.
The last two are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe never...
He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox.
He's never been on the show.
He called in. As far as in person.
Actually, the podcast where he told you to stop fighting was actually our podcast.
I didn't find the kid, but it was at Joe Rogan's studio, so I wouldn't say he's on the show. Outside deal, we did a pretty good job booking the people that made the show throughout the years. But again, we're going to think about Rogan because he's never been on the show.
Yeah.
But it's different because also Rogan, a lot of the way we got views is we're on Rogan so many times. So like cross-pollinated.
We'll be on him again.
Yeah, next Saturday we're back on. So we didn't even ask Rogan.
No.
Never. He's always been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him to be on the show.
Everybody asks Joe.
Yeah.
We're his friends.
It makes me feel
so I don't want to be the one to ask him.
Never.
He gets asked for everything. Even when I called him and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor Chandler fight. But other than that, I would never. I don't even ask him for that.
See, I wouldn't know you did ask him for that.
No, I asked him that, but
see, I wouldn't even ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask him. I would have paid, and you're here. I'm like, yeah, you should ask him. Like, it's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like, even people around, close people around him, ask him for their things. They have to ask him for something. They need something from him, and it made me feel sick. And I called him to him, like, I feel bad for you, dude. He's like, don't feel bad for me.
Because it's fine.
He's like, it's fine. He goes,
everybody's an agenda. Everybody has a
everyone's pitching him to do it. So it's like, I've never asked him for I've never asked him to be on his show. I've never asked him to come on this show. Nothing. I'll ask him for advice.
I asked him if I could do the podcast one time because I wanted to promote my special, Man Tears. I think that those complicated names. I think it's a long time ago. And that's it. I was doing a press tour, so I was like, hey, can I come on? But he would have said yes anyway.
Yeah, so the real reason they never asked him to come on the podcast is because they know he'll turn them down. Rogan rarely goes on other people's podcasts, though, which is really strange. I also find it strange that instead of going to their studios, he'll let them do an episode of their podcast in his studio. I don't know if he's just lazy or he thinks he's helping them out. Maybe he wants to stay hiding behind his massive Mike Tyson desk and avoid any full body shots. I don't know. This whole podcast world is so weird. They've all basically turned into lolcows at this point, and the ironic thing is that their shows are the most entertaining that they've ever been. Seeing four middle-aged men jumping around, sniffing out of a bottle, stuffing their faces with pouches, and not getting each other's jokes is peak entertainment in 2024, and I'm here for it. We're in a post-entertainment world now where it's just a bunch of clown shows on repeat. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown of the latest JRE Fight Companion. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon, where I just dropped the first part in a 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is a very good fight.
Hey, Ray, give me some of those smelling salts.
I'll get emotional here. It drives me, if we're being honest, leave this, just don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my car, I know you're like, you like this? I'm really crying. It drives me nuts. Nuts. It drives me nuts.
I don't think she can read right now. 1,000 episode.
Yeah, so
Brandon Schaub and Brian Callen celebrated their 1,000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid this week, and they did it in style. Okay, no, not really. But Brandon hyped it up all week, saying that we're going to have a very special guest on episode 1,000, someone who played a big role in its success, except they ended up just having a few of their buddies phone in for a Zoom call. And the best part for me was seeing the top comment get deleted by Chin. I didn't get a chance to screenshot the comment, but it said something along the lines of, how pathetic is this that they couldn't get any guests in the actual studio to celebrate, so they phoned them all in. He got a bunch of likes and it was literally the top comment, but now it's gone, so they must have deleted it. If anyone got a screenshot or knows what it said exactly, drop it below and I'll pin your comment so it's here to stay. But listen, I'm not here to poke fun at one of the oldest and longest running podcasts in the world. The Fighter and the Kid has been going for over 10 years. They started in 2013 on Fox, but then they went out on their own in 2016 after a contract dispute, and ever since it's been downhill. They struggle to get 50,000 views per episode, and considering that they used to get hundreds of thousands and even millions of views, it has to be one of the most epic downfalls in podcast history.
This is where I'm at. Like, maybe we don't reach 1 million views or even 100,000 per episode. I'm okay with it. I wish it did. That'd be great. But if it means like hustling and playing the whole YouTube algorithm game, like I'm not gonna do it. I'm 41. I'm not gonna do it.
Yep, makes sense. But like I said, I'm not here to poke fun at their podcast. What I am going to do, though, is call out Brandon Schaub for lying about his lawsuit, lying about why he quit doing stand-up comedy, and also for lying about where he gets his money from. As usual, I brought receipts. At this point, Brandon is so out of control and is so full of his own lies that he really needs to stop and get help. I really mean that. I'm not even joking a little bit. Every time he opens his mouth about the lawsuit or about stand-up comedy or anything to do with his decision-making, he only makes it worse. Brandon, if you're watching this, stop it. Get some help. The lies you're telling are damaging the people around you and ruining any semblance of integrity that you never had. For all my regulars watching who have been following this train wreck from the beginning, you're going to see Brandon lying through his teeth, yet again, blaming everybody but himself for the damage he's caused, while Brian Callen sits next to him, enabling all his lies because he's got skeletons in his own closet that he's still trying to hide. But if you're new here, don't worry, I'll get you up to speed as we go along. If you end up wanting more, you can go and check out my Patreon via the link in the description, where I have full detailed coverage of all the legal filings in this case, as well as Rogan's Alpha Brain lawsuit. There's also more uncensored content over there that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. For now though, sit back and relax, grab a cupcake, and let me explain what's going on. To celebrate episode 1000, they did a 3-hour podcast where they had their buddies phone in for a chat, which was cringe as fuck. But they also decided to answer some questions from their so-called fans, and nothing was off limits, including how they mistakenly bullied and threatened Bobby Lee, Brandon's failed lawsuit, and his recent retirement from stand-up comedy.
What's going on with you and Bobby Lee? Have you guys squashed everything?
Yeah, I so real quick, Brian's closer with Bobby. He's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk like weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, we're always cool. Yeah, but it's not like if I tell you, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before any of this, so there's no falling out. We were never that close. Yeah.
I think we spoke a little bit, and I said, I love you, and I'm eternally sorry. And he said, we're good. And so I love him, and I take full responsibility. I was going through something. I was not working on good information, and I was wrong. I was wrong through and through. That guy didn't deserve it. I was defending my friend Brendan. I wasn't working on all the information, and I don't know. I could get into what it was. I was going through some really crazy, and I just lost my mind.
It was a weird time,
and I lost on the last person that deserved it. And I have apologized to him unreservedly.
So for those of you who don't know, a few years ago, Brandon and Brian got trolled by somebody who was claiming to have evidence that Bobby Lee was behind some of the posts on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, which included stuff about Brandon cheating on his wife, hitting his children, and other deeply embarrassing details about Brandon's personal life. They jumped onto this fake evidence and immediately started calling and texting Bobby and his ex-girlfriend Kalila, threatening to expose that they were in an open relationship, as well as physically threatening Bobby Lee himself. The only person I know of who threatened Bobby Lee and actually assaulted him as well is Ari Shafir, so they were in good company. Unfortunately, it all ended up being fake. Bobby had nothing to do with the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Brandon and Brian went into damage control, and the rest is history. But instead of taking responsibility for their actions and being straight up about it, they still blamed the people around them for leading them astray.
Well, that whole time was so weird. Like now I'm in a much better place, much healthier. I don't have the wrong people around me. Like, when that was going on, like, if that same opportunity came to me now, someone pitched up, like, you had to no. It was so weird. So, and then also, like, I never thought it'd become what it did. Hey, I want to go public. I heard some of this stuff, and then it just became this monster, So it's like,
and part of it's because people love Bobby. I was out of line. You know what I did?
I told you that when we got off, I'm like, holy fuck.
And I've never,
to be honest, and straight, don't get mad. This man has horrible anger issues. Like,
I got a little crazy.
When you get mad,
when I think my friends are getting, I was mad about some stuff that was going on.
I get it. When you get mad, you get mad.
So at least Brian Callen's being straight up about what he did and taking responsibility for it. He was the one who called up Bobby and physically threatened him. But yet again, here we have Brandon using every excuse in the world to deflect responsibility when all of this concerned him, his family, and the things he was doing behind their backs, allegedly. The reason I'm bringing up the Bobby Lee drama is because Brandon used this in the podcast to try and justify launching a lawsuit against a YouTuber known as Unique. Essentially, his argument is that he was in a bad place, he was trusting the wrong people, and he got dragged into something that he didn't fully understand. This is Bubba rewriting history in real time.
But that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit, right, with this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have business managers, you have this entertainment manager, you have lawyers, you have this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way, and I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, but like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone.
Did you get that, guys? Brandon never delegates. Never. That's just not his style, except he did it on that one occasion. Basically, Brandon puts it all down to being in the wrong headspace at the time, as well as having the wrong people around him, giving him the wrong advice, and simply trying to profit off of his fame and fortune. This is his full explanation, and just so you know, I had to edit this pretty heavily because he was umming and ahhing, stuttering and repeating himself, so I did my best to help him form normal sentences. Take a look.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes in and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen any of it. I don't see any of it. So this guy who works with me, right, doing this stuff, business manager, he goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer. I've known him a long time. There's this guy on YouTube. He's making thousands of videos, you know, bad mouthing you and using your content. But
He said, I don't care.
I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them. What are you going to do? He goes, that's bad, man. He said, you hit your kids. And I was like, okay. Next week comes back saying, dude, I'm telling you, I really think we should do something. You know, they know how to pull out my heartstrings. He goes, you know, he has a rap sheet where, you know, he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you got to do. That's right. And I was told, really, I was told, this is easy. It takes 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. But here's what people don't realize is, so they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they were in cahoots together, just getting money out of me or whatever. Me 10 years ago, I would never. You're never going to beat the internet. Internet's going to internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like, the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. You know, so at the time, like, yeah, do what you got to do.
Okay, so let's break this down because it's important to set all of this out to understand just how full of shit he is. And trust me, it gets worse. Brandon saying that he never knew about the videos Unique was making. It was brought to his attention by a business manager who potentially had some sort of arrangement with a lawyer to screw Brandon out of legal fees to line their own pockets. At the time, they told him it would only take 3 months to get it all settled and done, but now, 3 years later, it's still going. Do you notice how nothing is ever his fault? He decided to go with the lawsuit because the YouTuber allegedly beat his own son, so he had to throw in that little humble brag there. And that line we've heard him say before, you're never going to beat the internet. Brandon was the one who leaned into all the hate he was getting by telling all of his haters that he's rich, he's more successful than them. What they think doesn't matter because they're all nobodies hiding in their mom's basements. He did that, and look how it all turned out for him. He can't go anywhere or say anything without getting shit on by all of his haters. So for him to act all high and mighty with his catchy phrase, it's yet another example of Brandon trying to rewrite history. Anyway, let's keep going. It's about to get good.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issues they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. Yeah, I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I have this business guy that had no business managing any of my shit. Bad information. And I'm at a time where I'm not steering the ship, and it's not good.
Okay, first up, Brandon does not know what pro bono means. I think what he's trying to say is that they were working on a no-win, no-fee basis, which also doesn't make sense because he's previously admitted to having paid their massive legal bills. So either they've switched it to a no-win, no-fee basis after the lawsuit started dragging out for years, or he's just straight up lying. But the other thing that caught my attention was the pretty outrageous statement that he wasn't in control of his company, Thick Boy Productions, which is the entity that brought the action against Unique. I went and looked up who the directors are of Thick Boy Productions, and I found this. His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well at a later date. Now, the way these kinds of things usually work is that a representative of the company, usually a director, has to sign off on the legal filings. Sure, your lawyers submit them on your behalf because they're lawyers, but the individual or company bringing the suit is ultimately responsible for bringing the action and would need to sign off on it. So given that you can't delegate directors' obligations and responsibilities, there are three possibilities here. The first one is Bubba's right, and his lawyer and former business manager are running the lawsuit without his knowledge or involvement. If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred. The second is his dad is calling the shots and paying the bills without Brandon's knowledge or involvement. And the third is Brandon knows exactly what's going on and he's straight up lying about not being involved in the case.
Now you can notice the fast forward now. I had to take time off from stand-up. I'm doing too much. I got cut back on the shows. I was going down a bad road, man. I control it. My social media boy's back. I've been back about a year now. Everything you see now is my decision. Notice how much better it is, how much more positive I am. I'm a positive person. That time when Brian's going through that and we're going through all this mayhem, that was probably the darkest hours of our careers, of our life.
And I made it worse by far by pointing my gun at somebody I care about that didn't deserve it.
But to your defense, that could have been Bobby, that could have been Rogan, that could have been Bert Kreischer.
On that day, I was going.
And it just so happened.
I was going through something. I was going through something else, but I don't like talking about it because that makes an excuse.
And that's an excuse
for me.
So again, I want to give Brian Callen credit here for taking this on his own shoulders and not trying to deflect onto anybody else. But as for Brandon, he made some interesting comments there that we've heard before. Things are different now. He's changed. He's in control. He's the one calling the shots. Hey, Bubba, this you?
Can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight picks or whatever, my football picks, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're gonna go out there and defamation, like whenever Brendan hits his kids or beats his wife, then you got my attention. I'm gonna come after you. Oh, yeah, that game I don't play. You guys suffered from that, so.
That was only 6 months ago, yet Brandon claims to have no knowledge of the lawsuit, what it's about, where it's at, or why he's doing it. Clearly, based on his own words, the lawsuit was always about silencing a YouTuber who was posting videos exposing Brandon's lying and cheating, allegedly. But forget 6 months ago, what about just recently when he finally lost the lawsuit? That's right, Brandon ended up losing the lawsuit, and then only a month ago, he filed an appeal. He's appealing the loss. What happened to being in control, Bubba? You just said everything happened in the last 18 months are all your own decisions. So either someone is fraudulently filing lawsuits on your behalf, maybe your dad's doing it for you, or you're just plain full of shit. And that's what I don't get. It's so easy to look all of this stuff up. I've covered this extensively. Does he not realize we all know the truth about this lawsuit, how he lost and how he filed an appeal? One other thing, I've seen this a lot on my travels, both from guys like Rogan and Brandon and their fangirls as well. It's the whole argument that they don't know what's going on. It's their producers and their people who are doing the copyright claims and strikes, so you can't blame them for it. Let me ask you this then. If I wanted to fight back and sue them for the tort of interference in my business, who do I sue? Do I sue Ben Pixels, Superbam, Brandon's producers? Nope. I sue the entity or the individual who owns the copyright. So this whole argument that it wasn't them, it was their people, well, it has no bearing in the law. It's just a code. This is why he needs to stop, get help, and get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible. Except there's one problem. It gets worse. One of the questions they got from their so-called fans for episode 1000 was one thing that they're proud of each other for. Here was Brandon's response.
I'll get emotional. It drives me off, if we're being honest. Leave this shit. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my daughter. I know you're not going to like this. I'm only crying. It drives me nuts. Nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after talent. And you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those in comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't agree with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places.
I don't think she could read right now.
Yeah. So.
Oh man, here we go. Okay, so back in 2020, 4 women came out and made allegations against Brian Callen, which to this day he vehemently denies. He has never been found guilty of any criminal charges by a court and therefore maintains his presumption of innocence. However, Brian did try to sue the husband of one of the complainants for effectively cancelling him. Brian claimed that her husband contacted his agents, which subsequently dropped him as a client, as well as various comedy clubs, which also refused to book him at the time. Even some of the sponsors of The Fighter and the Kid refused to do business with them if Callen stayed on the show. Unfortunately, Brian wasn't able to prove his case to the sufficient standard and eventually withdrew his action. That isn't why Brian's comedy career never took off. The real reason is he's simply just not that funny. Now, I don't hold Brian in the same low regard as Brandon, but this isn't it, Bubba. Sitting there in rage crying because your buddy didn't make it in comedy is fucking sad. You can't force us to find you or Brian Callen funny. It's got nothing to do with the allegations. See, this is what I mean when I say Brandon needs to stop and get help. He still doesn't get it. Even though he claims to be back on top, he's making his own decisions and he's no longer being manipulated, he still doesn't understand how comedy works. You've got to be funny. That's it. Brian has access to Joe Rogan on his podcast, The Mothership as well. He can go on any of his buddies' podcasts and get exposure. He's got his own website, his own podcast as well, so there is no excuse for not making it. And as for Brandon's own comedy career, well, he's finally let the real reason for quitting stand-up slip.
I just lived a weird life, man. On the road, like not making decisions like a married man and a father of 3 should do. Like I was going down a road that I was like, who is it? Like literally, I was like, who is this guy? What the f are you doing, man? Yeah. And me too. That's why you don't see me on the road. That's why I'm around my kids. Like I was going down a road that it's not what I do. Guys who can manage that stuff, God bless you. You're figuring out better than I am. I can't do the road. I can't give you the good quality podcast. I can't do the car stuff I want to do and be a dad and be a coach and be a good husband. I can't do it. So something has to give. That means making less money and not doing the road. Sign me up.
Now, you guys can tell me if I'm reading into this too much and I'll comment on the chin, but that sounded to me like his wife maybe told him to stop doing stand-up and traveling to keep him home and out of trouble. We all know that Brandon has a thing for Instagram baddies. He's been caught out a couple of times, and so maybe his wife put her foot down and said, you either choose that or you quit and stay home with us and just do your podcast and total drugs in the middle of nowhere. He really just needs to stop talking. But like I said at the beginning, if you want detailed, ongoing coverage of his lawsuit, as well as the Alpha Brain lawsuit and more uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak more freely without any copyright restrictions, as well as YouTube's censorship regime. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit that subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You look at the valuation of their stock and how much that company is worth now because they signed Rogan compared to what they paid them. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpay. Give me some of this. Well, yeah. Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on. Don't get silly. You can't play the America Yes song.
Why?
Because we'll get copyrighted.
Alright, guys, now that
Jamie's back!
We're back! Jamie, don't be afraid.
Jamie, can we get in trouble for this?
Alright,
Jamie.
I don't know, I'm not a lawyer.
Why is reaching out to
I'm
us?
a lawyer.
Wait, so we're not allowed to have fun and use music anymore? Would you guys sign?
Would you
I
sign
know,
for this?
right?
Contract.
On YouTube.
It's no secret that Joe Rogan's been having a hard time since he came back to YouTube this year. Apart from having to put up with all of us mentally ill YouTube users who comment on his podcasts, he now has to follow the same rules as everyone else on here. It all came to a head on episode 2128 with Joey Diaz. The episode was taken down from YouTube soon after it was published, and a short clip was cut out before it was republished again. That clip was of Tyson Fury singing American Pie in 2020, just after he'd beaten Deontay Wilder in their second fight. And so a couple of days later, Rogan had this to say on episode 2130 with Coleman Hughes.
From just staying entirely on Spotify to now we're everywhere. Dealing with YouTube is so bizarre. Like, people can claim copyright for things that are 100% not there. But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so then you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. There's things that you should be able to talk about. If there's a popular song, you're like, wet ass puppy. Like, look at the moral decline of America. Listen to this. I don't cook. I don't clean. I got this wet ass. It's like, you should be able to play that and just go, what the f are we doing? This is wild. And entertaining and fun and a great song. But, so this is Hitler.
But at the same time as the not-so-powerful JRE was fumbling his way through YouTube's copyright claim circus, one of Rogan's proteges was the headline act of his own circus. In February, Brendan Schaub lost a 2-year lawsuit that he had brought against a smaller YouTuber named Kyle Swindells. Brandon claimed that Kyle had used clips from The Schaub Show and The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos without authorization from the copyright owner, Thick Boy Studios. So on the one hand, we have the most powerful podcaster in the world having episodes of his podcast taken down and being forced to cut out a couple of minutes before re-uploading it to YouTube. And on the other hand, we have Brendan Business Shark Schaub losing a court battle against another YouTuber for using clips in commentary videos. Now, I've also had my fair share of copyright battles right here on this channel, but I've been lucky. I've got a legal background myself, and my best friend is a lawyer. So when guys like Bert Kreischer, Theo Von, Brendan Schaub, the Nelk Boys, Netflix, The Johnny Carson Show have come after me and tried to steal my ad revenue, I've been able to fight back and win every single time. But there's been one exception. There's been one massive pain in the ass that won't seem to go away no matter how many disputes, appeals, and legal letters we send. That pain in the ass is Joe Rogan. That's right, the legendary free speech icon himself is the biggest copyright troll I've had to deal with. Not only does Rogan have a whole team of people dedicated to stealing ad revenue from YouTube channels like mine, they've even completely blocked my videos from being published. One time, Rogan took all the ad revenue from a 20-minute video of mine that wasn't even about him because I used a 20-second clip from JRE.
But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so then you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. Well, it's dumb. It's dumb.
But here's the thing, it gets worse. You know how Brandon lost his copyright lawsuit? Well, he appealed. And this is where things get really interesting. You see, by losing his lawsuit, Bubba has basically put a spotlight on podcasting and exposed a gaping hole in the industry. But then appealing the district court's decision has blown that gaping hole right open. I'll explain exactly why in just a moment, but I want to say this first. We like to poke fun at Brendan and laugh at his stand-up comedy, inability to string coherent sentences together, and just general delusional and degenerate behavior. But this lawsuit is the single most stupid thing he's ever done. Most of his other failures have been funny and pathetic, but this is something else. I honestly cannot express to you just how damaging this has been for podcasting, but let me try anyway. So this is what the judge said in making her decision against Brandon. Because Mr. Swindells' reaction videos use the copyright works to criticize or comment upon them, rather than to supersede the work's original objects, the first fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindells' favor. And to support this, the judge referenced a Supreme Court case from just last year between the late artist Andy Warhol and a photographer who claimed Warhol's use of a photo he'd taken of Prince for one of his artworks was in breach of copyright. The quoted section reads, "A use which comments on, criticizes on, or provides otherwise unavailable information about the original is unlikely to supersede the original work." That simply means if you provide commentary or criticism of a copyrighted work without the owner's permission. But the judge didn't stop there. She also referenced the Ethan Klein copyright case from 2017, which Ethan won. The quote reads, "A YouTube reaction video interspersed with segments of a copyrighted work in order to comment upon that work was a transformative fair use." Now, when Bubba lost this case, Ethan actually pulled up a script screenshot from my video covering the lawsuit that appeared on Reddit and had a little bit of a gloat about how he helped Brandon lose his lawsuit.
This is also really a fun little detail. Brandon Schwab. Schwab or Schwab?
He's going to be punished straight
Schwab with a W, you know? But here it's spelled with a W, so I don't know if they're making fun of me, whoever wrote this, because I used to say Schwab. I think it's Schwab. It's not. So he sued a YouTuber for making fun of him. He's such a moron, this guy. He thought he was suing him for defamation, but it turns out he was suing him for copyright. He apparently didn't know. He didn't know what he was doing the person, because suing him for defamation would be like an obvious fat loss. He lost the case, and anyway, the best part is that in the verdict decided in favor of fair use against Brendan. They cite none other than your boy, shout out Matt Hawes, because Mr. Swindell's reaction video used the copyrighted works to criticize or comment upon, rather than to supersede the work's original objects. The first fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindell's favor. Quote from Hussein's daughter, first line. Wow, look at that. Thank you for the top comment. Ethan has unironically done more for free speech than any conservative dissenter. Thank you so much for saying that. I love that you said that.
Okay, fine. So we know Brandon lost the lawsuit, but what about this appeal? Here is the basic argument that his lawyers are now trying to make. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. Now here's the thing. Brendan's lawyers are right. In some of Carl's videos, he used long clips from Bubba's podcasts and provided very little commentary, sometimes just one sentence that didn't really provide any additional context or perspectives to the original content. So how come Brendan still lost? Well, here's the answer. Tucked away on page 26 of Bubba's appeal filing, his lawyers say this. On the podcast, the hosts discuss and debate topics such as news, sports, and celebrities. The podcast takes place in a production studio, and the hosts joke around with each other and provide funny stories and unusual wordplay. As Swindells admitted, Schwab has also conducted interviews with a variety of people, including Navy SEALs and NFL players, MMA fighters, comedians, and others. There is nothing factual about the episodes. Schwab and the other hosts made creative choices as to what to discuss, yet the district court found that the episodes were factual in nature. That was incorrect. So, this is the thing about copyright law. Not all types of media and art are treated the same. For example, a song or piece of music has a higher level of copyright protection compared to a newspaper article in the New York Times or Washington Post. That's because the Copyright Act distinguishes between creative works and factual works. Now, here's the other thing. Brandon's lawsuit is the first of its kind to make it into the courts. Prior to this decision, there was no precedent that had categorized podcasts as factual works. And if you're wondering what that means, it simply refers to the fact that on a podcast, it's just people sitting around talking about stuff. It's not a work of art in the sense that creative decisions are made about what colors to use for a painting, or the skill and the brush strokes, or maybe it's the creative direction from Martin Scorsese and his collaborations with Robert De Niro. You can use a bunch of different examples. Go for your life. The point is that now Brandon lost, there is an established legal precedent that says podcasts are not creative works for the purposes of copyright law, and therefore don't have the same copyright protections as more creative or artistic works. And that's basically the basis of his appeal. It's a Hail Mary hoping that the appeals court will say, hey, you know what, the Schwab Show and The Fighter and the Kid are creative works, they're works of art. Therefore, the standard should be higher for Kyle Swindells. Because remember, the judge said that Kyle did use too much of Brendan's clips, but Brendan lost because, well, basically there was nothing for Brendan to protect in the eyes of the law. It's just him talking in front of a camera. Anyone can do that. It's not creative. This is what I mean when I say Bubba has exposed podcasting. Not only did he lose the case, but now he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up a precedent that screwed over all of his buddies, including Joe Rogan. So the irony is, Rogan can't just play songs randomly on JRE or clips from movies or TV shows, but I can use clips from his podcast to comment and criticize the things he says. And now, thanks to his buddy Brandon, there's a legal precedent that reinforces my right to fair use of Rogan's clips.
Well, it's dumb. It's dumb.
You son of a bitch. Unlucky, Bubba. You did it to yourself, bro. So I just wanted to bring this to you guys here on YouTube. I've been working on my full legal breakdown for my members on Patreon, and I didn't want all of you here to miss out on what's happening with this case. So if you want the full legal breakdown where I take you through the appeal in detail, check out the link in the description. Head over to my Patreon and sign up so you don't miss out. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button. Also, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh my God.
He's fine, by the way, so you can laugh.
Provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button.
This guy, by the way,
Starting
he
SOS
just
call.
lost a lawsuit. And by the way, the guy who he lost the lawsuit to he was represented himself.
Lawyer.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that Steve Will Do It guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana, and I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will f*** you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f*** you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense, so more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. So it all started with UFC 300. Our boy Bubba was a vocal critic of the event. He thought that the stakes weren't high enough and it was all for show, which isn't necessarily wrong or a bad, but in the end it was a pretty wild. Most people I know enjoyed it. And so in true Dana White fashion, he had a little edit made up to call out all the critics of the event, which included Brendan Schaub.
All right, so this is pretty just as interesting. So Dana White does a thing on shout out Dana White. Yeah. So Dana White does this thing on UFC 300. He basically made like his version of a diss track of all the people in MMA media. Not all. He left out a few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300. And so he plays this video. And I think this was on Saturday, April 20th when he did this. Yeah, Saturday. He played the video too.
What's up, guys? As we rolled into UFC 300, the MMA experts weighed in on what they thought of UFC 300. For all the fighters that were on this card, when I said it's the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports, this is what the media thought of you guys.
Makes no sense. Is any fight on this card 300 worthy? No.
This is the most diabolically disappointing UFC 300 announcement.
They did Jesse dirty.
Kind of.
Yeah, it is dope. It is dope. Yeah, it is. And it's awesome that he actually replied with respect. That's so awesome. I saw that, and then what I put up there, I put, why you bring up old shit? You know, I put fair play. UFC 300 is amazing. And then Dana responded, that's awesome, #respect. Yeah.
Do you think Crinjo Papi will ever realize that Dana White thinks he's a joke? I mean, clearly the whole thing was a publicity stunt. Dana grew the UFC off the back of being the underdog that everyone wanted to ban. They were always second to boxing. Nobody took them seriously. So he's always going to use whatever negativity and hatred he gets to promote the UFC and prove everyone wrong. It's so formulaic, you could literally write an equation out for it. So then, why is it that Brendan has to take everything so literally?
And then you always have people, like whenever Dana, we've had our issues over the years, but it's all good, man. It's all good. I give Dana, the credit for, give me the credit that I have. If he didn't change the rules and do the Reebok deal, who knows what would happen to me. I probably would have stuck around to make the money and but he didn't. And, he changed the rules because that was best for his business. He wasn't trying to hurt me. It took me a while to realize that, but that gave me the fuel to build the podcast and find the kid and, the Big Brown Breakdown and do what I do. So, I should probably give him some sort of percentage, if he needed it. But I would. I don't want to.
Oh, geez, I think I just vomited in my mouth a little bit. Of course, Brendan tries to turn this into a flex, but it's worse. So we all know who the Nelk boys are. If you don't, God bless you. You can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero regrets. But for the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with Kyle and his buddies, no doubt to capitalize on their audience and maintain relevance amongst a younger crowd. So after Brendan Schaub called out Dana for UFC 300, Steve Will Do It got onto Twitter and trolled him so badly that it was actually funny as hell. Dana White is a top-tier human. Brandon Schaub, you're a goofball. I thought you were a former UFC fighter. You failed at comedy and you can't even talk UFC right. Brandon Schaub is a loser. Then he took it down a notch and made fun of his name, saying Brandon Schaub, more like Brandon Slob, #loser, followed by imagine being a former UFC fighter and get introduced by Dana White as a podcaster. Lol, Brandon Schaub, loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers and decided to troll the Crinjo puppy, which honestly seems entirely appropriate. I mean, I agree with almost everything he said. He was speaking straight facts. But for our boy Bubba, he felt that he had no choice but to address Steve on his live stream earlier this week.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? Why though? He's close with Dana, and I think he's young. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's young, so maybe that's his way of getting his boys back, which I respect. I get that, but this isn't. You don't know what you're doing. You're not educated on the dynamics of everything, and that stuff doesn't bother me. I've dealt with much worse. He's defending his boy, which I get and I love. I do the same. I ride for my guys. Do a little research. I'm not doing this isn't it, but then this isn't it. I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. So you can poke stuff at that. It's you just don't know, blah, blah. Field comedian, but you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. From your outside perspective, I'm not at Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan or Sebastian's level. No. Does that mean I failed? Then 99.999% of the comics fail. If that's your level, then yeah, all of us are failures for about 5 guys in the world to ever do it.
Okay, this was absolutely wild. Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour of the Schaub Show, or whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana White Steve Will Do It drama. That's how much he doesn't care about any of this, and it doesn't bother him. Almost an hour of an hour and 25-minute live stream. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you could tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the Crinjo Papi had to scale back on his stand-up comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending more time with his family earlier this year as a cover for effectively retiring from stand-up comedy. And just quietly, on what planet are Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart in the same league of comedy? I should also correct him. He was exaggerating when he said there's only 5 successful comedians on the planet. There's actually 1,000 of them. Or was it 500? No, it was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, I do have to agree with Brendan on one thing. He definitely isn't a failed comedian. That would imply he was a comedian to start with. Thank him, B. But then things went a little dark. Brendan wasn't done yet. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve Will Do It. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just saying.
Yeah, with Steve, I have no issues with him. He seems like a good guy. Anybody that knows him tells me he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. Maybe just ill-informed. But I'm easy to find. Super easy to find. Super easy to find. And we have a mutual friend in Bradley Martin. I text Brad yesterday. I talk to Brad probably once a week. Brad's a close buddy of mine. Help me out, with my energy levels and peptides and all. Brad's my guy. Absolutely adore Bradley. He's the fucking man. and he's best friends with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there. So I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, you're so upset, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. We can meet there. We can talk about it. If you're so mad, we can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that. We can figure it out. No, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this goes. Never do that, but I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like if he wants to, we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But you would never. I know. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. So it doesn't I don't come off as a bully. But no, he came at me, so it's like if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down.
Okay, Brendan, there's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never mind, let him have his fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support for calling out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we can sort this out like men. And I'm not going to lie, I would love nothing more than to see our boy Bubba line up the Nelt boys and teach them a lesson one by one. The world would definitely be a better place after that. The thing is, though, he didn't just leave it at that. He went on and on and on. Now, I don't know if it was the kratom or the road pouches, the addies, or just too much coffee. Brendan went to extraordinary lengths to prove to everyone just how much none of this bothers him.
Whatever community, trucking, car community, nobody that's ever come after me, I've never been worried if you locked me in a room with them how it would go. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me, because I know Steve, or I know insert comic, or insert podcast, or insert whoever it is, from anything that I do that talks shit about me. I know if we were in the same room, he would not talk to me that way. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts. Now, we can live in a world where these YouTubers and the guys like Steve, his buddies around him are going, oh, dude, you should fight him. Oh, dude, I don't know, dude. He got knocked up by Nogueira that time. There's that world that lives on social media and YouTube. That's not real. That is not, you cannot fight. I promise you cannot fight. Maybe you can amongst your boys and the YouTubers. Cool. That's not real, Bubba. This will not end well for you in any facet. This is the real world. You will get severely up. And that's why I'm cool with it.
Yep, he is 100% cool with this. But you've got to admit, Bubba's right. It's all fun and games on the internet, but once the cameras and mics are turned off and it's just you and Brendan in a dark room, yeah, he's going to have his way with you. Hang on, are we still talking about fighting? The other thing is, to play devil's advocate, no one's calling him out to fight. None of us are saying, Bubba, you're a tool, let's fight, I'll smash you. So it doesn't really make sense to call somebody out to come and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if a kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, yeah, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. Either way, Brendan's Sookfest apparently worked, or so he thought. To me, Steve was still trolling him and talking absolute shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brandon Schaub. The guy is a very nice person and I shouldn't have attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brandon Schaub. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people than 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all of this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. But wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe as hell. Let me explain. So, like I said earlier, not everyone shared my feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set them straight. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled a bunch of people into thinking Brendan had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, in true Crinjo Puppy style, he took it too far and tried to milk it for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hashed out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Bubba managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef. Except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they not get Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, remember Chin on Monday, I was telling you about that Steve Will Do It guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana, and I went dark a little bit how I can kill people, which is out of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected. We talked.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because him and Bradley are super close, and Bradley texted me. He's like, "Yo, I'm gonna connect you with Steve."
And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy, and you guys get along. You know?
He was like, "Oh, dude, I watch your podcast. Like, you're actually a good guy." He's like, "I was drunk, man." I was just firing off at the mouth.
I love it.
He was, "I'm sorry, man." He's like, "I didn't
Good
mean
for
it."
him. That's amazing.
And I told him, I said, "I get it, dude. It's all good. We're more similar than we are."
Of course. Good for him.
Yeah, it was
You know
great.
who I like a lot? Luke Thomas, but I don't know.
Yep, that was it. And it wasn't the homeless cats that got their knickers in a knot. We all know Brendan's petty tricks, but it was actually his dying audience that started to turn on him. The Steve Will Do It clickbait was pretty shameless. Come on, guys, don't do this. He's not even on the pod. What the F? Clickbait. 3 minutes 50 for 5 seconds of Steve Will Do It talk. Laughing my ass off. Not on the pod? Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy clickbait to put in with the mic, which is from the Nelk podcast. Haha, wow, what a misleading thumbnail. How is the headline about Steve Will Do It if you only talk about him for less than 1 minute? And that's how Brandon managed to take what little credibility he'd mustered through this fake beef and turn it into yet another massive L. All by himself. And the funniest part is the clickbait didn't even work. That episode has less views than they usually get, which makes it all so much better. This guy's a full-on train wreck at this point, and that extends to the courtroom. Here we go. Alright, let's change gears. So, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, Brandon sued a small YouTuber called Kyle Swindells, who goes by the name Unique. And earlier this year, the judge sided with the defendant, going against our boy Bubba, declaring that Kyle's use of clips from Brandon's podcasts fell under fair use, dismissing the case and leaving Bubba with an enormous legal bill with nothing to show for it. If you want the full breakdown, you can go and check out my video covering the legal dispute. But you would think that after making one of the biggest L's in internet history, Brandon would let it go, lick his wounds, learn his lesson, and go back into the hole that he came from. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost lawyer. Nobody knows who he is. It's a complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations in court. Anyway, sorry. So you would have thought that Bubba would let it go now, but in true Brandon style, he had to make the whole situation worse by lodging an appeal. Honestly, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. Plaintiff appellant, Thick Boy Productions, pause, respectfully requests that the court schedule and hear oral argument in this case. This case involves novel and important issues of copyright law and fair use, and how these legal standards should apply in the modern age of internet podcasts and YouTube. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. So, if you recall, the judge agreed with the defendant on all the elements of fair use, except for one. She actually agreed with Thick Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips than were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted material to the extent that perhaps he should have. She said, all of the accused videos include segments of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindells did not criticize or comment on. This is actually something that I personally agree with. Too many commentary channels just dump clips into their videos and don't address them specifically or comment on them. They don't actually transform the material by giving it new context based on an opinion or perspective. They just dump whole sections of podcasts and say, look how stupid Bubba is, without actually explaining why he's stupid, which is actually quite an easy thing to do. Yet Bubba still lost. Because the defendant satisfied all the other criteria so well, the judge had no choice but to rule in his favor via summary judgment. So if you want to know more about this appeal, I'm going to upload a full breakdown video on my Patreon going through all 60 pages of the appeal. I'm not going to do it here. It'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, I'm going to explain exactly why this appeal is doomed to fail, which has implications for all podcasters, including Joe Rogan. It all comes down to one specific thing that all of the circle jerk, never been funny comedy podcasters just can't seem to get their head around. So check out the link in the description to my Patreon, become a member, so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's it for now. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
You bully me, bro. I don't give a shit about your UFC bullshit. I will come right at you.
I could pin you on the ground right now and put my dick in your mouth.
You could try.
No reason.
You could try. And guess what?
Just gets the nice
Guess what? I would come right to your house. Bang, bang,
No,
bang.
you'd be dead, Joe.
Would I?
That's considered to be a vice.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. See, what happened was the traction control, which I thought was off, was not. So when I'm trying to do a sweet donut for the boys, I flipped my TRX.
So Brendan flipped his TRX. On the latest episode of Toontown titled I Flipped My TRX, Brendan explains how he flipped his TRX. And so far it's looking like the fourth installment on his new channel will probably be the most successful. I mean, it's not every day that you flip your TRX. And in case you can't tell, he could not be more proud of flipping his TRX. He actually did something worth making a video about.
Turns out my neck isn't messed up. I got a concussion. Arm got a little roughed up, but overall I'm okay. Bad news is my truck's not. It's totaled.
So the good news is Brendan's okay. The bad news is this actually happened over a month ago.
Let's do this, man.
Yeah, I gotta get back to the shop, man.
What do you mean?
My hands like...
You're always in the shop now.
I know, dude.
Yeah, right, I get it, dude.
I got my own shop now, dude.
Yeah, you got a little wound on your arm, too.
Well,
looks like it's infected. It's seeping.
Being dramatic.
It's seeping. That wound is seeping, and Sanaz's mouth just opened. Yeah, it's still open right now.
I can't see it.
That looks like it's seeping. Yeah, not good. Not fun.
Well, that's what happens when you...
Now, since you're talking about the shop, I'm probably going to have to bother you now.
I gotta get back to the shop.
I'm feeling...
I get back to the shop.
You gotta get back to your shop?
Yeah, I got some work.
You're doing more for the truck.
Well, this for the lighting, different truck. The other
Different
truck's
truck.
out of commission, which I'll be able to talk
The
about
truck-
once insurance gets
Other truck might be in the hospital right now.
The other truck might be 6 feet under.
In truck
and I probably should have been 6 feet under.
Yeah.
You saw the video.
I saw the video. What happens? I feel like insurance will be like, yeah, you have a claim, though.
I talked to this one.
Yeah.
Geez, he's lucky his insurance agreed to pay him out. You'll see why in a moment when I show you the full clip. But who knows with this guy, right? He's known for making stuff up in the moment to sound cool. And while I agree that he probably needed to wait a little bit until the insurance was sorted out before posting a video, the timing of this upload is definitely suspicious. See, he hadn't uploaded any videos to this new channel for the last 6 weeks, and the TRX isn't the only truck that he features on Toontown. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew this video would attract a lot of attention and banked it until the judgment was handed down in his failed lawsuit as a distraction from what's become the biggest L of his career. And it's also no coincidence that Brendan's team are deleting any comments asking about or mentioning the lawsuit this week. I've been keeping tabs of this week's uploads across all of his different channels, and in the first few hours of upload there have been comments asking when he's going to talk about his lawsuit, except now they're all gone. Sounds like someone's trying to cover something up. So as soon as I saw this video and remembered that he mentioned the crash when it happened 6 weeks ago, it immediately clicked that he was keeping it up his sleeve until the judgment came out. So, just as a reminder to anyone new here, or if you missed my full breakdown of his lawsuit, Brendan sued a smaller YouTube channel called GUINNESS 2 years ago for using clips from The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos. And this whole time, he's been lying to his fans by telling them it's a defamation case, but I revealed that it was actually a copyright case and explained all the details earlier this week after the summary judgment was handed down in favor of the defendant, a guy who was self-representing with the assistance of a rogue, ghost, phantom lawyer. Nobody knows who this lawyer is. It will forever remain a mystery. True story. So, if you don't believe me, go and check out my breakdown video. But here we are witnessing one of the funniest things Brendan's ever done. Just take a look at some of the comments on his TRX video. I thought you were going to give up on comedy. This was hilarious. Spending so much money tuning this truck and then crashing it almost immediately is the funniest thing he's ever done. This is just like his stand-up comedy. Bubba has finally found his niche, just needs to make a video where he totals a new vehicle every week, and he will be back on top of the lap. This is comedy at its finest. And so how did all of this go down, and how exactly did he come to flip his beloved TRX? Well, as usual, the episode starts out with some modifications, and then he took it off-road to test it out. Now remember, Brendan is a beginner off-roader. He has no experience handling high-powered modified vehicles in an off-road environment. But due to his commitment to the Dunning-Kruger effect and his love of trucks, he found himself out in the open with an absolute weapon.
Well, we made it. We're in Johnson Valley. We're in the middle of nowhere, but this is where you come to put your truck to the limits. We've done it all. You guys have seen it. We got the King Shocks, Kibby Tech, Alcon brakes. We need to be able to stop. We have the overkill tuning going on there. We have the Innovate wheels, Toyo tires. Now it's time to take this Street Princess and get her dirty. Let's go.
So you can see just from these clips how heavy the TRX is and how much movement it has due to the raised, softer suspension. Now, I know a little bit about this stuff, having done a little bit of off-roading over the years and a little bit of physics in high school as well, not to mention some basic common sense. But with these types of off-roading setups, you have a lot of weight combined with a higher ride height with softer suspension, obviously a lot of power as well. And in the wrong hands, this can lead to disaster. Just for a quick comparison, think of a Formula One car, for example, which is the complete opposite. They're very low to the ground, they have incredibly stiff suspension, they're much lighter in weight, as well as an incredible amount of downforce. This creates a lot less body roll and weight transfer, resulting in a lot more grip on the tarmac. But for off-roading, you want to have more freedom of movement so you can clear obstacles and get through more harsh, unforgiving terrain, similar to rally driving, right? If the suspension is too stiff and the ride height is too low, you'll end up just sliding everywhere because there's nothing to absorb the weight of the vehicle. Pretty basic stuff, right? So when Brendan decided to leave the dirt road and go for the softer silt road, well, it was obvious that it wasn't going to end well.
Hey guys, we changed locations. We're at the Silt Road here now. This is the money shot. So you notice this is finer than sand. It's so fine. So the issue with that is you can't stop. Once you get going, you got to just pedal to the metal and just march through. Otherwise, you'll get stuck. It's going to be a really sad video. So I'm just going to blast through this thing. It should be an epic shot. We'll see.
So these are some pretty cool shots here. This kind of off-roading is so much fun. There's a lot more movement, a lot more resistance, and you've got to put in more work to follow the path of least resistance. And like Brendan said himself, you can't lose momentum. You can't take your foot off the gas, otherwise you'll get bogged down, which makes it incredibly difficult to get going again, especially if you're an inexperienced weekend warrior like Brendan is. So when you try to power your way out of it, you just kick up sand and sink deeper, pretty much like Brendan's stand-up comedy career. Now, this right here is so typical of everything he does. He'll try something, it won't work out, so he'll try again and again and again until he's exhausted all possible failures. It reminded me of Murphy's Law, which states, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Or is it the other way around? It's hard to tell. I've heard it both ways. Anyway, Brendan refused to accept his latest failure as a sign from God and decided to push on.
All right, that sucked. We got our asses kicked. It's finally time to go home with our tail between our legs. I thought, you know what? Let's get them out of the desert. But you know what? One more cool shot. We're out here. Why not? What's the worst that can happen?
Starting emergency call, the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button. Starting SOS call.
I actually think think he handled that pretty well once he realized he'd rolled over. I think it's easy to criticize people in these situations when you're watching it back in hindsight, but the way he took a quick moment to accept what had happened, he took a look around, and then he scrambled to get out of there, I'd say he acted pretty quickly and just got the hell out of there, which is the right thing to do. You don't know what's going on outside, if there's a fire or if the car hasn't settled yet, so I'm not going to bag him for that. From the limited angles available in this video, it looked to me like the front end found some grip and grabbed, and then the traction control started cutting the power to the rear wheels, sending all of that weight into the suspension, which just soaked it all up and rolled over. I don't know, maybe some of you watching have more experience.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that Steve will do it guy. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CTE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense, so more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost...
Someone like again, how can you say that it's not that? How can you say that's not a mice? About my Allah today, Allah Shani Kuzon, all the Yeshu, the call for a no for a lot mice. So let's say that's to make them so. Just again, the speech. Let
me say this. Well, we can't play it. Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Oh, because like I had to start the B stuff?
That's correct.
I had to start the B stuff?
Yeah, I love that, because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what those fans are.
I've gotten to do amazing things about 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to, like, be there for my friend. Love help with my mortgage. You just really need it, bro. I need to feel. Just need to feel. Bring it, Brian. I need to feel that you really need it.
She's so much stronger than Brian.
But I mean, Brian, if you could.
Brian could do that.
Brian got just like this.
Not a chance.
She did hold it up, though, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I don't like this podcast. Shit podcast.
Here's some bodies for you, Brian.
I want to quit right now.
Every week, Brian Callen gets closer and closer to walking out on Brendan Schaub and quitting the fighter and the kid. We've passed the low-energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the thick boy empire by getting rich dudes on the show and begging them for money. I honestly didn't think they would last this long when they moved to Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes, literally. But I'll get to their latest guest, Aubrey Marcus, in a moment. For those of you who don't know who he is, he's one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded On It. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement, and then sold the whole company to global personal care corporation Unilever during the pandemic for over $200 million. However, like I was just saying, all is not well in the Lone Star State, because Brian is getting sick and tired of having to put up with Brendan's constant exaggerations and fake hype over his latest discoveries.
Styles Switch Barbecue.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest, dude, you're one of those guys. You annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pizza. I'm like, it's just wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good. But
that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, it's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, like a child. And that's the ongoing theme with Brandon. It seems like the more things slip away from him, the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you, where if you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school all over again. Except then you open your your eyes and realize you're watching three grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bubba's beast of a truck, and then slogging it out at the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material that doesn't seem to land, well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Robin Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know, bro.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids. I got kids.
I often have kids.
Right, yeah.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Callen. It must be hard to support 5 separate families while still living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you to work for a guy you clearly despise as you cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian called out Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist on the recent Fight Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out for him so he could finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all, just like Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and the kid die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a podcast. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, their most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil salesmen you've ever seen, here to lecture us on authenticity, on the fighter and the kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fighter and the kid. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
I'm still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new correct supplements.
Yeah.
You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and then they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than the positive emotion, just being real.
Well, I think especially now, like with AI, like Rogan and Cynthia talking about, like AI is going to take over, it's going to ruin the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic, destroys all that. Where we're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than that.
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued a YouTuber for exposing him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court admitting that he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast, is telling us on that very podcast, propped up by fake views and bots, that authentic creators with talent are gonna be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus, talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callen's soul visibly leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter and the Kid he'll have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey. What if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves? When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. Even the bots are hate watching at this point.
That can be a real fight. Did you say it was an exhibition?
Exhibition. How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Impulsive, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your fucking size, man.
It is.
I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? You know, but I just don't. For Jake, and he has this, it appears you'd know better than most, he has like this yearning, for whatever reason, he wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just
that's 100% in his sights.
Yeah,
but in the
my
meantime,
thing is like this is pushing that further and further, because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going.
Well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it still got him ranked. Then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question. How will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind, has a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And like that, so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. No doubt that his goal, above anything, is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake being legit in boxing, being the cruiserweight champion, I think that's going to be more difficult than he thinks. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know
money in the circuit.
Jake's one of my best friends.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see our boy flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around Schaub's head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. One of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey washing Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Usually me and Ob talk before the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right, 3 for 3?
Yeah, like, no, 6 for 6.
When we
talk 3 of the times we saw so we'll go into meditations together and breath work, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours. You can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question, why is Jake doing this?
I don't get it.
Jake's doing this
the money
because he's got plenty of money.
I know.
And so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path. Yeah, on the path where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if they'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler, at the end they have a battle, and in the battle it's like, let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack, who's one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Bailana singing the sound bowls. Like,
we're bringing the best spiritual energy, the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Really do. Thank you for your spiritual energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big problem.
How about I say that Alex Pereira does the same thing?
I'm sure he does, but
you know what?
Alex
Like
Pereira's
you
also
see,
been training for a long time.
So, but I'm saying it's the mix.
Yeah, it's
like Alex Pereira when he does that thing where he walks out. It's for real.
Yeah,
it's for real. He's bringing some. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? What the fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement line. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at talking, and his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him in an exhibition fight. But that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't usually do this, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here, or just for anyone with a weak stomach. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need friends like all of us because we can get way too fucking serious.
Yes.
Also, laughter is the most underrated as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting.
I say that to people.
It's like ecstasy.
Yeah,
it's the best
people
thing.
Who hate on comics, I always say, hey, face, like we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're not great, you know. But for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around trying to think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world, and the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole stadium. You know, try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the baddest of the best. But you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like, comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, and I have so much respect.
So true. So true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that, but that was just a bridge too far for me. As you all know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worship is out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths, or are they just so dialed into their grift that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talking about laughter like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Schaub was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself with these Muppets. And Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like,
well, that's the term cabal. And I think that's like...
That's right, by the way.
Cabal comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen...
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of... And certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews. And probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi.
Damn.
So, like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths, for sure. I mean, they have... There's something... No.
there's something that's in. I think it's also
like
like.
you to leave.
That's what I did.
So there's this idea of.
What you're doing? She goes, yeah, wait, get out.
So there's this idea of the genetic bottleneck theory.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Papa won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin, if you're listening, please get Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something really funny here. But getting Aubrey Marcus on as a guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email, and also for some reason Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the Mothership Green Room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016 selling nootropics to CrossFit dads. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially entering his spiritual phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Could you seriously imagine him sitting there on his own after everyone's left him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage? Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now finds himself spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually a new experience for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. That was a low blow. I think that's enough slander from me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night when we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man?
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. You can regulate, so, you know, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed or get made fun of.
That's cool.
That's why I would do it.
Huh.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse, and of course we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing. Take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, you know, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off. You guys are the best. All right, Jin, roll the tape.
What are you gonna do for the fights, Jin? Watch myself drink? Nailed it, didn't I?
Man, so many people messaged me after that episode, by the way. What'd they say? A lot of them had my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, they want you to do your thing, bro. Do your thing. No, and then anyone that says do your thing. The one thing about the internet is you can count on them, man. Yeah, I appreciate their support. And they also, but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. You know, go to this rehab center in this area.
Yeah, people that care about you, or people that actually are in for your best interests.
Or we care about
not. Yeah, of course. Well, that's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
anyone that says, "Dude, you're fine, keep doing this," is not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and we've had our own issues.
Yeah.
And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody, and we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, "You're there. You're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? You know?
Yeah.
And that's an important thing to say. So
and you're talking about some old salty comic.
Yeah, sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, no, I know you don't. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's like, yeah, things happen in life, but you know, what are you going to do to get the salty people out there in our community? And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been more successful. And it's like, hey, bro,
that's all they are.
Yeah.
They're lashing out.
Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. So you're not happy with it.
What do you got, Jim?
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in a meeting about the stationery budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Like Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast, and Rogan texted to me. He goes, "Yo, he's not your boy." And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like people talking. He cares about his boys and like, just giving you a heads up. This guy told me, he sent it to me, and I was like, a guy. And the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I've had him on my podcast 2 times.
What was it about a real thing? Like I was on an Instagram live, just doing a thing,
and I was rambling on, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix, and basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where a certain echelon of comics can just do, pop up those shit-faced and make millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't talking about Bernie.
Right.
Do you know who I was talking about?
Andrew.
No. Who? Chappelle. So
yeah.
And it's not an unknown thing.
It's
a pop-up
unknown to me, but
yeah. But I decided just to be diplomatic and not mention names. And somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer.
Oh, that's how it started.
And then, I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying, there's this guy, we were friends, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and, he said some shit. And, Rogan Rogan got in my ear and said, he's not your boy and all this, and his name rhymes with, and I'm like, oh my God.
So, Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark who? Like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now, that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional here. It drives me off, if we're being honest. Leave this, Jim. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my heart. I know you're not going to like this. I'm going to cry. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen. I challenge any of those comics. I don't give a if it's the Comedy Store, Zanies, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those fucking places. Sorry, dude. Thank you. What else?
I don't think she could read right now.
1,000 episodes.
Yeah. So
No, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, Schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bupper, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed-up UFC power bottom with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in studio, had a health scare with the baby girl. You guys saw my social media. She went in for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing, and she's been in and out of the hospital, like I explained on my Instagram post. Yeah, I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. And usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens, but yeah, I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I got it. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my boss D growing up, baby girl. Just I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as the playing life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. My new spots in LA, new local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international or going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome.
We're just do podcasts. We don't have to worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And so then eventually that gets built up enough where you're making the same money you are off ads. And it's just all free for the actual fans.
We're going to do it. We're flirting with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans.
Yeah.
So it would be for them.
Yes.
That's the reason I would do it.
Yeah.
And you can regulate, so, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed.
Yeah.
Or get made fun of.
That's cool.
That's why I would do it.
Huh. Like that.
You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whatever it is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right? Where they're like, dude, we got it free for 10. I mean, if you gave some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, like you give them a reason to subscribe to it, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm down.
Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you?
What do you mean?
You down?
I wouldn't have
to commit to it? It's going to be a beast. It's more work than we do
Let's
now.
go, bro.
All right.
What do I look like? Afraid?
What do you think, Jay?
I'm done as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since.
Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, just on there. Yeah, and the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads and we're just doing it.
And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Which
also, we don't have to pull a punch.
No, yeah, just
you can play music on there, videos. Like Jen doesn't have to edit the video. No,
oh my gosh,
it's the Wild West of it.
Really, that'd be really
just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something.
It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things, and Jen has to edit it out.
Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Oh, you mean current event?
Yeah.
All right. Have you guys heard this story?
This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started the Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too? I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the Disaster Kill Tony show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And with McConnell, right? This is prototypical chat GPT. How do I talk to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a truck, did you flip it? The standard, right? The standard. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue.
If you think yourself as dumb, think the people that watch the Brendan Schaub show on YouTube, the comedian, the special, that's terrible. Okay, bro? Even I can do better than that shit, brother. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you, my brother. So wasn't he on, Ariel, when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't get it.
He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that, or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
Brendan Schaub is losing his mind in the most prototypical Brendan Schaub way possible. This is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking L's. Whenever there's a new situation with his podcast, or someone's calling him out, or he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Renato Moicano is no different. It's the same shit, different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided to dedicate half an episode of The Fighter and the Kid to addressing 2 sentences Moicano dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over a 6-word Nate Diaz tweet where he ranted for a whole episode and nearly had an aneurysm, C-clamps and all, just to tell us how much he doesn't care. And he even brought up his beef with Nate while ranting about Moicano. This dummy spit has everything. We've got Brendan confusing himself, we've got Brian Callen pushing back with logic and Brendan shutting him down by humiliating him, and we've even got some new Schaubisms. Remember though, if you like my videos and you want to keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week, make sure you subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started.
So I'm sure you, I don't know how much money you're getting. Give me my money. Give me my money. I got no ties to the UFC. Yeah. Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on a ZR1. Get the fuck out of it. McConnell, here's the thing that's up about this. So is it safe for the audio listeners? Yeah. So what Jim brought up says, Hanato McConnell turns down $200K, which I fought longer than him, $200K settlement check in a bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market is about, he says, his decision. Here's the thing, Meccano. That money is getting allocated no matter what, buddy. No matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grace with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give up. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. It's so dumb not to take the money. It's so dumb. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I could just take him to the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, like, buddy, you can take this money and invest it for your children. And the UFC's not going to be a bad matchup. They literally don't care. I'm probably the one guy who's going to stop you dead in his tracks. Send me my goddamn money. I don't get paid for it. He's just uneducated about the whole situation.
This all has to do with a recent class action antitrust lawsuit that Brendan was part of by default, which accused the UFC of using monopolistic practices to suppress athlete pay by using exclusive contracts and coercion. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of this year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters from December 2010 through June 2017, which is why Brendan Schaub was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right.
On your podcast, the Show Me the Money podcast, the great Show Me the Money podcast, shout out to the YouTube channel. Here you are saying that you turned down the settlement money, and this created a whole uproar. And everyone weighed in on this. Everyone. Brendan Schaub weighed in on it. All the media weighed in on it. Other fighters were writing you and whatnot.
The whole lawsuit stuff was based on UFC is a monopoly. I think they should treat the athletes better. I think they should pay more money. And so they filed the lawsuit with the lawyers. They went to the court, and at one point they say, no, let's settle this down. And they do agreement with the fighters in UFC, and they say, no, we're gonna give you 300 and I don't know how much millions. And they dropped the lawsuit. So that was not about UFC being a monopoly. That was the way for the lawyers and the fighters to get money. I'm not planning to be friends with UFC after I'm done. I'm just doing things based on what I believe and my principles.
As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided on Moicano's reasoning for rejecting the payment. He's basically saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly be agreeing that the UFC is a monopoly, which he disagrees with, and that he was underpaid earlier on in his career, which apparently he also disagrees with. But his main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely cared about putting a stop to the UFC's predatory tactics, which everyone is well aware of, I mean, Dana White's the biggest tight ass on the planet, unless he's playing blackjack. But if they really cared about holding the UFC to account, they wouldn't have settled and instead pushed for a judgment to actually force the UFC to make changes to the way they do business with fighters. Instead, they forked out a few $100 million and went back to business as usual. So I can see where Moicano's coming from in the sense that this decade-long lawsuit didn't actually change anything. It just put a little bit more money in the pockets of a bunch of fighters who were underpaid. But Brendan, being the business shark that he is, thinks that choosing not to accept the money based on morals and principles is so outrageous that it actually hurt his feelings.
For you to forego that because you think that you're going to be in the good graces of the UFC brass, buddy, I hate to tell you, they could give two. That's the truth. If nobody in your team has told you that, and if you had agents or managers or people in your camp and coaches telling you not to take it, you can fire them. Any other brain busters, Chin?
All right, hang on. First of all, what the fuck is a brainbuster? Bubba, you can't just keep making this stuff up. A brainbuster is a wrestling move. I think you mean brain teaser, like 2 × 2 + 1. And for the love of God, stop saying they could give 2 fucks. It's they couldn't give, as in could not. I mean, even Moicano knows how to say it, and English is his second language.
I cannot care less about UFC. They are a company.
Honestly, Moicano's easier to understand than your boy Brendan. But brainbusters aside, a few days ago on the Ariel Helwani show, Renato clarified his position on rejecting the money in quite a bit of detail, doubling down on his reasoning and how he believes it would be unethical to take the money. But the best part was when he called out Brendan Schaub for saying he was dumb for not taking the money. This is what now has Bupper's knickers in a knot. Brendan spent a whole episode of the Schaub show a couple of weeks ago shitting all over Moicano, saying he's dumb and doesn't understand business, saying he doesn't understand what's really going on with the lawsuit, that his handlers screwed him by not explaining it to him properly, etc. And so while he was talking to Ariel, he had a little message for your boy Bupper.
Keep calling me dumb, keep calling me whatever you want, I don't care. I live by my principles, and I don't expect you that don't have principles to understand what I did. And it is what it is. This is a free country, Choose and give your opinions. I don't care. You can give your opinions. Again, I did not watch your show, and I did not watch Brendan Schaub or whatever he did, because he spent a whole hour talking about me. I saw a small clip and I'm commentating on that, but I'm not gonna be watching every clip that people talk about me, It is what it is. You can do whatever you want. Sometimes when I'm doing the Show Me the Mind podcast, I cannot articulate like that. I cannot say the things that I believe on, because it's a 1 hour show and I have to be funny. I have to be funny. I want to be funny. I'm speaking on my second language, and so that's why I can understand why the people clip and they say, hey, this guy is dumb, And if you think yourself as dumb, think the people that watch the Brendan Schaub show on YouTube, the comedian, the special, that's terrible. Okay, bro. Even I can do better than that shit, brother. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you, my brother.
And just like that, a new homeless cat is born. That was absolutely fucking brilliant. What a bloody legend. This is how you deal with Brendan. Hit him right where it hurts, square in the nuts. Not only did he insult Bupper's intelligence, he doubled down and insulted his whole audience. I mean, are you not entertained? Well, apparently your boy was not happy about this. So he decided to spend half of the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid addressing just how much he doesn't care. Yet even after all this time, and after Moicano coming out and explaining in detail why he rejected the deal, Brendan still managed to completely miss the point and embarrass himself. Now, I don't actually completely disagree with Brendan's take on all of this. Sure, if you agree that UFC fighters are underpaid, which I definitely do, then yeah, you should take the money. The UFC is $1 billion company that grew off the back of good promotion, but also off the back of guys who are willing to take a beating in the octagon. They've got to get paid too. So there are definitely merits to both sides of the argument, but as usual, Brendan ends up getting